Primordial God-King. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 476 Jiutian Treasure Hunt. Qin Wentian looked at the blood-red magic halberd inserted into the ground, and his heart was chilled with a heavy resentment. This Jiutian was a 5th-level weapon refining master, with a noble status, and must be highly respected. However, he did not expect that the young master of the Yin family was so dissolute that he forced a 5th-level weapon refining master into a desperate situation, killed his family, and killed him, and sacrificed blood to the halberd, and his resentment was overwhelming. Even after death, he wanted to kill the young master of the Yin family, so all those who took the halberd were killed. But he did not expect that the young master of the Yin family escaped by chance, and blocked this area to see what was so strange about the red magic halberd, thus killing people in the entire area. His figure flashed, and under the blood-red night, Qin Wentian approached the direction of the red magic halberd. The closer he got to the red magic halberd, the more he felt that a terrifying force seemed to affect his state of mind, making his state of mind become uneasy and manic. Finally, Qin Wentian walked to a place not far from the red demon halberd. Suddenly, he felt a blood-colored light enveloping him. The sky was extremely dark, with dead bones all around. Blood dyed the world red. One after another, terrifying demons roared and came. One after another, the dead souls with disheveled hair rushed towards him. The resentment in their eyes made people feel terrified. Blood-colored light rushed into Qin Wentian's mind, but he saw that his eyes were clear. He just looked at the resentment of the dead souls in front of him calmly and whispered, "Senior, my mind is not disturbed by dreams." At this time, Qin Wentian already knew what kind of power this was. Jiutian must also be good at dreams, and can use it to infiltrate other people's minds, so that people fall into it. However, Qin Wentian experienced how terrible the dream demon realm was when he was training in the Imperial Mausoleum. Now, Jiutian's dream power can't shake his mind at all. The dead soul seemed unwilling, still howling, and rushed towards Qin Wentian frantically. Qin Wentian shook his head secretly and whispered, "Senior's resentment has caused the deaths of so many people, but your enemies are safe and sound. Why do you do this?" After he finished speaking, Qin Wentian still stepped forward, step by step towards the red devil halberd. He stretched out his palm and actually grasped it directly on the red devil halberd, and said lightly, "Senior's resentment, all come to me." The moment he held the red devil halberd, all the monstrous resentment rushed towards him. His mind was in a mess. The thoughts of the nightmare demon were about to shake his memory, but Qin Wentian's will was too strong now, and his resistance to this kind of power was terrifying. The experience in the Imperial Mausoleum was like a reincarnation for him. It was too cruel, and it tempered his state of mind. At this moment, this power could not shake him at all. "I dare not say for sure, but if there is a chance, I will use the halberd that I made with my senior's blood and sweat to kill your enemy," Qin Wentian said. His palm trembled, and then he cut his finger, and blood seeped directly into it, flowing on the lines of the red demon halberd. At the same time, his consciousness eroded into it, erasing the traces of resentment left by Jiutian. After a moment, his palm trembled, and he actually pulled up the red demon halberd, and then put it away. "Let this place return to peace," Qin Wentian said in a low voice, and then his figure trembled and disappeared directly. On the morning of the second day, the news of the disappearance of the red demon halberd spread, which made many people amazed. Disappeared, the red demon halberd was taken away by someone? Could it be that the Yin family finally sent out a strong man in the Xiangxiang realm to forcibly take the red demon halberd away? Thinking of this, everyone secretly confirmed that it must be like this. The Yin family quietly took the red demon halberd away. Everyone did not dare to say much, but occasionally talked about it in secret. However, he didn't know that a young master of the Yin family was furious. He tried his best to get a domineering Fangbian Hua Ji for Shangqi, and even did not hesitate to attack a 5th-level weapon refining master, ruining his reputation. However, this was the end. The red demon halberd was taken away. Moreover, there was a piece of news that made him very unhappy yesterday. The people he sent to capture Song Jia were injured by a strong man on the way, and Song Jia was taken away. These two things made him very unhappy. As for Song Jia, she was still in the inn at the moment, But she had just gotten up and was having dinner downstairs in the inn when she heard the news that the red demon halberd was taken away. She felt even more sad in her heart, thinking that it must have been done by someone from the Yin family. Miss Song, what a coincidence. At this time, a voice came, causing Song Jia's beautiful eyes to stagnate. She looked up at the handsome young man walking in from outside, quite surprised. Why are you here? Song Jia saw Qin Wentian holding a pet, which seemed very cool. I was wandering here, but I didn't expect to meet Miss Song again. Qin Wentian sat opposite Song Jia with a smile and said, Miss Song was coerced before, but now she is free. She must have had some adventure. Why doesn't she go back to Luochen? Song Jia looked a little gloomy when she heard this, then shook her head and said, I know the man in Yinchen. He will not give up until he achieves his goal. If I go back, he will still send people to my family. If I'm not there at that time, wouldn't my relatives be implicated? Then you plan to walk into the trap yourself. This is not what your family wants to see, right? Qin Wentian said. Today, Zhuanwang City will hold a treasure hunt in Xianshan. People from all major forces will go there, including Yinchen. I will admit my mistake to him in public and beg for his forgiveness, hoping that he will spare my face. Although it seems unbearable to do so, if I die, my family will be sad. Unless it is absolutely necessary, I don't want to become a dry skeleton at such a young age. Song Jia said calmly, in life, there are always times when you have to bow your head. If I had matured earlier and stopped talking nonsense, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Qin Wentian looked at the calm Song Jia and sighed in his heart. Sure enough, experience can change people. After encountering such a thing, Song Jia's state of mind obviously changed. I have nothing to do. This treasure hunt must be very prosperous. I will also join in the fun. Qin Wentian smiled casually, but sighed in his heart. He wanted to save Song Jia quietly, but now this woman wants to fall into the trap, which is a headache. However, Qin Wentian couldn't watch her die. Taking someone else's wine is troublesome. Qin Wentian muttered in his heart. Song Jia looked up at Qin Wentian, then nodded slightly and said, You can go, but when you get to Xianshan, don't walk with me, so as not to implicate you with my affairs. Qin Wentian did not respond. After eating some snacks, the two of them set off. When Song Jia saw the little guy transformed into Pegasus, a strange light flashed in her beautiful eyes. This is the little guy's magical power of transformation. Come on up. I still need you to lead the way. Qin Wentian smiled at Song Jia. Song Jia hesitated for a moment, then nodded and came to the little guy's back. Suddenly, the little guy's figure flew into the air and headed towards the Xianshan direction of Zhuanwang City. The Xianshan Mountains are located in the western region of Zhuanwang City. The mountains that span the entire western region wrap around the city and lead to the distance. It is extremely vast. Even though there are countless strong people in Zhuanwang City, there are still many magical places in the Xianshan Mountains that cannot be explored. Many hermits also practice in the Xianshan Mountains. Because of the mystery of the Xianshan Mountains, some strange treasures often appear in the Xianshan Mountains. Over time, the Xianshan Mountains will hold a treasure hunting conference every 6 months, and all the strong people will bring treasures to trade. On the main peak of the Xianshan Mountains, on the mountain road, there are countless people who come to sell treasures and search for treasures, which is extremely lively. But Song Jia was not in a good mood at the moment. She walked on the mountain road and said to Qin Wentian, every year, the treasure hunting conference is divided into different levels. People from Yuanfu are at the foot of the mountain, people below the 6th level of Xiangang are on the mountainside, people with higher cultivation levels need to go to the top of the main peak of Xianshan Mountain to find what they need. Yin Cheng's cultivation has entered the 3rd level of Xiangang. For this treasure hunting conference, he will definitely invite some powerful children from Zhuanwang City to gather on the mountainside and have people send treasures to taste. This is their usual style. Song Jia slowly said, let's separate here. I'm going to the mountainside. You don't have to worry about me anymore. Yes. Qin Wentian nodded gently. Song Jia didn't expect him to agree so readily. She couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. When people are desperate, they always want to find something to rely on. Although she didn't want to implicate Qin Wentian, she couldn't help but feel worried when she saw that Qin Wentian didn't say a word of courtesy. Turning around, Song Jia smiled bitterly and walked away. The little bastard had transformed back into his original form and was held in Qin Wentian's arms. Walking on the mountain road, Qin Wentian's perception spread out, and after a while, he came to a birth. Old man, is this a divine pattern scroll? Qin Wentian looked at some ancient scrolls on the ground and asked the old man in front of the birth. Young man, you have a good eye. You should know something about divine patterns. These ancient scrolls are engraved with divine pattern shields. When activated, they can withstand a blow from a strong man below the 5th level of Xiangang. It is a good life-saving item. The old man stroked his beard and said with a smile. Qin Wentian shook his head slightly. This item was of no use to him. No matter how powerful the divine pattern scroll was, it was not of much value. If he really encountered an unbeatable person, this scroll would be used up at once and he would still not be able to escape, unless it was sometimes useful in a melee. Is there a scroll of divine runes that can be moved with powerful special power? Qin Wentian asked. Although he could also carve divine runes, he was not good at special power. Qin Zheng had one at the beginning. When he was practicing in the 36 mountains, he could go to any mountain and had special ability. No. The old man shook his head and said, the thing you are talking about requires not only divine runes, but also masters who are good at special power to refine. The value varies according to the different effects of movement. The divine rune scroll that can be moved over a long distance is priceless. You need to try your luck in the treasure rewarding places on the mountainside, but even if there is one, I'm afraid it won't be your turn to get it. Thank you for your advice, old man. Qin Wentian arched his hands, smiled casually, and then walked out towards the mountainside. He naturally knew the preciousness of the thing he was talking about, but now he is walking outside. If he can have something to save his life, it would be better. Chapter 477 Offering Treasures. The Xiantian treasure hunting meeting has its own reasons for being called treasure hunting. This event is not a simple transaction. There are two really important places. One is at the top of the mountain, where the top masters gather to trade treasures. It is very mysterious and not open to people below the 6th level of Xiangang, because some of the treasures that appear may be extremely precious, and even occasionally there will be Xiangxiang realm masters involved. The other place is the mountainside. As Song Jia said to Qin Wentian, Yin Chang will invite people to gather together. In fact, it is not Yin Chang. The famous people in Zhuanwang City of all generations will gather there at the Xiantian treasure hunting meeting to grab treasures. The so-called treasure hunting is that some people offer treasures and some people fight for them. The person who offers treasures measures the value of the treasures and shouts out the things he needs to trade, and then some people start to fight for them. With the famous people gathered there, as long as you can take out the precious treasures, you will not worry about no one grabbing them. You will definitely leave satisfied. This is the so-called treasure hunting. Every Xiantian treasure hunting fair is held at a very high level and is extremely mysterious, so ordinary people cannot watch it. Therefore, the treasure hunting fair held on the mountainside is the most popular, and every one of them is crowded with people. Qin Wentian went up along the mountain road, and the trading stalls filled the mountain road. However, his vision was so high that he naturally did not care about some mundane things. He had accumulated a lot of wealth in the years of fighting in the wind and rain. If he could exchange some of the things he needed at the treasure hunting fair, it would be worth the trip. On the mountainside, there is a huge flat land, which is like a long corridor directly inserted into the main peak of Xiantian Mountain. There are tens of thousands of people gathered here to watch, but there is an ancient road in the middle. That is the road for people who offer treasures. People who watch are not allowed to block this road. Looking forward along this road, there is a huge open area in the center. People who offer treasures can go there, take out their treasures, and shout out what they need to the people around them. Looking further ahead, it should be a cliff, but next to the cliff, there are pavilions and elegant seats. Many figures are sitting in the pavilions and chatting with tea, divided into several camps. These people are the key figures of the treasure hunt. They are all very famous people in Zhuanwang City, and they are qualified to appear there. The protagonists of the treasure hunt are them, because the treasures of those who come to offer treasures will most likely be taken away by these people. It's worthy of being the Xiantian treasure hunt. It's really a big show. Qin Wentian mixed in the crowd and thought to himself. He saw that the two people beside him were whispering, talking about who the outstanding people on the opposite side were. Qin Wentian looked at the pavilions next to the cliff. There were more than 10 camps there, and most of the main seats were young people. After all, Xiangang strongmen under 50 would look very young. Here are people below the 6th level of Xiangang, and they are all top sects and families in Zhuanwang City. Of course, they will not exceed 50. Qin Wentian's eyes fell on the main figures of the two camps in the middle. The man on his left hand had a cultivation level of Xiangang level 3. His skin was very white, giving people a cold and handsome feeling. Although his eyes were smiling, the sharpness that occasionally appeared was a hint of coldness. It was obvious at a glance that he was a ruthless person, and he was in a high position with an innate arrogance. According to the people next to him, this person was Yin Chang, the young master of the Yin family. Although Yin Chang had a grudge against Song Jia, he was by no means an incompetent playboy. He was only 25 years old this year and had already entered the 3rd level of Xiangang. His talent was extremely outstanding in the Yin family. Moreover, he dared to attack a 5th level weapon refining master and kill the whole family. It can be imagined that this person is bold and ruthless, and he will do anything to achieve his goal. Of course, the premise for him to dare to do this is that the power given to him by the family must be great, so he dared to touch a 5th level weapon refining master. However, Yin Cheng was not the most dazzling person today. The person next to him definitely attracted more attention than him. This person was a woman. Her face was absolutely a disaster level. Her skin was as white as snow, and there was no flaw in her facial features. What was more outstanding was her temperament. She was noble and cold, and people dared not look directly at her eyes. However, because of this, others had bold fantasies of wanting to kiss her. However, they only dared to fantasize in their hearts. Whenever the woman's eyes swept over, many people would lower their heads and dare not look at her beautiful eyes. This woman was a very famous beauty in Zhuanwang City. In terms of reputation, she could be ranked among the top 3 in Zhuanwang City. In terms of birth, she was the princess of the royal palace. Whether it was her appearance or her origin, it was enough to make people feel ashamed. Qin Wentian's eyes were also slightly attracted by this woman. He looked at her a few more times. Men love beauty by nature. When they see a beauty, they can't help but look at it a few more times. However, some people are strong-willed and will not be easily shaken by beauty, while others often can't control themselves. Qin Wentian looked at the other person, but with his heart, he just felt that this woman was extraordinary, but he would never be attracted to her. After all, in terms of beauty, how many people can be compared with the stunning Mo King Chang and the iceberg fairy Kinger? Shang Yu looked around the crowd, and suddenly, her brows slightly frowned, and fell on a young man. This young man was wearing white clothes, and it seemed that he was carrying an ancient sword on his back. He was simple, clean, and had a bit of a worldly temperament, and he dared to look directly at her without any hesitation. A sharp light suddenly flashed in Shang Yu's eyes. Qin Wentian noticed it, smiled inadvertently, and looked away. Shang Yu's eyes turned away from him. Qin Wentian looked at other people again. People who could gather with Yin Cheng and Shang Yu were naturally extraordinary people. To the left of Yin Cheng, there were several young men and women sitting there. They were all extraordinary people, and there were even strong people who had cultivated to the 5th level of Xiangang. They are disciples of the Jingxiao Sword Sect, the largest sect in Zhuanwang City. The disciples of Jingxiao Sword Sect are all good at swordsmanship and are extremely powerful, especially famous for their attacking power. Yin Cheng also practiced in Jingxiao Sword Sect. Not only him, but Song Jia, who is actually from the same sect as him, was hunted down because she once contradicted him in the sect and told him about the red halberd in public. The person on the right side of Shuang Yu is from a large family, the Jiutian family, which is extremely prominent in Zhuanwang City and is one of the 3 major families in Zhuanwang City. Further to the right, there are people from the Fenpeng family. The Yin family, the Jiutian family, and the Fenpeng family are the 3 major families in Zhuanwang City. Among them, the Yin family is the most powerful, while the Jiutian family and the Fenpeng family are slightly inferior, but they are also very scary. They all have celestial masters sitting in, comparable to the overlord-level forces of the Great Xia dynasty. In addition, the other people in the pavilion next to the cliff are all from large sects, with extraordinary strength and status, and are qualified to sit there. Qin Wentian had also learned about the strength of the Great Shang dynasty before. The power of the 7 royal cities was comparable to the overlord-level power of the Great Xia dynasty. The strongest royal city, the Great Shang dynasty, had a peak figure in the imperial family, needless to say. Several other major sects even had the power to compete with them, and they were all extremely strong. The Great Shang dynasty was a whole level higher than the Great Xia dynasty. Now that he had come to a royal city, although there were many means, It would be better if he could get something to save his life. After all, he was alone now. As long as he could save his life, there was nothing else to worry about. As for Kinger, she was much more powerful than him, so he didn't need to worry about it at all. Princess, I see that everyone is ready to seize the treasure, so how about letting people start offering treasures? At this time, Yin Cheng looked at Xiongyu beside him and asked with a smile. I am just a member of the treasure hunt today, you decide. Xiongyu's voice was not loud, but very clear, and it sounded quite comfortable. Okay. Yin Cheng smiled and nodded, then looked at everyone and said, I believe that the treasures offered by all of you will not disappoint the princess at this treasure hunt. As long as you take out your treasures and want to exchange for something, just say it. At the treasure hunt, some people who offered treasures needed meteorites, but some people also needed treasures such as skills, magical powers, or magic weapons, hoping to exchange them. When the crowd heard Yin Cheng's words, they immediately became lively. However, if you don't have a valuable treasure, you may not be in the eyes of these people. Therefore, the treasures traded at every Xiantian treasure hunt are all extraordinary treasures. At this moment, a figure walked out of the ancient road, causing everyone's eyes to freeze. The person who walked out at this moment was actually a very beautiful young woman, and she did not hide her identity with a mask. Yin Cheng's eyebrows flashed, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. This Song Jia dared to appear in front of him. The people of Jinxiao Sword Sect also looked at Song Jia with doubts. Song Jia walked straight to the middle, looked at Yin Cheng, and said, Song Jia talked nonsense before, offended senior brother Yin, and ruined senior brother's reputation. I came here to apologize. Please deal with Song Jia. Yin Cheng snorted in his heart. This Song Jia was smart. After running away, she came to the door herself. Moreover, in such an occasion, considering her face, he would not be too cruel to her openly. It was ridiculous to want to protect herself in this way. But her idea was too naive. Although Yin Cheng thought in his heart, there was a smile on his face. Song Jia, you slandered your senior brother Yin Cheng in public, and you still have the nerve to beg for mercy. At this time, a young man in Jinxiao Sword Sect looked cold and looked at Song Jia with a bit of coldness. This man had been interested in Song Jia when he was in Jinxiao Sword Sect, but this woman was proud of her nobleness. Now that she has offended Yin Cheng, how can she survive? Song Jia looked at the man and gritted her teeth. This man was one of her senior brothers in the same sect, named Yang Ting. He was talented, but he was lustful and had harassed her many times. She refused and was resentful. Song Jia, you have openly tarnished my reputation. I should have invited you to fight with my fellow disciples and killed you, but considering that we are fellow disciples, I will spare your life and order you to be my slave. Since today is a treasure offering, I will be the one offering the treasure. The treasure I offer is this girl, who is worth a low-grade meteorite. If anyone is willing, they can trade her and ask her to serve tea and water. Song Jia, are you willing? Song Jia's face was pale and she bit her lips tightly. Sure enough, Yin Cheng still didn't let her go. It was so humiliating. Not only did he trade her as a slave, but he only took a low-grade meteorite. I am willing. Song Jia agreed with a trembling voice, thinking that if there was really no way to survive, she would die and would not implicate the family. The people around her naturally knew who this girl was at this moment, and secretly felt sorry for her, but what was the status of the Yin family in Yincheng and Zhuangwang City? He had killed people in a region. Although many people knew it, no one dared to speak it out. Song Jia said it in public, how could she not be retaliated? In that case, considering our friendship, Song Jia, I will accept you, so that you won't fall into the hands of bad people and be abused. You and I are from the same sect, and I will take care of you. At this moment, Yang Ting, Song Jia's former senior brother, spoke again, as if to show his favor to Song Jia, but there was a ray of evil light flashing in the depths of his eyes. If Song Jia fell into his hands, it would be more than just serving tea and water. Although the people of Jinxiao Sword Sect understood Yang Ting's character, Yang Ting's own strength was at the 3rd level of Xiangang and he was very talented. In addition, Yin Cheng was the instigator, so no one was willing to offend Yin Cheng for Song Jia. I want this girl. However, at this moment, a voice came from the crowd, making everyone look slightly condensed, looking at the people gathered together, as if looking for someone to speak. Chapter 478 Space Pen. After a while, everyone found the person who was talking. This person was very young, only about 24 or 25 years old, dressed in white, clean and handsome, with a restrained aura, and even holding a cute pet. The only thing that could tell that he was a martial artist was the sword on his back. This person was Qin Wentian. Yin Cheng looked at Qin Wentian, with the cold light flashing in his eyes, and he was teasing her. Xiongyu beside him looked at Qin Wentian with a bit of contempt. No wonder this person was so bold and dared to look directly at her. It turned out that he was a lustful person who used his beauty to boost his courage. Now that he saw Song Jia, he actually wanted to take advantage of her and take her away with a meteorite. However, the rules of the Xiantian treasure hunt were there, and it was not Qin Wentian's turn to take Song Jia away. Song Jia was stunned. She didn't expect Qin Wentian to follow her. She couldn't help but look at Qin Wentian, wanting him to give up. Obviously, she didn't want to implicate Qin Wentian again. However, Qin Wentian seemed not to see it. He was holding a snow-white puppy with a smile on his face, as if he had just done something ordinary. As for Yang Ting, he had a murderous look on his face. This man was looking for death. Do you know the rules of the Xiantian treasure hunting conference? Yin Cheng looked at Qin Wentian with a smile and asked indifferently. Yes, the person who offers the treasure offers a price. If only one person bids, the treasure is successfully seized. If there are multiple people bidding, the treasure must be seized by force. Qin Wentian said indifferently. Treasures are seized. The reason why the best treasures in each treasure hunting conference are only for those who have great power is because no one dares to fight for them. To seize the treasure by force, the people who fight for the treasure will fight, and whoever wins will take the treasure. In addition, life and death are common in the process of fighting. In this case, are you sure you want to bid? Yin Cheng asked again. This woman is beautiful. If she can serve me, wouldn't it be a good thing? Qin Wentian nodded with a smile. Yin Cheng looked at Yang Ting alone, and there seemed to be a smile in his eyes. At the same time, Yin Cheng continued to ask, is there anyone else who wants to participate in the treasure hunt? No one spoke. They naturally didn't want to participate in it and offend Yin Cheng. In this case, Yang Ting, you can compete with this person for the treasure. Yin Cheng said coldly. Yang Ting walked out with a smile and came to the wide place in the middle. He glanced at Song Jia and said with a smile, don't worry, junior sister, I will definitely not let you fall into the hands of others. Song Jia's expression was stiff. She turned her head and looked at Qin Wentian. Her face was very bad. Yang Ting was cruel and ruthless, but his cultivation was very strong. He was at the 3rd level of Xiangang. How could Qin Wentian compete with him? At Qin Wentian's age, even if he was talented, it was amazing to reach the Xiangang level. Yang Ting would definitely not show mercy to him. Are you ready? Yang Ting walked in front of Qin Wentian and said lightly, otherwise, if I take action, I'm afraid you won't have a chance. As soon as he finished speaking, a strong sword energy burst out from Yang Ting's body, and the sword was unsheathed. A wisp of strong sword power spread out. He stepped towards Qin Wentian step by step, and the sword was suspended above his head, and there was a faint flash of thunder. Okay. Qin Wentian felt the opponent's sword power and nodded lightly. The scabbard behind him trembled wildly, making a continuous clicking sound. Perhaps, one sword is enough. As soon as Yang Ting finished speaking, there was a loud bang, and the sword was like thunder, carrying the terrifying power of thunder and bursting out, crossing the sky, with a terrifying pressure rolling through the void, and the crowd seemed to see a thunder sword cutting through the sky and rushing towards Qin Wentian. Seeing this stunning sword, everyone felt sorry for Qin Wentian. The people of Jinxiao sword sect were extremely strong in swordsmanship. No matter what kind of martial arts will you are good at or what kind of martial spirit you have, you can cooperate with a sword. Yang Ting's sword was like thunder across the sky and like a strong wind tearing the sea surface. Even if Qin Wentian was at the same level as him, he would be seriously injured by the blow. Qin Wentian's body shape was different. The sword that cut through the sky instantly fell in front of him. Everyone couldn't even bear to watch it anymore. Qin Wentian would definitely die if the sword fell. Song Jia's face was pale and her eyes closed. She couldn't bear to see Qin Wentian being killed by a sword. Bang! A thunderous sound came out, and a bright light suddenly burst out in the eyes of the crowd. Staring at the front, they saw that the thunder sword stopped when it fell in front of Qin Wentian. In front of Qin Wentian, there seemed to be a strange breath, not very strong, but it gave people a strange feeling, as if he stood there and the sword would not kill him. Yang Ting's expression suddenly turned livid. Staring at Qin Wentian in front of him, he felt as if his sword had been disturbed terribly. Kill! Yang Ting pointed his finger and shouted, pushing the sword in front of Qin Wentian forward, trying to cut Qin Wentian's head. However, the young man in white stepped forward, and the sword, along with his forward movement, actually took a step back. At this moment, the trembling scabbard behind Qin Wentian finally moved. With a crisp sound, the sword was half unsheathed, and the sword hummed. Yang Ting's body retreated, but blood appeared in his throat. He stopped, trembling all over, and his neck was cold. Yang Ting stretched out his hand and touched his neck. It was cold to the touch, and a trace of blood appeared there. His face was pale, and his heart was beating wildly. He was just a hair away from this sword, and his throat would be cut and his life would be ended. The sword in front of Qin Wentian fell powerlessly. He waved his hand, and a meteorite flew out and landed in front of Yin Cheng. He said indifferently, "This girl is mine." Yin Cheng had not recovered yet. What would happen if he faced that sword just now? The sound wave attack was invisible and invisible. This person actually realized this kind of sword will. Killing people is just a matter of a moment. Seeing the meteorite flying over, he took it in his hand, looked at Qin Wentian, and asked, "Who are you?" "I am an unknown person, not worth mentioning." Qin Wentian said lightly, "Since I am here to seize the treasure today, how can I not have a place to seize the treasure?" As he said that, he stepped out and walked to an unmanned pavilion next to the cliff, sat down casually, and said to Song Jia, "Why don't you come and serve me?" Song Jia was stunned for a moment, looked at Qin Wentian, and then trotted behind Qin Wentian. Looking at the back of this white-clothed figure, she took a deep breath. It turned out that the person who came to her house to ask for wine was so strong, at least the third level of Xiangang cultivation, and his combat power was even more terrifying. Yang Ting's sword stopped in front of him, but he couldn't withstand his sword energy. "Pinch my back," Qin Wentian said lightly. Song Jia was stunned again, and Qin Wentian turned around and glared at her. "Oh." Song Jia nodded, and then pinched Qin Wentian's back, wondering in her heart, not knowing what Qin Wentian was thinking. Wouldn't he have the same idea as Yang Ting? If Qin Wentian knew Song Jia's idea, he would be mad at her. Song Jia didn't want to implicate her family, so she was rescued by him and sent to his door. He was unlucky, so he had to come out and rescue her again, let her suffer for a while, and then let her go. In this way, Yin Cheng would not miss her anymore. Yin Cheng saw Qin Wentian ordering Song Jia and laughed in his heart. It seemed that Song Jia's fate would not be good if she fell into his hands. Qin Wentian would not let such a beauty go. Xiong Yu thought Qin Wentian was an extraordinary person when she saw him take action, but she didn't expect him to be so tacky, which made her quite disappointed. After Yang Ting left dejectedly, Yin Cheng glanced at Qin Wentian again, let him sit there, and then said to the crowd, "Go on, who else has the treasure?" As soon as he finished speaking, someone walked out of the crowd. This person was wearing black clothes and masked, and his face could not be seen clearly. Of course, no one was surprised. This was a very normal thing at the Xiantian treasure hunting conference. "What do you have?" someone asked. The man waved his hand, and suddenly a furnace appeared in the void. In the furnace, there was an extremely violent hot air flow, as if flames wanted to rush out of the furnace. "I want 1,000 meteorites from the fourth heaven," the masked man said lightly, and immediately someone in the crowd, an old man, said, "I want them." However, a young man in the direction of the Golden Flame family, his eyes flashed, staring at the stove, and said, "This thing is mine." The old man in the crowd looked at the young man from the Golden Flame family, knowing his identity, his face couldn't help but stiffen slightly, and said, "Forget it. Bring it." The young man from the Golden Flame family said lightly, and immediately someone walked out beside him. The strong men of the Golden Flame family are good at fire ability, which can devour strange fire, nourish blood, and make the Golden Flame blood in their bodies stronger. This is their unique innate ability, so when they see this strange fire, they can't miss it. After the black-clothed masked man made the transaction, he immediately flashed, mixed into the crowd, and left quickly. After that, people took out treasures one after another, some of which were taken away by the people sitting in the pavilion, and some were traded by people hidden in the crowd, and there was even a dispute. Qin Wentian had been watching quietly. Song Jia behind him was massaging his back, which was quite pleasant. However, he didn't know that Song Jia gritted her teeth and cursed him in her heart. The Xiantian treasure hunt is indeed extraordinary. The treasures taken out here are all extraordinary. Qin Wentian murmured. After winning Song Jia, he had never made a move again and had not encountered anything that moved him. At this time, an old man in a black robe came out. Only his face could be seen. He was very old. Qin Wentian glanced at him and knew that this man had extraordinary cultivation. The old man didn't waste any words and took out an object directly. This object was a 3-foot golden pen. The moment it was sacrificed, there was a strong spatial force fluctuation, which made many people's eyes flash. This spatial pen was obtained by chance by me. I need a set of exercises, the top celestial level exercises. Who can take it out? The old man said, which made everyone shocked. This old man wanted exercises, and he wanted extraordinary exercises. I want it. A person from a powerful force in the pavilion said that if this pen falls into the hands of the master of divine patterns, even if he is not good at spatial power, as long as he is good at spatial divine patterns, he can carve something to save his life. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with a strange light. This thing is exactly what he needs, and he must get it. I want it too. Another person started to fight for it. Yin is also somewhat interested. Yin Chang's mouth curled up a sneer. This pen is definitely a rare treasure. Even if the other party wants a high price, it is worth it. Everyone's face sank. They didn't expect that this thing caused a sensation. This pen is mine. A cold and indifferent voice came out, making everyone's eyes focus on the beautiful woman in the pavilion next to Yin Chang. Shangyu stared at the space pen, with a strange light in her beautiful eyes. She wants this thing. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 479 I Don't Want to Bully You. Many people are fighting for it, but Princess Yu is determined to get it. Shuangyu's voice fell, making the space quiet for a moment, and everyone stared at the space pen in the old man's hand. The power of space has always been a very powerful force, with balanced attack and defense, and if the practice is strong, it can be used for space transfer. This space pen contains the power of space, and the strong who practice the power of space can use it to enhance the attack power. However, it also has a terrible use. If this space pen is obtained by a divine rune master who can engrave the divine rune of space transfer, he can use this space pen to engrave the divine rune scroll, which can be used to save his life at a critical moment, just like the treasure the Qin Zhang carried on his body at the beginning. Therefore, the appearance of the space pen attracted many strong people to fight. Yin Cheng and the princess and others all came from powerful forces, and they were obviously able to find powerful divine rune masters. Therefore, the significance of this space pen to them was extraordinary. In the future, they can continuously engrave divine rune scrolls, and even sell them to others to earn other resources. This space pen is a worthless thing to many people, but it is a treasure to those who can find a master of divine runes to help. Everyone thought to themselves. Of course, if it is obtained by a master who can carve divine runes of space, its value will be different. Qin Wentian is the kind of person they think of. Closing his eyes, Qin Wentian was silent, searching his memory in his mind. After a moment, he found what he wanted. It was a record in an ancient scroll about carving divine runes. It was just very difficult. The master of divine runes who needed to carve it was good at spatial power. However, now with a space pen, it would be much simpler. Thinking of this, when his eyes opened again, a sharp light flashed. Song Jia, go buy some things I need for me. Qin Wentian said to Song Jia behind him, then turned around and handed her a divine rune ring. A strange color flashed in Song Jia's beautiful eyes. When she heard Qin Wentian's voice enter her mind, she cursed in her heart that this guy really treated her as a slave, but she still nodded and left. She must have followed Qin Wentian's instructions to find what Qin Wentian needed. The trading place of Xianshan Treasure Hunting Conference was full of ancient mountain paths, and ordinary things could be traded. At this time, Yin Cheng smiled and said, "Since the princess wants this thing, we will not compete with the princess. I withdraw." After Yin Cheng expressed his position, the young man with a big power next to him also nodded and said, "If the princess wants it, this thing will naturally belong to the princess, and I will withdraw." Shangyu is the princess of the royal palace. In addition, she herself is also outstanding in talent and has a 4th level Xiangang cultivation. These people with big powers may still compete with each other, but if the princess wants it, they will not compete. Even if this thing is extraordinary, if they compete, they will undoubtedly offend the princess of the royal palace. Not only that, I am afraid that people from other forces will also target her. Moreover, they may not be able to compete for it. Since the princess wants this pen, then you just take it out and the princess will give you the technique. Yin Cheng looked at the old man in black robe and said lightly, I need to ask the princess what technique it is. The old man in black robe was low-key and looked at Xiongyu. Xiongyu stared at him, his lips moved slightly, and the voice was directly transmitted to the eardrum of the old man in black robe. The other party did not move his expression and whispered, this technique does meet my requirements. Then, let's trade. Xiongyu said lightly. Wait. At this moment, another voice came out, and there was an old man in the crowd. This space pen, I am also interested. The old man was wearing a green robe, looking very casual, and there was an extraordinary meaning on him. Master Chu. Xiongyu looked at the old man in green, revealing a strange color. The old man was a 4th-level top-level master of divine patterns, with a very powerful cultivation, at the peak of the 5th level of Xiangang realm. If he really wanted to compete with Xiongyu, Xiongyu might not be able to compete with him. Princess, this item is really needed by me. Master Chu looked at Xiongyu and said calmly. Master, you are very skilled in divine patterns. I know that. If I get this pen, I will invite you to the palace. How about that? The princess said to Master Chu, implying that she would work with Master Chu to refine it. This made Master Chu's eyes light up, and then he smiled and bowed, saying, since the princess has invited me so kindly, I will withdraw. Thank you, Master. Xiongyu nodded slightly, but her expression did not fluctuate too much. Qin Wentian looked at Xiongyu and saw the calmness in her eyes. He thought to himself that Xiongyu might not regard Master Chu as a real opponent. Haha, it seems that this pen belongs to the princess. Yin Cheng said with a smile, as if the space pen was already in the bag of Princess Xiongyu. Xiongyu looked calm and looked ahead calmly. It was rare for her to encounter a treasure she wanted, so naturally no one would compete with her. Qin wants this treasure, too. At this moment, a voice that seemed to be out of place came out, causing everyone's eyes to focus slightly. Looking in the direction of the voice, they saw the figure in white again. The young man who claimed to be surnamed Qin still looked very calm. He looked at the old man in black robes. He actually wanted to compete with a princess for the space pen. Xiongyu frowned slightly, and there seemed to be a flash of displeasure in his beautiful eyes. He glanced in the direction of Qin Wentian and said, what skills do you want to exchange for this thing? The old man in black robes also looked at Qin Wentian. If Qin Wentian wanted to trade this treasure, he must first have a skill that the old man was satisfied with, and then he would be qualified to compete. In the land of Daxia adjacent to the Great Shang Dynasty, the ancient dynasty had 9 unique skills. There is a skill called the Great Sun Kyankan Heart Method. Practicing it can give birth to the Great Sun bloodline, making the whole body like red flame magma. When the Great Sun bloodline erupts, those who get close will be burned. Is this skill enough? Qin Wentian said to the old man in black robes, and suddenly a sharp light flashed in the old man's eyes. He naturally knew that Daxia was adjacent to Dashan. The technique provided by this young man was actually a unique technique of Daxia, which was more valuable than the technique Xiongyu mentioned, and definitely exceeded the value of the space pen in his hand. However, in treasure trading, the emphasis was on each party taking what they needed. Qin Wentian didn't care about this set of techniques, and this space pen didn't have much use if it stayed on him, so the transaction conditions were reached. But the old man in black robe didn't dare to directly trade with Qin Wentian to reject Xiongyu. After all, he had just nodded and agreed that Xiongyu's technique met his conditions. The old man in black robe flickered, and then he said, this technique is also feasible. When his voice fell, the crowd's eyes condensed again. So, they were going to compete for treasures. Sir, how about giving me a face? At this time, Yin Cheng looked at Qin Wentian and said, with a faint cold light in his eyes. It was rare that Princess Xiongyu had a treasure that she valued, and even he had given it up. This person actually dared to fight for the treasure. What does the treasure-grabbing meeting have to do with face? Qin Wentian glanced at Yin Cheng and said casually. In an instant, the coldness in Yin Cheng's eyes shone out without any concealment. This treasure is not something you can take. Another person spoke up. This person was from the Jingxiao sword sect and sat next to Yang Ting, who had just been defeated by Qin Wentian. You know, this pavilion is not a place that everyone can sit on. We are not arguing with you. Don't be ignorant of advance and retreat. Another person from the Fengpeng family threatened directly. Since I'm here to grab the treasure, how can I be scared away by your threats? Qin Wentian snorted coldly and said lightly, if you want to decide who will grab the treasure, why bother inviting people to present the treasure? Since it's a treasure-grabbing competition, everyone can grab it. Everyone didn't expect Qin Wentian to be so ignorant and unaware of his status. The children of the powerful forces sneered in their eyes and looked at Qin Wentian with some sympathy. Could this young man be so ignorant and stupid? It's true that everyone can grab the treasure at the treasure-grabbing competition, but it also depends on who you are grabbing the treasure from. How could he covet the treasure that the princess wanted? In the treasure-grabbing competition, everyone can grab the treasure. Shuangyu heard Qin Wentian's words and then spoke. She looked at Qin Wentian, and a very sharp light flashed in her beautiful eyes. At this moment, there was an intimidating aura on her beautiful face, which made people dare not look directly at her. The princess is worth a lot of money. Why don't I do the battle for the treasure? If he loses to me, he won't be qualified to fight against a princess. At this time, someone else flattered and wanted to fight for Shuangyu. The princess is stronger than me. I will fight for the princess. What do you think? Someone from the Jiutian family said. You should discuss it clearly. Who will take the treasure? I will only fight once. Qin Wentian said, making the eyes of those people looking at him more interesting. Although this person is very powerful and easily defeated Yang Ting's strength is probably the bottom among all the people here. He thinks that defeating Yang Ting will give him the capital to be proud? Shuangyu is not only born and beautiful, but also has a natural strength that is no less than her beauty. As for the young people around Shuangyu, they are all geniuses from various forces. Qin Wentian, what is that? How is your cultivation? Shuangyu looked at Qin Wentian and asked. The third level of Xiangang. Qin Wentian said. I don't bother to deceive you. Shuangyu heard this and spoke calmly. She said this very calmly. It was not that she underestimated Qin Wentian's strength, but she knew her own strength too well. She was the princess of the royal palace, a member of the royal family, with blood power. The skills she practiced were all top-notch, and the martial arts she comprehended was also powerful. Very few people in the same realm could compare with her. In terms of combat power, she thought she had few rivals in the same realm, and even defeated ordinary people of the 5th level of Xiangang easily. Qin Wentian's cultivation was only the 3rd level of Xiangang, and she was confident that she could easily crush him. This treasure, you should give up. Shuangyu pointed her finger at the space pen in the black-robed old man's hand, disdaining to attack Qin Wentian, so she once again advised Qin Wentian to give up. Chapter 480, One Step, One Kill. All the onlookers showed an interesting look. This young man in white was a wonderful person. The first time he appeared, he snatched a woman, Song Jia, which made Yin Cheng a little unhappy. But Song Jia was deliberately humiliated by Yin Cheng and was traded as an item. Although Yin Cheng was unhappy that Qin Wentian took her away, it would not really matter. However, it was different at this moment. Qin Wentian dared to fight for the treasure that Shuangyu wanted. Didn't Qin Wentian know that the Princess Shuangyu appeared here, and these people from the aristocratic families hated that they had no chance to show off? At this moment, Qin Wentian jumped out, which was undoubtedly an egg hitting a stone. What confidence did he have to fight with Shuangyu? Qin Wentian's thoughts were naturally not something they could understand. Walking outside, experiencing dangers, how could he not offend the strong? Qin Wentian had already prepared to face it, without any worries. What he needed was to make his trump cards more and his ability to save his life stronger. The space pen in front of him could achieve his ideas. How could Qin Wentian give up? Qin wants this brush. After Shuangyu finished speaking, Qin Wentian responded decisively. Suddenly, the surrounding space condensed, and many people even stood up. There was wind blowing from the cliff. The wind blew on everyone's body, and the robes of the talented children in the pavilions on the edge of the cliff were ruffled. Their eyes were all fixed on the place where Qin Wentian was, and there was a faint oppressive momentum spreading in the direction of Qin Wentian. He wants this brush? With an arrogant tone, Shuangyu said, I don't want to deceive you. In their view, that is a matter of course, but Qin Wentian, why does he have the right? Princess, let me get the brush for you. Beside Shuangyu, a middle-aged man whispered, bowing slightly to Shuangyu. Since it was a treasure grab, He was Shang Yu's subordinate. There was no difference between Shang Yu grabbing the treasure and him grabbing the treasure. At this time, he was naturally willing to do it for him. If you attack, what's the difference between it and me? Others say that there is no one in my palace. Shang Yu said coldly. Obviously, Qin Wentian's arrogant attitude made her very unhappy. However, the middle-aged cultivator who was talking next to her was so powerful. He was at the peak of the 5th level of Xiangang and was one of her guards. Shang Yu had her eyes on the treasure, and it was a joke to let a person at the peak of the 5th level of Xiangang compete with a young man at the 3rd level of Xiangang. I have cultivated to the 4th level of Yuanfu. Anyone at the 4th level of Yuanfu here dare not say that they can defeat me. Shang Yu looked at Qin Wentian and said slowly, I said that I don't want to bully you, but since you don't know what's good for you, then who is willing to fight for me? After Shang Yu finished speaking, a series of figures flashed out and landed in the central area in an instant. All of these people who came out were geniuses from aristocratic families who were at the 4th level of Xiangang. They looked at Shang Yu and said with a smile, I am willing to do it for you. As for Qin Wentian, they did not care too much. They could easily crush Yang Ting as well. There was no suspense. Otherwise, they would not have stood up. Shang Yu looked at these figures with her beautiful eyes, and finally her gaze was fixed on a young man. The robe on this man was branded with a mark of golden flame. He was a genius from the Jiutian family. His attack power was extremely violent. Ordinary people at the 4th level of Xiangang would not be his opponents. As for those at the 3rd level of Xiangang, they would probably be burned by his golden flame and would surely die. Jinzan, take me to fight. Shang Yu looked at the genius disciple of the Jiutian family and said lightly. A confident smile appeared at the corner of Jinzan's mouth, and it curled up slightly. The arc seemed to have won the victory. The others all flashed back. Since the princess had made her choice, they had no choice but to let Jinzan take advantage of them. Fighting on behalf of the princess would surely win the princess's favor. Jinzan's eyes slowly turned around and fell on Qin Wentian. The smile on his lips turned into sarcasm, and his slightly parted lips were full of contempt. This man is really looking for death? In this case, then I will fulfill his wish. Don't you want to steal the treasure? Come out. Jinzan uttered a voice, but saw Qin Wentian looking at him casually and said, Wait a moment. Jinzan frowned, revealing a teasing intention, Don't you dare to fight. Just a moment. Qin Wentian said lightly, but his words caused the crowd around him to commotion. Could it be that this young man in white is really afraid of fighting? I don't have time to play with you here. As Jinzan finished speaking, it seemed as if blood power gushed out of his body, and a strong hot air current seemed to flow through his body. He stretched out his hand, holding a ball of golden flame in his palm. Suddenly, the surrounding space seemed to be distorted and changing under the burning of the golden flame. Jinzan stepped forward, with a sarcastic smile, and walked towards the pavilion where Qin Wentian was. Many people sympathized with Qin Wentian. In order to please the princess, Jinzan would probably not show any mercy to Qin Wentian. At this moment, Songjia walked around the crowd and came to the pavilion next to Qin Wentian. Seeing Jinzan coming, her eyes froze. Is it done? Qin Wentian asked Songjia as if he didn't see Jinzan. The reason why he shouted to wait was that he knew Songjia was back. Yes, I found quite a few. Songjia handed the divine pattern ring to Qin Wentian, who nodded with a smile and put it away. At the same time, he put the little guy on Songjia and said to her, Take this guy for a walk. However, at the same time, Songjia heard another voice in her ears, saying, After today, Yin Chang will surely forget about you. You should go back to your family. If you are really worried about Yin Chang's revenge, just let your family quietly migrate. My pet will protect you out of the city. Songjia was stunned, and looked at Qin Wentian with her beautiful eyes. Don't worry, the speed of this little guy is so fast that even a person of the 5th level of Xiangang may not be able to catch up with it. Qin Wentian continued. Songjia bit her lip lightly, knowing that Qin Wentian offended Yin Chang just to help her. Why? Songjia asked in a low voice. Go quickly. Qin Wentian waved his hand, and Songjia felt a strong force coming, and she flew out with her body. The snow-white puppy jumped into her shoulder. At the same time, she saw Qin Wentian took out a pot of wine and drank it fiercely, as if responding to her words, not for any reason, just for the good wine in the wine cellar. It was not until Song Jia met his father and found the family members together that the steward of the Song family in Luochang knew that the young man in white took away the good wine in the wine cellar that day, but brought back an intact Song Jia for them. A strong force came, and Song Jia felt that the little guy on her shoulder actually grabbed her body and flew into the void. But the person on the cliff did not have time to pay attention to her, because at this moment, Jin Zan had already walked not far in front of Qin Wentian. The terrifying temperature brought by the terrifying golden flames was enough to burn people to death. After Qin Wentian drank a sip of wine fiercely, he stood up and spit out at the golden flame. Suddenly, the wine met the golden flame, and a flame shot up into the sky. The crowd saw the young man in white with a smile on his face, still holding the wine gourd in his hand, but he took a step forward. With one step forward, the world seemed to sink, and a terrifying killing intent permeated, making everyone in the void clearly feel the heaviness of the space. However, it was Jin Zan who was even heavier. Qin Wentian's step forward was like a killing of the world, as if a sword intent pierced through his body, rushed into his body, and slammed into his Wuming Xiangang. Boom! The power of the golden flame bloodline burst out completely, and Jin Zan was bathed in flames, like a flame war god. Wuming Xiangang emerged, like a golden flame lotus. He waved his palm forward, and suddenly golden flames flew out and rushed straight towards Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian took a step forward, and the second step fell. Jin Zan groaned, and a stronger sword pierced through his body and penetrated his Wuming Xiangang. Those golden flame lotuses seemed to have cracks. Jin Zan's face turned pale, and the confidence and contempt on his lips disappeared. He even felt a little flustered. He was a famous person in Zhuanwang City, a talented young man from the Jiutian family. He was fighting for the princess's treasure. If he failed, the princess might not say anything, but she would definitely have a grudge. Just these two steps had completely crushed his confidence and made him lose the belief of winning. All the martial arts heavenly forces burst out. Jin Zan condensed his hands and suddenly slapped them out. In an instant, a powerful martial arts will bloomed, and the whole void seemed to be burning. The golden lotus flame was sharper than a sword, and it quickly rotated and flew towards Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's body seemed to be burning. But Qin Wentian's expression did not change at all, and he took the third step. 7 killing sword technique, 1 step and 1 kill, 1 thought and 1 kill. At the moment when the third kill fell, a group of golden lotus flames exploded directly in the void, turning into gorgeous sparks. On Qin Wentian's body, the sword's martial arts will bloom with the help of the king's sword's martial arts will. It was so powerful that Jin Zan's martial arts will seemed to be cracked and penetrated by the sword's will. Jin Zan groaned, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his face turned pale. This mouthful of blood made countless people's eyes freeze, all of them showing a look of horror, looking at the young man in white. Jin Zan is injured? The young man in white didn't even really make a move, but just took 3 steps forward. 1 step, 1 kill, 1 step more powerful than the other. In the distant void, Song Jia looked back and felt the swords will over there. At the same time, she saw Jin Zan spitting blood. Her heart trembled violently, and her beautiful eyes became sluggish, staring at the young man in white in a daze. It turned out to be him. Only then did Song Jia know that the person who had sent Yin Chang to capture her on the road that day was driven away by Qin Wentian. The powerful senior figure who did not show up in the void, in her eyes, had always been by her side. The young man in white who seemed a little cynical, as if he didn't care about anything. The wind blew, ruffling Song Jia's long hair. She took a last look at the young man in white, then turned around, with a smile in her eyes, but her eyes were slightly moist. Chapter 481 means. Song Jia left, leaving with tears in her eyes. Although there are injustices in the world, there are still kind people. No one paid attention to Song Jia's departure. At this moment, all eyes were focused on Qin Wentian and Jin Zan. The young man in white took 3 steps down, and the oppressive atmosphere between heaven and earth was suffocating, but this was not enough to surprise them. What shocked them was that when the 3rd step fell, Jin Zan vomited blood. The Jiutian family is one of the 3 major families in Zhuanwang City. Although Jin Zan is not the most talented disciple in the family, he is also an extraordinary person with outstanding talent and strong combat power. How can an ordinary person of the 4th level of Xiangang be his opponent, let alone the 3rd level of Xiangang? However, Qin Wentian did not even make a move to deal with him, and the momentum permeating Qin Wentian was indeed the 3rd level of Xiangang. Crushing, this does not seem to be a battle of the same level. Jin Zhan's face was pale. At this moment, he felt as if the eyes of the whole world were on him, watching him being humiliated. Spewing out a mouthful of blood, Jin Zhan roared, as if he was still unwilling to give up and still wanted to fight. But when his momentum was rolling and bursting, Qin Wentian's right foot was raised and fell again. At this moment, Jin Zhan felt that there was endless sword intent pouring down above his body. The invisible sword intent turned into a real killing force, piercing through his body and directly piercing into it. Puff. This time, Jin Zhan's momentum of gathering energy completely collapsed, and he spit out a mouthful of blood fiercely. The golden flame was completely shattered, and the martial arts heavenly gang seemed to be cracked. There is the sword's martial arts will hidden in it, so strong. Jin Zhan was shocked. At this time, his breath was floating and his breathing was slightly difficult. Qin Wentian's body was not far away from him. He was still standing there in a white robe as if nothing had happened, looking at him quietly, which made Jin Zhan feel even more humiliated. At this time, the wind blew, and Jin Zhan only felt that Qin Wentian's body floated past him, went behind him, and directly ignored him. Qin Wentian came to a short distance in front of the black-robed old man, turned his head and looked at Xiongyu, saying, "This treasure, now, belongs to me." Qin Wentian won the battle for the treasure, so the space pen naturally belongs to Qin Wentian. The black-robed old man nodded slightly. He was lucky that Qin Wentian won the battle for the treasure. The skills provided by Qin Wentian made him even more excited. He just didn't dare to offend Princess Xiongyu, so he had no choice. "Wait." Qin Wentian's voice fell, and Yin Cheng spoke. He stared at Qin Wentian with a very cold look in his eyes, and said, "This boy is treacherous." He actually concealed his cultivation and said that he was in the 3rd level of Xiangang. He used deceptive means to seize the treasure. I'm afraid this battle will not count. The silent people only felt that their eyes were brightened. This Yin Cheng was a cunning person and liked conspiracy the most. At this moment, his words were undoubtedly a reminder to everyone. That's right. This boy's cultivation must be more than the 3rd level of Xiangang. I didn't expect the princess to be deceived by him. This boy is so insidious, he deserves death. The geniuses beside the cliff spoke up one after another, scolding Qin Wentian. In their mouths, it seemed that Qin Wentian was already an unforgivable sinner, and he should die to vent his anger. Seeing this, Qin Wentian did not feel strange, and remained calm. The Xiantian Treasure Hunting Conference, offering treasures and seizing treasures, when willing to pay the same price, is originally decided by fighting. In a fight, whoever is stronger wins. Now, although he has defeated Jin Zhan, it only means that he is stronger than Jin Zhan. These people still think that their strength can easily crush him, Qin Wentian, so how can they be willing to disappoint the princess, and no matter what, they will not let him get the treasure easily. Yes, your sword martial arts will is so strong, you must have concealed your cultivation. Jin Zhan turned around as if he had found a life-saving straw, staring at Qin Wentian with sharp eyes. So what if I concealed my cultivation? Who won the battle for the treasure? Qin Wentian simply did not deny it. He glanced at everyone and spoke lightly. He. Yin Cheng smiled coldly and said, "It seems that you have admitted it yourself. In this case, the princess was deceived by you and let Jin Zhan fight on her behalf. Otherwise, with the princess's strength, how could you compete with her? Really?" Qin Wentian looked at Xiongyu and said, "Qin said that we will only fight once, and we will keep our promise." When the voice fell, a terrifying sharp light flashed in Qin Wentian's eyes, swept past, and stabbed at Yin Cheng. Yin Cheng smiled coldly, and saw him pat the chair he was sitting on. In an instant, several figures whizzed out from his side and rushed towards Qin Wentian. "It seems that you don't take Qin's words seriously," Qin Wentian said coldly. When he spoke, there seemed to be a bright light bursting out from his eyebrows. Yin Cheng, who was smiling, suddenly felt his head tremble violently. When his eyes looked into Qin Wentian's eyes, he felt that he had fallen into endless darkness, as if countless demons were bombarding his mind. "Do you want to die?" A voice rushed into his mind, causing Yin Cheng to scream. The strong men who rushed towards Qin Wentian looked back at Yin Cheng, and saw Yin Cheng holding his head with both hands, as if in great pain, and roared, "Come back." The strong men looked at each other, and then stared at Qin Wentian. They saw that the man at the peak of the 4th level of Xiangang was still unyielding. His footsteps made the earth tremble. Bang! The starlight burst out, the stars moved, and the crowd saw a flash of blood passing by. Qin Wentian returned to the original place, as if he had never moved. The strong man who stepped towards Qin Wentian had blood dripping from his throat. He covered his throat with his hands and showed unwillingness in his eyes. He just died like this? With a slight sound, the man fell down, leaving the people around him in shock, staring at the young man in white. This man had killed someone, and whose strength was so terrible. A person of the 4th level of Xiangang was indeed not his opponent. Even if Shang Yu went to fight by himself, he might not be sure of defeating this man. You exposed your killing intention several times. Do you really think Qin is easy to bully? Qin Wentian shouted coldly. In an instant, it seemed as if a terrifying sword pierced Yin Cheng's head. He screamed again, holding his head tightly with both hands, showing an extremely painful look, which shocked everyone. What kind of means does this person have? Is he good at mental attacks? He actually made Yin Cheng so miserable from a distance. Yin Cheng's people retreated to Yin Cheng's side, but their eyes were still staring at Qin Wentian. HMPH. Qin Wentian snorted coldly and let Yin Cheng go. Yin Cheng then came to his senses. His slightly gloomy face had now turned completely sinister as he stared at Qin Wentian intently. However, Qin Wentian turned his eyes to Shang Yu and said, "Can't afford to lose." Shang Yu looked at the young man in white in front of her. At this moment, she naturally understood that she had misjudged him. If this man had not concealed his cultivation, he must be a terrible demon-level figure, comparable to the sons of the prodigies of the major families or sects. Although Yin Cheng's cultivation was slightly lower, only the 3rd level of Xiangang, his cultivation talent was very strong. After all, Yin Cheng was very young, but when facing this man, he was easily wiped out. "Since I lose, this treasure is yours," Shang Yu said coldly, causing everyone to gasp. Princess Shang Yu came to the Xiantian treasure hunting meeting to compete with this young man in white, but she actually lost. No matter how this game was played, the final winner belonged to the white-clothed figure who had never made a name for himself in Zhuanwang City. He looked only about 25 years old. Qin Wentian turned his eyes and looked at the old man in black robe. He took out a page of ancient scroll and handed it to the old man in black robe, saying, "The skills are printed in it, please take a look." The old man in black robe nodded slightly, took the skills, and his consciousness instantly invaded it. After a moment, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He handed the space pen in his hand to Qin Wentian, and then his figure flashed and left the place directly. At the Xiantian treasure hunting meeting, many people who offered treasures would appear in masks, get what they needed, and immediately escape to prevent accidents. After all, killing people for treasures is not uncommon. After Qin Wentian took the space pen, he put it away directly, causing Shang Yu to stare at him, a little unwilling, and said again, "This space pen has been obtained by you now. Now, can you transfer it to me? What price do you want? Just ask." Everyone was quite surprised. They didn't expect that Princess Shang Yu was so persistent and still wanted to get the space pen. Even if Qin Wentian agreed to the exchange, he would surely ask for a higher price, at least more than the technique he offered. "No exchange," Qin Wentian said bluntly, which froze Shang Yu's expression. He said again, "How about you think about it carefully? Qin doesn't want to waste any more time." Qin Wentian said coldly. The space pen had an extraordinary effect on him, so how could he exchange it with Shang Yu? Shang Yu was the princess of the royal palace of Zhuanwang City. She was outstanding in appearance and a rare beauty. In addition, she had a great talent. Who wouldn't be polite? No one had ever rejected her like this, and she was not polite at all. Biting her lips lightly, Shang Yu stared at Qin Wentian with a secret hatred in her heart. This person was too ungrateful. After Qin Wentian got the space pen, he did not leave. Under the surprised gaze of everyone, he actually returned to the pavilion and sat casually, as if nothing had happened. Or maybe he didn't take the matter just now to heart. The cold light in Yin Cheng's eyes beside him was extremely strong, and there was a murderous intent in the depths of his eyes. Go on. Yin Cheng's character was also extraordinary. At this moment, he was able to quickly stabilize his mind and spoke indifferently. The Xiantian treasure hunting fair had not yet ended. The reason why Qin Wentian did not leave was to see if he could encounter any good things. After all, he had never thought of getting a space pen before. The Great Shang dynasty was rich in resources and was at a higher level than the Great Xia. The Xiantian treasure hunting fair was the largest trade fair in Zhuanwang City, one of the 7 great royal cities. Perhaps there would be some treasures he wanted. P.S. Thank you and Molly for becoming the leader of the God-King Alliance, and thank you Liu Liais, Su Fang Pianzhen, Yehu Gujiu, and the God-King Alliance leaders who were promoted to the Alliance leaders some time ago. There are almost 20 leaders. Thank you for your continued support for Wuhan. I have been busy during this period. There should be an explosion at the beginning of next month. Thank you again. Chapter 482 Surveillance. In the following treasure hunt, many treasures appeared again, but none of them made Qin Wentian excited, so he did not fight for them. He was not fighting for treasures out of impulse, but because he really needed them. The Xianshan treasure hunt is held every 6 months, for 7 consecutive days. I will stay in this mountain range for a few more days. Qin Wentian whispered, and then his figure flashed and walked into the crowd. Many people stepped back and made way. Yin Cheng looked at Qin Wentian's departing back, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he gave a look to the people beside him. Immediately, 2 Xiangang 5th level strongmen left at the same time, as if tracking Qin Wentian. In addition, Qin Wentian clearly felt that someone was staring at him. It must be that although he won the space pen, it still attracted the covetousness of others. After walking along the ancient road in the mountains for a while, Qin Wentian flashed and went to the Xianshan mountains. Behind him, someone was flying in the air, following him closely. However, Qin Wentian didn't seem to care. Not long after, he found a rather comfortable cave for cultivation in the Xianshan mountains. It must have been opened up by a martial cultivator in the past. When he entered it, Qin Wentian was not in a hurry to cultivate, but carved something on the ground. After a long time, he looked up and looked outside, with the cold light flashing in his eyes. Qin Wentian's perception was so strong that he naturally noticed that in addition to the 2 guards from Yin Cheng following him, there were also some people who were monitoring his movements. The most powerful one among them should be Master Chu. Master Chu wanted to fight for the space pen, but gave up because of the words of Princess Shuangyu. But he must have not expected that the space pen would eventually fall into his hands, so he had the idea of robbing the treasure. In addition, as the sky gradually darkened, more and more martial cultivators flew into the mountains to find a place to rest, obviously having the same idea as Qin Wentian. During the 7-day Xianshan treasure hunt, the top forces will go to the treasure offering place to grab treasures, and others will also trade at the stalls set up by martial artists. Many cultivators want to find what they want, so they will naturally not leave so early. These 7 days will always be very lively. If you miss this scale of treasure hunting, you will have to wait for another half a year. On an ancient peak adjacent to Qin Wentian, Yin Cheng's figure appeared there, his eyes were cold, and many guards stood beside him. Is he still in the cave? Yin Cheng asked coldly. Well, after entering, he did not leave. Not only us, but Master Chu is also staring at him. I guess it's for the space pen. The guard responded. This is a small matter. I don't want to alarm the family again, but this person's true or false is unknown. You don't have to worry. Master Chu will find out for us. Yin Cheng's eyes were cold, and his eyes looked into the distance. There was murderous intent in his eyes. The young man in white dared to humiliate him in public. No matter who it was, he must be killed. Since Qin Wentian decided to stay here, he certainly knew that there was a hidden murderous intention. At this moment, the cave was illuminated by his star power and sealed. Others could not directly enter unless they broke through his star protection. Under the shining starlight, Qin Wentian took out pages of wonderful ancient scrolls. These ancient scrolls were specially engraved with divine patterns. They were exactly what Qin Wentian asked Song Jia to find for him. With a slight thought, Qin Wentian took out the space pen and spread out a page of the ancient scroll, which was several meters wide. Then he injected the power of the stars into the space pen and began to engrave divine patterns on the ancient scroll. However, after engraving for a long time, the pages of the ancient scrolls became waste and were thrown aside by Qin Wentian. How could a space scroll be engraved so easily? Even though he was proficient in the method of engraving space divine patterns, he still failed. Fortunately, Song Jia was prudent and traded a lot of ancient scrolls for him, so he was able to keep trying. Finally, after dozens of failures, a page of ancient scroll filled with powerful space power spread in front of Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian stood beside the ancient scroll, holding the space pen tightly in his hand, and a smile flashed in his eyes. Although the Great Sun Kyankan Heart method is precious, it will not cause any loss to me if I use it for trading. And this space pen, Not to mention that I can carve something to save my life. Even if I use this carved space scroll to trade, it will be enough to support my practice for a long time. Qin Wentian smiled. However, the distance that the divine pattern scroll I can carve now can be moved is probably not too far. If I face a too strong enemy, it will still be a little dangerous. Qin Wentian whispered in his heart, but he did not dare to be careless. He put away the page of the carved divine pattern scroll and continued to carve it. As the sky gradually brightened, many figures appeared in the mountains, preparing to go to the main peak to trade on the mountain road to continue treasure hunting. The cave where Qin Wentian was, however, was still under surveillance. At this moment, a slight sound was heard, as if something had broken. In the cave, Qin Wentian sat cross-legged, and suddenly opened his eyes, looking into the distance, with the cold light flashing. Not far from Qin Wentian's cave, a figure was seen floating in the air. This person was an old man. He stared at the cave where Qin Wentian was, and smiled faintly and said, "Young friend, can you come out and talk? Don't you know that it is rude to break into others' cultivation?" A voice filled the cave, and the people in the surrounding void stopped and looked at the scene here with interest. The old man standing in the void was a well-known figure in Xuanwang City, Master Chu, a 4th-level peak divine pattern master, who was quite respected. At this moment, why was he here? However, some people who knew about yesterday's events secretly thought that Master Chu couldn't help himself. He must have wanted the space pen very much. He gave it up yesterday because of the princess's power. But now that the space pen fell into Qin Wentian's hands, how could he give it up at the 5th level of Xiangang cultivation? I have something to discuss with you, please forgive me. Master Chu said lightly. There was silence in the cave for a moment, and then a word suddenly came out, "Get lost." Master Chu's expression froze. Not only him, but the people around him were all stunned when they heard the word "get lost." Who was in this cave who dared to tell Master Chu to get lost? Master Chu's eyes flashed with coldness. He was a famous figure after all, but he was scolded by a junior to get lost. Stepping out, Master Chu walked directly towards the cave where Qin Wentian was. He wanted to exchange things, but Qin Wentian was so impolite, so there was no need to waste time here. In an instant, Master Chu's footsteps landed outside the cave where Qin Wentian was. His perception swept through, spying on what was inside the cave. After seeing the divine pattern carved on the ground, he sneered. This person was too stupid to fiddle with the divine pattern in front of him. He stepped into the cave without hesitation. Master Chu's palm fell and hid a certain position directly. In an instant, light patterns flashed, and a tearing force directly destroyed it. Master Chu walked forward step by step, his steps trembling one after another, destroying the divine patterns. He stared at Qin Wentian in front of him and said, "Junior, you are too arrogant. You want to trap me with your divine patterns." Qin Wentian looked at Master Chu, with a cold smile on the corner of his mouth, revealing a bit of evil, which made Master Chu frown slightly. Qin Wentian stepped on the ground, and in an instant, rays of light flashed, and the divine patterns destroyed by Master Chu were shattered layer by layer and dissipated directly. However, then, hidden divine patterns surged and suddenly burst out. Master Chu's expression froze, and he lowered his head and stared at the ground. This is overlapping divine patterns. You. Master Chu raised his head and stared at Qin Wentian. While he was speaking, his body soared directly into the sky, raised his palm, and rolled towards the cave above his head. "Can you get away?" Qin Wentian said with a sneer, and took a step. In an instant, endless sword power soared into the sky at the same time, and the sword energy buried the entire cave in an instant. Master Chu was called a master, and Qin Wentian could naturally guess that this person was good at divine patterns. Knowing that he was spying on him, how could he not take precautions early? Now Qin Wentian's attainments in divine patterns, it is natural for him to kill a person at the peak of the 5th level of Xiangang while waiting for the opportunity. In fact, even if he only relied on his combat power, Qin Wentian would not care about the other party. In just a moment, Master Chu disappeared forever. The crowd outside was watching the situation inside. They only felt a monstrous sword power spreading out. Their perception was blocked outside. Then, there was no movement. Master Chu never walked out again. This made the crowd talk about it. Master Chu, has he fallen? In the distance, there were guards from Jiutian. They looked at each other and showed shock. No wonder the young man in white was willing to defend Princess Xiongyu to seize the space pen. He was also good at divine patterns, and his attainments were not weaker than Master Chu. Otherwise, how could Master Chu go without returning? You go back and report. One of them said, and the person opposite him nodded immediately. His figure flashed and broke through the air. At the Xianshan treasure hunting conference, on the cliff on the mountainside, the area where Qin Wentian was yesterday, the disciples of the major family sects came again. After hearing the voice transmission from the person next to him, Yin Chang's expression became gloomy. Surprisingly, it was a master of divine patterns. Not only Yin Chang, Shang Yu also received the news from the people around her. She naturally knew Qin Wentian's intention to fight for the space pen. Watch him again and don't let him leave. Shang Yu and Yin Chang issued such an order at the same time. Suddenly, many people flashed and left here and headed towards the cave where Qin Wentian was. Qin Wentian still did not leave the cave, sitting cross-legged to practice, but at this time, his brows frowned slightly. On the mountains around the cave, more and more people were staring at this place. How presumptuous! Qin Wentian whispered in his heart. It was naturally not a comfortable thing to be monitored by others. Chapter 483 Wonderland. Qin Wentian walked out of the cave, staring at the mountain area, and said indifferently, "Qin is here. If anyone wants to steal the treasure, just come." This voice rolled and spread throughout the surrounding mountains. Although those people heard Qin Wentian's voice, they did not act rashly. Their master only asked them to monitor Qin Wentian, but did not give any order to take action. Unless Qin Wentian wanted to escape from their sight, they would stop him. However, Qin Wentian obviously had no intention of leaving. In the distance, a furry snow-white puppy flew over and threw itself into Qin Wentian's arms. It was the little guy who came back after sending Song Ji away. Qin Wentian hugged the little bastard, rubbed its head, and then walked out and walked towards the main trading peak. However, this time he did not go directly to the place where the treasure was offered, but went up the mountain road and walked among the crowd to see if he could find what he wanted. Those who were monitoring Qin Wentian were still there. Seeing Qin Wentian mixed in the crowd, they stared at him more closely, as if they were worried that Qin Wentian would slip away. The little guy jumped out of Qin Wentian's arms and ran wildly on the mountain road. After a while, he came to a stall, turned around and raised his head to Qin Wentian, making a sound of yeah. Qin Wentian came over here, took a look at the blood-colored fruit on the stall, and asked the little guy, "Do you want to eat it?" "Yes." The little guy nodded, and Qin Wentian smiled and said, "How do you trade these fruits?" "These are monster spirit fruits, which can make monster beasts mature faster. If you want all of them, I will only take 104th level meteorites from you." The stall owner looked at Qin Wentian with a smile, and then looked at the little bastard, secretly guessing the importance of this little guy in Qin Wentian's heart. 30. Qin Wentian said lightly, "My friend, these monster spirit fruits are extremely precious, especially for people who have monster pets." The stall owner said very seriously, but Qin Wentian had already turned and walked away. "My dear, how about 80? Qin Wentian ignored him. The little guy followed him, wagging his tail, looking a little pitiful, but Qin Wentian was indifferent. "I'll bear the pain and give 50 to you." The boss gritted his teeth, as if he had made up his mind. He lost a lot, but Qin Wentian still didn't look back. "My dear, you win," the stall owner said depressedly when he saw Qin Wentian was about to walk away. Qin Wentian turned around, but saw that the little guy's movements were faster than him. He turned around and pounced on those demon fruits in an instant, and ate them directly in one breath. Seeing this scene, Qin Wentian and the stall owner were stunned. Then he saw Qin Wentian took out a meteorite and handed it to the stall owner, and then he carried the little guy away. Seeing the intimate movements of the two, he cursed in his heart. At this moment, he was sure that if he offered 80, the other party would definitely turn back in the end. This guy was really pretending. However, Qin Wentian was also depressed. Walking on the mountain road, the little bastard actually swept around without any hesitation. He wanted many things he saw. Qin Wentian could only follow him silently to pay the bill. In less than an hour, the little guy made him spend 400 meteorites. Even those who were monitoring Qin Wentian were secretly shocked. This young man in white was so rich. Moreover, this was only spent on his pet monster. The pet monster looked very ordinary, but the treasures it ate were not shabby at all. Qin Wentian satisfied it with all the food. This was too extravagant. Qin Wentian himself was also sighing. This little guy was so small in his original form, but his appetite was so terrifying. At this time, the little guy started running again, which made Qin Wentian roll his eyes. This time, the little bastard came to a stall with spiritual herbs. The pure white plants were filled with a wonderful breath, as if people's blood felt refreshed. Do you want to eat? Qin Wentian asked the little guy. Yai. The little guy shook his head, causing Qin Wentian to pause and ask, is that for me? Yam. The little guy kept nodding his head. Qin Wentian smiled and said, you have a conscience. My friend, your demon pet is really amazing. It actually knows about the blood shadow Ganoderma. I guess you have the power of blood. The stall owner looked at Qin Wentian with a smile and asked, this blood shadow Ganoderma is filled with blood light. Take a closer look. Qin Wentian looked carefully and indeed saw a flash of blood light occasionally on the pure white plant, which made people marvel. My friend, fighting with blood will consume the power of blood. This thing can promote the rapid recovery of blood, but it is extremely rare. I only encountered 3 plants by chance. The stall owner introduced to Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian glanced at the little bastard. It seems that this guy is really amazing and can actually find treasures. Qin Wentian didn't know that the reason why he met Mo Qingcheng was because the little bastard's unique ability attracted Mo Qingcheng's attention. How do I trade this? Qin Wentian asked. Do you have any magic weapons? The stall owner looked at Qin Wentian and asked. Yes. Qin Wentian nodded. He had quite a few magic weapons, all of which were collected from many powerful people who fell in his hands. Moreover, many of them were very good magic weapons. I need a 4th grade upper quality magic weapon. The stall owner's eyes flickered. Although these 3 blood shadow mushrooms were quite precious, 4th grade upper quality magic weapons were even rarer. No, there is one 4th grade mid quality one. Qin Wentian shook his head and said, even if you had it, he would not admit it. The stall owner stared at Qin Wentian, then said, 4th level middle grade, I need 3 pieces, 1 for each plant. Only 2 pieces, if you want, I'll give them to you immediately. Qin Wentian waved his hand, and suddenly a spear and an armor appeared, a complete set of magic weapons, both offensive and defensive. A faint sharpness flashed on the stall owner's body, staring at Qin Wentian. This man had such a vicious eye that he knew he might need a spear. Okay. The stall owner was obviously tempted and agreed to the deal. Qin Wentian gave the magic weapon, waved his hand, and put the blood shadow Ganoderma away. Your Excellency. At this moment, a voice came. Qin Wentian turned his eyes and saw a young man and woman walking over. The young man looked at Qin Wentian's hand, while the woman looked a little weak. Can you give me the blood shadow Ganoderma just now? I am willing to pay the same price in exchange. The young man said to Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian glanced at the young woman. Her weakness came from her blood. Presumably, the blood shadow Ganoderma could help her recover her vitality, but this thing was also very important to him, especially after the full outbreak of his blood, he would also be weak. Sorry, this thing is useful to me. Qin Wentian responded, then turned and walked away. The young man's eyes froze and said, Sir, I can pay a higher price. No need. Qin Wentian responded indifferently. You. The young man's face froze, staring at Qin Wentian's back, but heard the woman whispered, Brother, forget it, it's not a big deal, just recover slowly. Qin Wentian paused slightly, then turned around, waved his hand, and one of the blood shadow Ganoderma flew out and landed beside the young man and woman. Qin Wentian said, a 4th level mid-grade magic weapon. Okay. The young man was stunned at first, then nodded, waved his hand, and suddenly a magic weapon flew out. He said to Qin Wentian, Thank you, sir. It's an equal transaction, what's there to thank me for? Qin Wentian put away the magic weapon and turned away. The woman looked at Qin Wentian and asked, What's your name? We just met by chance, why ask so much? Qin Wentian's figure disappeared, and the woman looked at his back and said, This man is amazing. I don't think he exchanged it for a magic weapon. The young man shook his head slightly. Junior sister, you are kind-hearted. Take this blood shadow Ganoderma quickly. Yes. The woman nodded lightly, and then swallowed the blood shadow Ganoderma directly. The blood power in her body was activated, and in an instant the medicinal effect of the blood shadow Ganoderma permeated her blood in her body, making her face gradually rosy. The blood shadow Ganoderma is indeed very good for the recovery of blood power. That monster is really powerful. After the woman's breath eased, her eyes were full of excitement and radiant, as if she had changed into a different person. She looked at the young man beside her and said, Brother, will others find out? It's only a matter of time. Let's find out later. The young man asked. At this moment, The woman looked into the distance and saw a strong man flying in the air over there. Her beautiful eyes suddenly froze. Qin Wentian was not short of magic weapons. The reason why he took out a blood shadow Ganoderma was actually very simple. The woman was not a bad person. That was all. Qin Wentian could see through the cultivation of others at a glance. The young man and woman seemed ordinary, but in fact they were very powerful. They were both at the 5th level of Xiangang. They were definitely not ordinary people. Moreover, the woman seemed to have a very strong power in her body. Her strength would never be weak. With the mentality of many people, if he did not agree to the transaction, he would probably rob her directly. He liked it, so Qin Wentian gave up a blood shadow Ganoderma. This was his mentality. He acted according to his own will and did not care about gains and losses. Little guy, now you should be full. Qin Wentian pinched the little bastard in his arms. The guy leaned on Qin Wentian, made a groaning sound, and even turned over his stomach, as if he was somewhat satisfied. Seeing the little guy's expression, Qin Wentian was speechless. His figure flashed and he went to the gathering place of the pavilion on the mountainside to offer treasures. However, before he arrived, he saw many people looking up at the void. He saw that there were many strong people breaking through the air and descending one after another, landing on the place where treasures were traded on the mountainside. Not only him, but everyone on the mountain road was staring there, and some even exclaimed, "That's Jiutian, one of the most outstanding geniuses of the Jiutian family. He's known as a genius. He has a cultivation level of the 5th level of Xiangang and is extremely powerful. Why is he here?" Someone sighed. Jinxiao sword sect, Jiutian, is here too. Someone looked at a man carrying an ancient sword and exclaimed. Moreover, these exclamations came one after another, and they were endless. At the same time, news from the mountainside gradually came over. It turned out that someone had discovered the entrance to the wonderland deep in the Jiutian mountains, and came to the treasure offering conference to exchange for a large number of meteorites. Anyone who wanted him to lead the way had to pay the price he offered. This caused quite a stir for a while, attracting strong men from various sects and families. The Jiutian mountains are extremely wonderful, stretching for nearly 10,000 miles. There are many secret realms in them that are difficult to see the true appearance, and they hide many secrets. Wonderland refers to some newly discovered secret realms. Every time a wonderland appears, it will cause quite a stir. Generally speaking, there will be treasures. Chapter 484, 7 Killing Swords. This time, a cultivator in Jiutian mountain discovered the entrance to the wonderland. He was too weak to take the risk, so he exchanged it for a huge fortune. As a result, it attracted the strong men from various sects and families to come. On the cliffs on the mountainside, dazzling figures appeared one after another, causing bursts of exclamations. If many of the people on the cliffs on the mountainside before were geniuses, then those who appeared at this moment were all geniuses, one of the most brilliant and powerful men from various forces. Yin family, Yin Chang's eldest brother Yin Ting arrived. Yin Ting and Yin Chang were both monsters. Yin Chang's cultivation was stronger, and Yin Chang's cultivation speed was very fast. The two brothers had an extraordinary status in the Yin family. Jin Yan of the Jiutian family, Jin Zan's cousin, was terrifyingly powerful and far superior to Jin Zan. Feng Yan of the Fengpeng family was as famous as Jin Yan. Jian Jingshan, with superb swordsmanship, was known as the first genius swordsman of the Jinxiao sword sect. In addition, the people from other major forces are also very dazzling. They did not appear in the Jiutian treasure hunting conference, but when the news of the wonderland came out, they could not miss it. The Jiutian mountains are mysterious and unpredictable. The wonderland sometimes presents great opportunities, which are the most unmissable for the major evildoers. Jin Yan landed on the ground, his eyes fell on Jin Zan, and asked, "I heard that you were injured by someone. Who is that person?" Jin Zan lowered his head and whispered, "This person claims to be surnamed Qin. I don't know his name, and he is wearing white clothes. How is his cultivation?" Jin Yan asked, his eyes staring at Jin Zan. According to the news, this person's cultivation is the 3rd level of Xiangang, but he wants to hear Jin Zan say it with his own ears. It seems to be Xiangang, the 3rd level. Jin Zan was a little embarrassed to speak. The person of the 3rd level of Xiangang didn't even make a move, and crushed him in a few steps. This battle was his stain battle. "If he shows up, let me know," Jin Yan said indifferently, feeling a little disappointed. Jinzan was also one of the geniuses that the family focused on cultivating. He was at the 4th level of Xiangang, but he was crushed by someone who crossed a realm. After this happened, Jinzan did not dare to report to the family, obviously too embarrassed to say it. At the same time, Yin Ting walked in front of Yin Chang, stared at Yin Chang, and asked, "Will the power of will defeat you?" "Yes, that person's will is very strong," and it rushed directly into my mind. Yin Chang also felt a little ashamed and nodded. Qin Wentian's attack was too weird. He ignored everything and directly launched a spiritual attack on him. You should have someone keep an eye on him, right? Yin Chang obviously knew Yin Chang very well. Yes. Yin Chang nodded. Not sure. Yin Chang asked again. This person is good at divine patterns. Before, he killed Master Chu in the cave with divine patterns. Now my people are just watching and not acting rashly. Yin Chang responded. You two, go and cooperate to take him down, and then meet up with me. Yin Chang looked at the two people behind him and spoke lightly. The two people looked at Yin Chang, and saw Yin Chang giving orders to the person beside him, and that person immediately took Yin Chang's two people away. After the order was given, everyone here looked at the middle-aged man who discovered the Wonderland, and saw that this person had a pair of eagle eyes. Since everyone is here, let's go. At this time, Shang Yu spoke, and everyone nodded. They stayed here before because they all paid the same price to let this person lead the way. No party could go alone. Therefore, they made an agreement with each other. All forces went to the family or sect to report the news and notify others to come, but there must be one thing. The highest cultivation level of the people who came can only be the 5th level of Xiangang cultivation, and no party can cross this limit. They all knew that after entering the Wonderland, if there was any chance of adventure, the seemingly friendly forces might turn against each other and go to war directly, so a balance must be established, and one side must not be obviously stronger than the others. It depends on the means of the various forces to suppress them at a certain level. Of course, they also understood that the stronger people from the various forces would also wait outside the Wonderland. If there were some uncontrollable situations in the Wonderland, or if there were treasures that defied the heavens, they would send people out to report, and then the various forces would send stronger people to enter. This is the rule set by the strongest forces in Zhuangwang City. As for the forces at other levels, they have no qualifications to participate in it. They will send people to guard outside the entrance of the Wonderland. Please, everyone. The middle-aged man with eagle eyes took the lead and flashed his figure, leading the way in front, heading towards the depths of Xianshan. People in the distance stared, but no one approached, but secretly cursed the people from the major forces for being too domineering. Every time a Wonderland appeared, it would become their trial field. Each force would send many strong people in, and ordinary people would not be able to participate. Qin Wentian looked at the sky. The mighty strong men were flying over the Xianshan mountains with great pressure. At the same time, he could sense that several powerful forces were coming towards him. There were 6 of them, and their cultivation was all at the 5th level of Xiangang. They looked up to him with such a strong lineup. Since there is a strange place, how can I not enter it? Qin Wentian said with a smile, and then turned around and walked out, flashing towards a certain direction at a very fast speed. The strong men in the dark naturally noticed Qin Wentian's actions, and their figures also accelerated, and quickly gathered towards Qin Wentian's direction. Qin Wentian's speed was getting faster and faster, and he jumped over the mountain and headed towards the bottom of a cliff covered with mist. Humph! The 6 strong men sneered, and their figures chased towards the bottom of the cliff at the same time. At this moment, they no longer concealed their tracks, exposing their breath, and flashing wildly. Just a moment later, Qin Wentian stood on a huge rock in the air below, with cliffs on both sides. The other 6 people flashed and surrounded him, and the dazzling Wuming Xiangang shone out. Qin Wentian only felt his body suddenly sink, and the powerful force pressed on him, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Boom! A person walked in the void and walked towards Qin Wentian, causing Qin Wentian's blood to churn, as if he was about to break out of his body. Kill! A terrifying sword was suspended above the head of a person in the void, and the sword light was shining, making people unable to open their eyes. These people came at the same time, and all kinds of martial arts willpower burst out in an instant, making Qin Wentian sigh how terrifying the threat of the group attack of the martial arts monks was. In a one-man battle, although the martial arts will is strong, it can still be dealt with by corresponding means. At the same time, The power burst out in an instant is enough to crush people, especially since his realm is not high. Qin Wentian's body began to be covered with monster armor, and the monster blood in his body rolled, making him like a monster king. The handsome young man in white suddenly seemed to turn into a monster and became extremely strange. The Emperor Monster Star Soul emerged, and in an instant the Star Soul communicated with the sky, and the starlight fell down. One after another terrifying monsters condensed and formed beside him. They were all powerful monsters of the 4th level of Xiangang. They exuded a terrifying pressure, guarding Qin Wentian in the center and bearing the pressure brought by various martial arts wills for him. Summon the Star Soul. Everyone stared at Qin Wentian, revealing a sharp edge, and then one of them shouted, "Do it." As soon as the voice fell, the major strong men rushed out directly, all pounced on Qin Wentian who was surrounded by them. Those kinds of martial arts wills were enough to crush ordinary people of the 4th level of Xiangang to death. "All of you stay." Qin Wentian looked at the people coming to kill him. A cold look flashed in his eyes. The sword's Wuming Xiangang appeared. His palm trembled, and the Wuming Xiangang sword was inserted directly into the boulder. In an instant, the boulder turned into powder. The sound of swords appeared between heaven and earth. Sword lights raged in the entire space, causing the eyes of those strong men to freeze and release their magical powers to resist the sword sound attacks. However, their bodies were so fast that they were closer to Qin Wentian. The monsters summoned by Qin Wentian rushed towards them directly. At the same time, his palms continuously slapped the void, and the sound of bells and swords rang out at the same time. The sword sound was for killing and the bell sound was for killing the heart. It was the ancient bell for killing the heart. The 6 strong men all felt their hearts beating as if they were out of control. Boom! Almost at the same time, Qin Wentian took a step forward, and the 7 killing sword technique bloomed, killing with 1 step. The 6 warriors had already collided with the summoned monsters. The Wuming Xiangang suppressed the killing together. The monsters were afraid that they could not stop their steps. Kill! Qin Wentian slapped the ancient heart-destroying bell with his palms continuously. He stepped again, and a more terrifying sword power of killing swept through, causing the hearts of the 6 warriors to beat sharply. Qin Wentian held the sword of Wuming Xiangang in his palm and pulled it out suddenly. He took the 3rd step, as if countless sword lights were sweeping. Bang! A summoned monster was killed by a strong man. The man stared at Qin Wentian with a terrible killing intent. This boy actually gave them a strong threat. However, at the same time, Qin Wentian took the 4th step, and the endless sword power turned into a giant sword, killing him. At the same time, there seemed to be endless sword intent between heaven and earth, pouring down, as if they were all controlled by Qin Wentian, and every sword was focused on killing. The man held a large axe in his hand, and chopped it out. It collided with a giant sword and exploded at the same time. He felt the power raging in his body and roared, "We can't let him continue to accumulate strength." Puff, puff. One monster after another fell, and Qin Wentian's body slowly rose. He took the 5th step. With 1 step down, this space had turned into a sword forest. The 6 masters were all shrouded in it. Their faces were all very ugly. This sword technique was too terrible. The body rushed towards Qin Wentian frantically, but they felt the extremely terrible resistance of the sword. Qin Wentian held a Wuming Xiangang sword in his hand, and his cold eyes stared at the air below. He took the 6th step. The sword forest in the space scraped the sword rain, and then a drop of blood rain fell with the sword energy. The 6 masters watched their bodies gradually disintegrate under the sword intent, and they all showed despair. No. Qin Wentian's expression remained icy despite the roars. His Wuming Xiangang sword trembled in the air below. In an instant, the 6 people disintegrated at the same time and disappeared into the air. Wuming Xiangang returned to its position. Qin Wentian waved his hand and immediately collected the divine pattern ring floating in the void. His figure flashed and rushed straight into the void. The moment he rushed out of the cliff, the little guy jumped directly into his arms from the side. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed, and then his figure flashed, chasing in the direction where those powerful people from major forces left. Chapter 485, Mountains Within Mountains. The Xiantian Mountains are mysterious and unpredictable, spanning thousands of miles. There are many ancient peaks connected to each other, and there are many dangerous places. There are sometimes fog arrays, which are easy to fall into. Even in the depths of the Xiantian Mountains, there are powerful monsters practicing here. They do not allow others to disturb them. Anyone who invades their territory will be killed. Therefore, no one dares to say that they are completely familiar with the Xiantian mountains. Even the powerful existence of the Xiangxiang realm cannot explore the full picture of the Xiantian mountains. On the contrary, some adventurous people are often active in the depths of the Xiantian mountains and occasionally make discoveries. At this moment, the Eagle Eyes who informed everyone of the news and discovered the Xiantian mountains brought the strong men of various forces to the depths of the Xiantian mountains. The air here is slightly thin, with thick and sticky fog, which makes people feel a little uncomfortable when they are stained on their bodies. The cold wind that blows from time to time will make people feel a little cold. We have entered the depths of the mountains. How long will it take? At this time, someone looked at the Eagle Eyes middle-aged in front of him and asked him. If it were an ordinary place, it would have been discovered long ago. This wonderland is so wonderful that I would not have noticed it if it were not for coincidence. The middle-aged man with eagle eyes said. He was not worried that these strong men would not fulfill their promise and kill him. Even if this matter was simple, these people would never do this. Otherwise, if someone found a treasure or a wonderland in Xiantian in the future, they would not dare to say it out. No one would do such a stupid thing. This is also the case in the Xiantian treasure hunting conference, where people who want to grab treasures will fight to the death, or even kill people to rob. For example, many people targeted Qin Wentian before, but they would not target people who offered treasures. Once this kind of thing set a precedent, the Xiantian treasure hunting conference would exist in name only. Hearing the words of the middle-aged man with eagle eyes, everyone nodded slightly and continued to move forward. This group of people was mighty, with hundreds of people. There were a total of 8 major forces participating, and each force had more than 30 people. They were all strong men above the 3rd level of Xiangang. The lineup was not small. As for the people behind them, there were no more figures. Those who were not powerful could not afford to provoke these beings, and they were also worried about encountering danger in the depths of the Xiantian mountains, so they naturally did not dare to follow. However, there was a person who was quietly following these strong men, tracking them with his senses, and was not discovered by anyone. After a while, everyone came to a wonderful place. This place condensed the spiritual energy of the Xiantian mountains. It was square and upright, and the 8 peaks were extremely symmetrical, standing in the octagon. In the middle, there was a huge ancient mountain. This mountain was located on the earth, exuding an ancient atmosphere, as if it had been settled for many years. "We're here," the middle-aged man with eagle eyes said, causing the vast figure in the void to flash with doubt. Then they saw the middle-aged man with eagle eyes pointing to a certain position in the ancient mountain and said, "Look at the huge rock on the mountainside, which is shaped like a door. If you hit it upwards, you can enter the wonderland." Huh? The eyes of the crowd flashed. This wonderland, located in the ancient mountain, was so wonderful? "You go and try," Yin Cheng said to one person, and one of them flashed and went to the boulder pointed by the eagle-eye middle-aged man. His body suddenly rushed forward, and in an instant, his figure disappeared there. Really? Everyone's eyes became sharper. A mountain was actually the entrance to a strange land. This was more strange than the strange lands he had encountered before. It was very likely that there would be extraordinary things. "Have you ever stepped into it?" Yin Cheng asked the eagle-eye middle-aged man. "Of course, if you don't look carefully, you can't see this door at all, and you won't care at all. I just happened to bump into it. The strange land is extremely vast. I encountered a 4th-level Xiangang monster attack inside, and I came out immediately." "Okay." Yin Cheng nodded slightly, and then stretched out his hand and waved, and suddenly a lot of meteorites flew towards the eagle-eye middle-aged man. The leaders of the other forces waved their hands, and meteorites kept flying into the hands of the eagle-eye middle-aged man, which made him smile brightly. These meteorites were enough to support his cultivation for a long time. "I'm leaving." After collecting the meteorite, the middle-aged man with eagle eyes quietly retreated back to the road. The others stared at each other, their eyes all fell on the people in the central palace. Next to Shongyu, there was a young man with a majestic look. This person was very famous in Zhuangwang City, Shangqi, Prince Qi. At the beginning, Yin Cheng wanted to please him and wanted to give him a Fangtian Huiji, so he found Master Qi, which caused a bloody case and left a bad reputation for the Yin family. "Prince Qi, everyone in the palace, please go first," someone said. Shangqi nodded, then waved his hand, and many people stepped into the ancient mountain. Not long after, one figure after another disappeared, and each force left 2 people to guard the entrance, and this space became quiet. There was no movement in the ancient mountain, and those people seemed to have disappeared, which was very strange. After a while, there seemed to be a sound of wind floating in the distance. "Who is it?" The strong man guarding the entrance of the ancient mountain shouted coldly, but they saw a ray of light shining, and almost no shadow could be seen. "Buzz!" the sword chanted, and a series of extremely terrifying sword energy swept through the void, causing the bodies of the strong men to retreat one after another. Then they saw the starlight shining at the entrance, and a figure walked directly into the starlight. This is the ability to move. The people outside looked at each other, and only one person said, "Do you want to go in?" "No, it's useless for us to go in." Although this person is good at the ability to move, his aura is not too strong under perception. With the strength of the people inside, they can definitely deal with it. "There is no need for us to worry," one person responded, causing everyone to nod slightly. "It is likely that it will not take long for the people from the family sect to rush here according to the signal they left." Qin Wentian stepped into the ancient mountain and was immediately shocked by the scene in front of him. The blue sky and white clouds were floating, and there were mountains, rivers and ancient trees in front. This was not a scene inside a mountain, but a vast space world. In the ancient mountain, there is a space inside. "What kind of mountain is this?" Qin Wentian stepped out and murmured. "If you don't travel far, you will never know the wonders and vastness of the outside world." Not long after this trip to the Great Shang Dynasty, new things kept appearing, which even overturned his cognition. What is in this ancient mountain? Qin Wentian thought to himself. His figure flashed rapidly, and the little guy in his arms had particularly bright eyes, constantly looking around, as if he was very interested. Although this little bastard can't speak human language, his IQ is no different from that of humans. He is very smart. He sees everything in the outside world and knows everything. "Little guy, it's up to you." Qin Wentian put the little bastard down, and the little guy's eyes lit up, his eyes were shining, and he looked around. After a while, his little body ran wildly, like a white lightning, so fast that Qin Wentian had to do his best to keep up with it. The little guy took Qin Wentian across the vast area. If this space was only as big as the ancient mountain that looked outside, it would have been crossed a lot. Obviously, the size of this space cannot be measured by the ancient mountain outside. At this time, the little guy brought Qin Wentian to a mountainous area. This mountain range was winding and undulating, just like the Jiutian mountains outside. There were mountains within mountains, seas within mountains, and rivers and plains. There are people ahead. Qin Wentian clearly sensed the breath of battle. The little guy and he immediately sped up and walked forward. After crossing several mountains, Qin Wentian finally saw a figure. "It's them." Qin Wentian's eyes condensed slightly, and he continued to run forward. The two figures that appeared in front of him were surprisingly the brother and sister he met when he was treasure hunting on the Jiutian treasure hunting road. At that time, he even gave up a blood shadow Ganoderma to the woman. When the other party asked him his name, he just said that it was a chance meeting and there was no need to ask more. But he didn't expect to meet again so soon, and in the Wonderland. It seems that they have discovered this Wonderland before, and even the woman's injuries may come from this ancient mountain Wonderland. Qin Wentian thought to himself. Of course, there were not only the brother and sister ahead, but the two of them were confronting a ferocious monster. This demon beast is a green bull, 5 meters tall, extremely large in size. When it exhales, it makes a thunderous sound, and its 4 hooves are firmly rooted in the ground, giving people a strong sense of oppression. This bull demon is a demon beast at the peak of the 5th level of the Xiangang realm, and its aura is extremely terrifying. Demon beasts are naturally very powerful in combat. In the same realm, their attack and combat power is often stronger than that of humans, and their vitality is also strong, and they are very durable. Although this bull demon has scars on its body, its aura has not wavered, but the aura of the two brothers and sisters is slightly fluctuating. Yeah. The little guy made a sound, and the cute action seemed to tell Qin Wentian to look at the object behind the bull demon. Qin Wentian certainly noticed the object behind the green bull. It was a towering ancient tree, with tangled roots, soaring up, 100 meters high, occupying a large area. This ancient tree stands alone on this ancient mountain, which makes it different from others, and its vitality must be extremely extraordinary. On the ancient tree, there are several huge fruits. The color of these fruits is different. It is earthy yellow, and it gives people a strong sense of heaviness, as if these fruits are born from the spiritual energy of this mountain range. What kind of tree is this? Qin Wentian is not so familiar with ancient trees and spiritual herbs. If Mo Qingcheng is here, he may be able to recognize it easily, but he obviously can't. However, a powerful bull demon guards it, and 2 Xiangang 5-level strongmen fight for it. It can be seen that it must be an extraordinary thing. The brother and sister also noticed Qin Wentian's arrival. The young man frowned slightly, and the woman showed a touch of joy and said, "It's you. Let's join forces to deal with this bull demon. This demon has taken the earth fruit. Its attack and defense are super terrible. The martial arts will is very difficult to deal with. Earth fruit." Qin Wentian's eyes flashed. P.S. Today is the first day. Brothers who have guaranteed monthly tickets, remember to vote. Wuhan thanks you. The time of the outbreak is tentatively scheduled for the 3rd day, which is the day after tomorrow. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 486, Joining Forces. Qin Wentian carefully observed the fruit on the tree. It was earthy yellow and heavy, as if it was born from the essence of the earth. It was indeed the earth fruit in the legend. Then, the huge ancient tree with twisted roots in front of him must be the earth fruit tree. The earth fruit tree takes 100 years to take root, 200 years to mature, and 300 years to produce earth fruit. It absorbs the essence of the earth. No wonder the area around the mountain seems a bit barren, because all the essence is absorbed by this tree. The essence and spiritual energy of the surrounding area are all swallowed by it. The bull demon guarding the earth fruit tree must be the earth blue bull king. Human, get out. The blue bull glanced at Qin Wentian, and an extremely heavy force pressed on Qin Wentian's body. At this moment, Qin Wentian had an illusion, as if it was difficult to lift his feet. The powerful gravity will of the earth martial arts will made his body seem to weigh several thousand pounds. The Green Ox King has guarded this place for hundreds of years. Now that the earth fruit has grown, it cannot watch it being taken away by humans. It has already taken a few earth fruits from the fruit tree. The rest of the earth fruits will have to wait until next time. If it swallows them all at once, it will be a waste. Therefore, it will never allow others to interfere. This fruit is born from the essence of the earth. Green Ox King, since you have eaten the earth fruit, you still want to take it all for yourself. You are too greedy. The woman scolded, and the bull demon stepped on the ground with its front hoof. In an instant, the earth trembled wildly, and a wisp of terrifying rhythm spread. Qin Wentian felt that his internal organs were in turmoil. Qin Wentian looked solemn and did not dare to despise this monster. The monster beast has a strong vitality and a strong body. Its strength and defense are naturally more perfect than human martial artists. My name is Jizu, and this is my senior brother Sulan. Now you know what to call you, right? The woman looked at Qin Wentian and asked with a smile. Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian responded. Brother Qin, this green bull monster can create an earth prison. The earth martial arts will is superb. It should be easier for the 3 of us to deal with it together. I will control it, and you will help break the defense. My senior brother is very powerful in attack, and he will attack and kill. Jizu said with a smile. Okay. Qin Wentian nodded slightly. Well, let's do it. Jizu released his own Wuming Xiangang, which turned out to be a bundle of immortal ropes, sweeping out in an instant. The Green Bull King seemed to know the power of this Wuming Xiangang. With a roar, the earth trembled, and extremely sharp blades pierced directly from the earth, trying to penetrate the bodies of the 3 people. Qin Wentian and others soared into the sky, but the Green Bull King opened his mouth and spit, and a terrifying earth prison appeared in the void, trapping all 3 people. Break. Qin Wentian and Sulan had spears in their hands. The attack was terrible, penetrating everything and directly breaking out of the prison. Many terrible sword blades appeared on Jizu's body, piercing into every position of the earth prison. With a loud bang, the prison was broken, and its immortal rope rushed directly to the Green Ox King, binding its body tightly, and it was impossible to dodge. The immortal rope was like an invisible big net, with little attack power, but it was extremely resilient and could not be broken. Bang! The Green Ox King soared into the sky, and Jizu's body was also driven up. Her strength was not as good as that of the Green Ox King, and she was carried into the void. Brother Qin! Jizu shouted, and Qin Wentian had also broken through the prison at this moment, his body whistling out, and the terrible demonic aura on his body permeated, and a black giant sword appeared in his hand. This green ox monster has terrible defense, and I'm afraid that the sword sound attack can't kill it from a distance. The sword sound attack is sharp, fast and cunning, but the real attack power is weak. It's easier to deal with human martial artists, but it's difficult to kill a monster like the Green Ox King with super terrible defense. In terms of pure attack power, the void split that combines the powerful martial arts will of strength and the martial arts will of demons is obviously stronger. The second level of Qin Wentian's martial arts will of strength is the shock wave of nothingness. The void split can shatter everything in others' bodies and kill them from a distance. Although the Green Ox King has strong defense, its speed is a weakness, and it is still bound by the immortal binding rope. Seeing Qin Wentian rushing over, the Green Ox King stared at Qin Wentian with his huge eyes, and let out an angry throat. Suddenly, Qin Wentian's body was beating like a thud, as if it was about to shatter. A terrible gravity suction made his body seem to fall down, and his speed could not be exerted. It's really powerful. Qin Wentian stared at the Green Ox King, with demonic energy rising to the sky, blood surging, and the stars shifting. His body appeared directly in front of the Green Ox King, and the giant sword shook forward. The Green Ox King roared, and was covered by a yellowish-brown light, turning into a light curtain of the earth, like a statue. This was its super defensive ability. Ordinary people at the 5th level of the Heavenly Gang realm could not even break through its defense, let alone kill it. Break! Qin Wentian shouted coldly, and the extremely heavy black giant sword directly hit the light curtain. Even attached with his sword will, a terrifying sharp shock wave radiated out, and the light curtain of the earth was peeled off and shattered, and then disintegrated. With Qin Wentian's powerful attack, he only managed to smash its defensive light curtain. Although the aftermath of the shock entered the body of the Green Ox King, it could not seriously injure it. However, Su Lan, who had been waiting for the opportunity, made his move at this moment. He fell from the sky like a flash of lightning. The tip of his spear had a ray of golden light, and it fell instantly. The light curtain on the green bull demon gathered again, but the spear was too fast and went straight through the opponent's head. With a puffing sound, the spear broke through everything and pierced into the opponent's head. The Green Bull King let out a desperate roar, and the land was shaking wildly. Su Lan pulled out his spear, and Qin Wentian also retreated. The crazy Green Bull King's breath became weaker and weaker. His cold eyes flashed with unwillingness, and then he fell to the ground with a loud bang. "It's over," Jizu whispered. This Green Bull King was really difficult to deal with. Although her senior brother's attack was strong, he had been entangled with it before and could break its defense, but was then counterattacked. It was impossible to find a chance to kill it with one blow. Unexpectedly, Qin Wentian was so powerful that he broke the Green Bull King's defense with one blow. The cooperation of the three of them was able to end the battle in a short moment. "Great!" Jizu turned around and praised Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian didn't say anything. They slowly turned their eyes and then their eyes froze. They saw that 2 earth fruits on the earth fruit tree had been picked. The snow-white puppy was lying on the ground, holding the huge earth fruit. It looked particularly funny. Its mouth was constantly biting at an earth fruit, eating it happily. Qin Wentian rolled his eyes. This little bastard, he was fighting here, but this guy had already started to steal food. Su Lan's figure flashed and landed on the earth fruit tree to pick the earth fruit. Jizu also came to the fruit tree, picked one, threw it to Qin Wentian and said, "7 fruits, 3 for you and the little guy, 2 for each of us." Su Lan frowned when he heard Jizu's words, but he didn't say anything when he thought of the blood shadow Ganoderma, so he let Qin Wentian take advantage. Although they could also take down the Green Ox King, it would probably take some time. Although this earth fruit is very precious, it is not very useful to them. It is good for trading. However, at this moment, there was a howling wind in the distance, and 7 or 8 people were seen flashing in the void. Not long after, they came here. The leader's eyes fell on Su Lan and Jizu, and a strange color flashed in his eyes. "Brother Su Lan, Miss Jizu, I didn't expect you to be in this wonderland." This person bowed slightly, appearing quite polite. Behind him, there was a person staring at Qin Wentian, and then he said something to him through voice transmission. Suddenly, the person's eyes flashed, and he also looked at Qin Wentian. It turned out that this person had offended Shang Yu before, and had abused Yin Cheng and Jin Zan. He actually broke through the outer defense and broke into the Wonderland. Ziyu from Luohao sect. Su Lan looked at the young man in the void. This group of people was the Luohao sect, a major force in Zhuanwang City. Ziyu was a genius of Luohao sect. It seemed that people from all major forces had discovered this Wonderland and stepped into it. Brother Su Lan, we found some magical things in the Wonderland, and suffered heavy losses. More than 10 brothers died. Now we have met 2 of you. How about joining forces? Ziyu said. Qin Wentian and others also found that the breath of this group of people was unstable, as if they had experienced a battle. Su Lan and Jizu looked at each other with a slight concentration, as if they were exchanging ideas, and then Su Lan said, "What did you find?" "It's not certain yet. The place where this thing exists is actually a meteorite mine. Moreover, the star power in this mine has been completely sucked out and turned into a stone mountain. It dried up on the earth and turned into a cave. There is a terrible breath inside. There are several very terrifying monsters guarding it. My people were killed by it," Ziyu said, which made Su Lan and Jizu secretly think that these people had indeed discovered it. Jizu's previous injury was exactly in the place Ziyu said. Then they went out to recover from their injuries and explore this Wonderland again, but they did not dare to be as reckless as before, but explored slowly. "If this thing is so powerful, with the 2 of us, wouldn't it be difficult to deal with it?" Su Lan asked tentatively. "That place is not difficult to find. In addition to me, there must be other forces that will also notice it. The various forces will temporarily join forces when they feel the pressure. However, if a valuable treasure really appears, there will definitely be a fight. I invited you 2 to prepare for the rainy day." Ziyu spoke slowly. No one here is a fool, so they naturally explained it frankly. "Okay." Su Lan nodded slightly in agreement. He also wanted to find out what was inside. "Brother Qin, how about we work together?" Jizu looked at Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian thought for a moment, then nodded slightly. If Ziyu and other forces couldn't take it down, his strength alone would not be enough. Jizu was a good person, so he felt relieved to join forces with her. Moreover, he had already carved a space scroll after getting the space pen. That was his greatest reliance. Even if he really encountered danger, he would not be afraid. Chapter 487 Qinghu Mountain. Ziyu is the pride of Luohao sect, with strong strength. Although he is a little arrogant, he is definitely not stupid. At this moment, Jizu invited Qin Wentian to join, which obviously means that Qin Wentian is not weak. In addition to the rumors he heard before, he will not stop the extra combat power. As for the grudge between Qin Wentian and the princess and others, they can be discussed after the treasure hunt. In this world, there are no eternal enemies or friends. In this case, let's go, Ziyu said, then turned around and flashed back. The group was very fast. Jizu flew beside Qin Wentian and asked, "Brother Qin, which sect are you from? Why haven't I seen you before?" "I'm a person who went out to train. I haven't been in Zhuanwang City for a long time," Qin Wentian responded. "I see." Jizu nodded slightly and said with a smile, "My senior brother and I are both outer disciples of Qinghu Mountain. To be honest, we have never been able to enter Qinghu Mountain. Brother Qin is very talented. If you go and try, you may have a chance to become a martial artist in Qinghu Mountain." Qinghu Mountain. Qin Wentian was a little surprised. Ziyu must be one of the strongest forces in Zhuanwang City to be able to enter this place. However, he obviously respected Jizu and Su Lan and treated them as equals. But Jizu said that he was only an outer disciple of Qinghu Mountain, so what kind of force is Qinghu Mountain? How strong is Qinghu Mountain in Zhuanwang City? Qin Wentian asked casually, without thinking too much. However, his words made Jizu stunned. Even Ziyu in front of him turned around and glanced at him. Could it be that this guy had just come to Qinghu City and had never heard of Qinghu Mountain? Jizu just smiled casually and explained to Qin Wentian, Qinghu Mountain is not a force of Zhuanwang City. It's just that Qinghu Mountain has outer mountains in the 7 king cities of the Great Shang Dynasty, which is where the outer disciples of Qinghu Mountain gather. In the imperial city of the Great Shang Dynasty, there is an inner mountain gate, and the people guarding it are the real disciples of Qinghu Mountain. As for the real Qinghu Mountain, it is located in the Huangji Holy Land. It is one of the 9 sects under the Holy Sect. It can recommend disciples into the Holy Sect. Moreover, once recommended, the status is generally not too low. Jizu explained patiently, which made Qin Wentian's eyes show a hint of surprise, and asked, So, the status of King Hu Mountain is equivalent to that of the Great Shang Dynasty. When he was in Daxia, he heard about Zhen Yu's identity, a disciple of the elder of the Huangji holy sect. This elder was a prince of the Great Shang Dynasty in the past. Qin Wentian certainly knew what this meant. The Huangji holy sect was like an unparalleled overlord, and all the evil and powerful people who appeared in the Great Shang Dynasty would go to join it. This King Hu Mountain is the same as the Great Shang Dynasty. That's right, King Hu Mountain is a superpower equivalent to the Great Shang Dynasty. You compare it with the power of Zhuanwang City, so I naturally can't give a direct answer. Jizu said with a smile. Qin Wentian nodded slightly, his heart beating slightly. The selection of geniuses by the Huangji Shangzong is really too terrifying. In the endless vast area, the three dynasties in King Hu Mountain, there must be forces similar to King Hu Mountain. These forces are all affiliated with it, and they continuously input talents to the Huangji Shangzong to cultivate fresh blood. In the end, those most outstanding monster geniuses will all gather in the Huangji Shangzong. It is conceivable how terrible the foundation of such a force is. This is the real overlord force. None of the so-called overlord-level forces in Daxia have such a selection mechanism. Moreover, there is also fierce competition among these forces that import talents for the Huangji holy sect. The Huangji holy sect must have allowed this competition. The major forces will also do their best to cultivate outstanding people and send them to the Huangji holy sect, hoping that they will become important figures in the Huangji holy sect one day. With the development of generations, Qin Wentian can imagine that the competition within the Huangji holy sect must be extremely fierce, because they have their own divisions, and they belong to people recommended by different forces. Brother Qin, I am not a person of a big force, but after becoming a disciple of the outer mountain of King Hu Mountain, I have an extraordinary status. If you can pass the assessment of the inner mountain of King Hu Mountain in the trial and become a real disciple of King Hu Mountain, then no one in this Zhuanwang city will dare to touch you. Jizu smiled casually, and Qin Wentian naturally felt that Jizu's identity as an outer mountain disciple was enough to make the Xianjiao of the major forces respect him. Thank you for your advice. Qin Wentian thanked him and secretly remembered it in his heart. He was not in a hurry to join a certain force. He had a holy emperor order on him, and it was not difficult to take the first step. His choice must be more cautious. Yet, Jizu smiled casually, and the two chatted casually. After a while, they came to a plain. The wind blew on their bodies and felt a little cold, like a knife. Qin Wentian looked ahead and saw a mineral vein that stretched for hundreds of miles. However, as Ziyu said, this meteorite mineral vein did not have any star power at all. It was all swallowed up. The mountain-like mineral veins were dried by the wind and sand, as if they had turned into fossil. A group of people came here, and saw Sulan took out his spear. His figure flashed and turned into a flash of lightning. The spear burst out and hit the mineral vein, and sparks flew. Sulan put away his spear and stood, but his eyes were calm. His spearmanship was powerful, but this shot only broke a little fossil on the surface. If it was destroyed by force, it would take years. Sure enough, it's still the same. Sulan said in his heart, and retreated to his original place, looking at the cave entrance in the vein. There seemed to be a strange breath inside, which made people feel terrible. Last time he and Jizu stepped into it, they were attacked by powerful monsters. He wanted to know what was hidden in this vein. Ziyu walked forward a few steps, and saw starlight shining on his body. A bow and arrow appeared, and suddenly shot out towards an entrance of the vein. The bow and arrow whistled. The entrance of the vein seemed to be bottomless, and there was always a sound of wind and thunder, which was extremely harsh. Everyone be careful. Ziyu spoke lightly, and the whole space seemed exceptionally quiet, but after a while, everyone suddenly felt the ground shaking, and their hearts couldn't help but jump. Boom! The earth was shaking more and more violently. Ziyu and others looked solemn. At this moment, there was a whistling sound in the distance. Another group of figures ran over here. When they saw Ziyu and others, their eyes flashed. Brother Zhu wants to enter this place. The leader over there had a trace of evil spirit on him, giving people a gloomy feeling. Do the people from the Blood Cloud sect want to go in with us to explore? Ziyu looked at the people in the void. The strong men of the Blood Cloud sect saw Sulan, Jizu and Qin Wentian. Their eyes flashed, and then nodded. Since Brother Zhu has made some discoveries, it is better to obey than to be respectful. Let's go. Ziyu ignored the shaking earth and walked towards the cave. Everyone followed him in, and their perceptions were all diffused. Boom. The beating feeling seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. Qin Wentian only felt his heart beating non-stop, his blood surging, and the little guy tried to get into his arms, and seemed to feel that the breath inside was unusual. I didn't sense the breath of the monster. Su Lan showed a puzzled look. They had already gone deep into the cave, and saw that the ore vein was pitch black and still bottomless. There were many forks around it, like a maze. Brother Z, why do I feel something is wrong? Where is this place? Someone from the Blood Cloud sect asked. I don't know. Ziyu responded, causing the other party to stare at him and secretly curse himself for being a little careless and following in without thinking. Time seemed to pass very slowly in here. Half an hour seemed like a long time, but everyone didn't encounter anything, but their hearts kept beating. No. At this moment, Qin Wentian stopped, his brows slightly furrowed, and he felt a very strong sense of crisis. His perception has always been sharp, but in his perception, there was nothing. Where did this sense of crisis come from? Boom. Another strong heartbeat made Qin Wentian's uneasy mood even stronger. Yeah. The little guy let out a strong roar, and its body suddenly became huge, turning into Golden Demon King, with a terrifying breath, and occasionally revealing the fierceness of the purgatory vermilion bird in his eyes. Roar. The little bastard rushed out and rushed towards the direction beside Ziyu. A person beside Ziyu turned around suddenly. Qin Wentian saw a terrible red light in the other person's eyes at this moment, as if he had lost his mind, and a low roar like a beast came out of his mouth. Not only him, but there were two people beside him, all with red light shining in their eyes, revealing the temperament of beasts. The man raised his arm and blasted at the little bastard who was running towards him. In an instant, the fist shattered the void. The little guy roared and swallowed it in one gulp, as if he was going to swallow up the magical attack. Almost at the same time, Qin Wentian turned around suddenly and saw a terrifying figure appearing there. The figure was all red, even the eyes were red. When he stepped out, his blood and heart beat wildly. The demonic energy on Qin Wentian's body was uncontrollably spreading out. The demonic power in his body was rioting, and even his blood was rioting. What kind of demon beast is this? It can trigger the demonic energy in my body and even faintly want to demonize my blood. Are the people of Luo Hao sect being controlled unknowingly like this? Qin Wentian's heart was beating. What kind of terrible demon beast is this? Two more demon-like figures appeared at the two cave entrances next to him. However, if you look closely, you can find that these demon beasts actually look like humans. It's this kind of monster. Jizu stared at the monster with an ugly look. She was injured by this kind of monster. Demonization. This monster is not a monster, but a monster spirit body that absorbs the purest demon will, and can turn others into monsters. Su Lan looked solemn, as if he had thought of something. What kind of mountain is this huge ancient mountain? The earth fruit tree was born by absorbing the essence of the earth's will. Now, this place has such a monster again. P.S. Today is Monday, please recommend and vote. Chapter 488 Crazy Thoughts. Qin Wentian looked solemn. In the deep dark ancient roads, demonized monsters appeared one after another. Their eyes glowed red. The blood in their bodies trembled uncontrollably, as if they were gradually being demonized, revealing a violent aura. Qin Wentian's demon god transformation burst out involuntarily, and the demon martial arts will bloomed. A terrifying demon aura spread from him. The people of the Blood Cloud sect and the Luo Hao sect moved away from him. Su Lan pulled Jizu back, but Jizu stared at Qin Wentian and asked, Brother Qin. It's okay, it's just that I practiced a demon martial arts will. Qin Wentian said in a low voice, we must leave this place. Everyone nodded. At this time, they obviously knew that they were ambushed. The demon spirit body had spiritual wisdom and was very smart. Let's go. Qin Wentian shouted loudly. At this time, the monsters rushed towards them at the same time. The place was narrow and it was difficult for them to move. Ziyu Wu of Luo Hao sect burst out with his celestial power, and 9 arms seemed to appear on his body. At the same time, he held a huge flaming bow and arrow, shooting arrows of killing, instantly killing his companion who had not yet completely transformed into a demon. He threw the bow and arrow, and his body rushed towards a cave entrance. 9 arms simultaneously blasted out fists, shaking the earth. Jizu also moved, and her immortal binding rope attacked in all directions, and at the same time tied up all the monsters that appeared in the major caves. Su Lan rushed towards an intersection in front of her, and the long spear was like a stream of light, indestructible. The monster roared, trying to avoid the long spear like a phantom, but seeing Su Lan's palm tremble, his long spear actually dispersed directly, turning into 3 short spears, blocking the opponent's way forward at the same time, and directly piercing into the monster's body, blasting the opponent away. But the monster did not die, and climbed up again to block the retreat. These monsters can't be killed. They are not afraid of pain at all. They are stopping us. Leng Tu of the Blood Cloud sect's voice trembled slightly, and at this moment, the red-eyed monster that had not moved. He took a step, and every step made people's heart beat more violently. The violent aura surged wildly, as if he was about to lose control of himself. It's over. Everyone showed despair. Although those monsters could not be killed for a while, they could still fight against them. This Demon King made them feel powerless. The red blood-colored eyes swept over, and everyone almost fell into madness, with blue veins exposed and blood surging. The suffocating death pressure enveloped everyone. Ziyu, Leng Tu, your people intercept those monsters that have been demonized, and we will deal with this demon spirit body, otherwise, we will all die here. Su Lan glanced at the situation inside. Ziyu and Leng Tu nodded slightly. Now, this is the only way. The two sides confronted each other, and Ziyu, Leng Tu, Su Lan, Jizu and Qin Wentian faced the powerful demon spirit body. Beside Qin Wentian, the little bastard, who showed the intention of a king, looked at the demon spirit opposite, then looked at Qin Wentian, with the light of the purgatory vermilion bird flashing in his eyes from time to time, and roared at Qin Wentian. Purgatory, does it need this demon spirit? Qin Wentian asked the little bastard. The little bastard roared in a low voice, nodded slightly, and the fierceness in his eyes became stronger. The light of the vermilion bird was looming, as if carrying a strong sense of expectation. Qin Wentian stroked the face of the purgatory vermilion bird, nodded solemnly, and transmitted his voice, "This is what I promised you, and I will definitely do it." As he said, when he looked at the red-eyed monster, a terrible fighting spirit permeated his body. As everyone approached the red-eyed monster, the violent aura on their bodies was completely aroused. Jizu's blood power exploded, and her long hair flew, her eyes were as bright as stars, and the immortal ropes turned into thousands of threads, and she rushed out in an instant. The red-eyed monster let out a low roar, and the whole cave seemed to be trembling. Everyone felt that the blood was about to burst out of their bodies. Buzz! Su Lan's Wuming Xiangang bloomed, and his body rushed out like lightning again. In his hand, he held the Wuming Xiangang spear, and the silver light was surging, turning into a 3-foot-long spear. With one shot, a star vortex appeared and pierced the eyes of the red-eyed monster. The red-eyed monster raised its head slightly and resisted with its face. Its body struggled wildly, and the immortal rope seemed to burst. The spear spun rapidly and strangled it madly, but there was no blood. Ziyu's 9 arms, all holding bright golden arrows, spun and stabbed out quickly. His body followed the arrows. 9 palm prints slapped down at the same time. The world seemed to be about to collapse, slapping the head of the red-eyed monster. A blood-colored glove with thorns appeared in the hand of the cold disciple of the Blood Cloud sect, pressed on the forehead of the red-eyed monster, and endless blood power rushed into the opponent's body. Roar! The red-eyed monster raised its head and roared, and the strange blood light lingered in the void, covering everyone. Their blood was beating wildly. This red-eyed monster, he did not attack, but just wanted to make people fall into monsters. Qin Wentian walked out step by step. Each step contained a terrifying demon will. At this moment, he exuded a terrifying demon king's will, and the blood in his body seemed to be urged by this red-eyed monster. The little bastard was like Qin Wentian, as if he was about to be completely awakened by this red-eyed monster. Qin Wentian's figure flashed, and he descended in an instant, with murderous aura. The black giant sword in his hand instantly hit the opponent's head, and waves of terrifying power penetrated into it. However, the monster's eyes were still red and still so cold, as if everyone's attacks could not do anything to it. The little bastard jumped into the opponent's body, swallowed it in one gulp, bit the opponent's neck, and devoured the power in the opponent's body frantically. Ah! At this moment, the red-eyed monster seemed to be completely enraged. Jizu's Wuming Xiangan binding rope felt that it could not bear it, and suddenly retracted it. If she insisted, Wuming Xiangang would be broken. Boom! The red-eyed monster stepped on the ground, and the fierce demonic aura swept everything. Leng Tu and others began to have demonic light in their eyes, as if the blood in their bodies was gradually out of control, and their bodies were violently shaken away. Qin Wentian and the opponent's red eyes were facing each other. He felt a monstrous demonic energy rushing into his body, trying to control him. However, at this moment, the blood in Qin Wentian's body rolled wildly, and it actually gathered into a terrifying ancient giant demon, dominating the world and overlooking another invading force. Bang! A terrifying eye swept across, and the red-eyed demon trembled violently, as if it was about to collapse. Puff! Qin Wentian couldn't bear the terrible power in his body first, and spit out a mouthful of blood. His body was shaken and flew away, and his blood was throbbing wildly. The red-eyed monster seemed to be stimulated. His body suddenly jumped up and then fell heavily to the ground. There was a loud bang, but the little bastard on his back was still biting there tightly. Roar, roar, roar. After 3 consecutive roars, the red-eyed monster completely ran away. The monsters controlled by him killed more crazily, and 3 strong men on the other side had died. But even more desperate were Su Lan, Ziyu and others. They found that any efforts were futile. In front of this demon spirit, they were completely vulnerable. With a huge sense of pressure coming, Jisu's face turned pale and whispered, "Am I going to die here? I can't become a monster even if I die. I'm not willing to accept this." Leng Tu uttered a cold voice with a strong sense of unwillingness. How could he die here? Su Lan and Ziyu both looked ugly. They couldn't compete with this demon beast at all. However, Qin Wentian felt that the red-eyed demon beast was locking onto him at this moment. Although this demon spirit had intelligence, it still maintained the instincts of the demon spirit body. He felt a terrifying demon power from him, and he wanted to conquer it. Qin Wentian glanced at Su Lan and others and said, "Since we are allies, I will lead this demon beast away. There are 2 roads where this demon beast appears. I will go to one road and you go to the other road. Maybe you can find what it is guarding. If you get something, I need a share. How about it?" Ziyu and the others stared at Qin Wentian. This man was really bold. He was still thinking about the treasure at this moment. "Okay, if you can lead this monster away, we will definitely give you a share if we get anything." Ziyu immediately expressed his opinion. "No problem." Su Lan and Leng Tu nodded one after another. Qin Wentian stared at the red-eyed monster and rushed out. He appeared behind the monster in an instant and then ran towards one of the roads. The red-eyed monster turned around immediately and chased Qin Wentian regardless of everything. Ziyu and the others looked at each other in bewilderment, feeling that they had been saved from a desperate situation. This guy. Jizu stared at the disappearing back of the red-eyed monster, but Ziyu turned around and stared at the battlefield over there, saying, "We need to deal with these monsters and then send someone to notify the strong men of the sect." Leng Tu nodded in agreement. The situation inside had exceeded their expectations. Qin Wentian's body was running fast, but the monster was faster. Fortunately, he was able to use the star shift to keep the distance. The little bastard was still nailed to the back of the red-eyed monster, swallowing its flesh and blood, and seemed to be completely aroused. Finally, Qin Wentian came to the end of this space. Here, it turned out to be a blood pool cave. The monster blood in the blood pool was boiling, and the demonic energy contained in it made Qin Wentian feel terrified. This red-blooded monster was born from here. Qin Wentian turned around and saw the red-eyed monster roaring. A sharp blade appeared on his back and pierced into the little bastard's body, causing the little bastard to howl and fly towards Qin Wentian. The red-eyed monster was really angry at this moment. Wings appeared on its body, and extremely sharp fangs appeared in its mouth. Its pupils were bloodshot, and it stared at Qin Wentian intently. It stepped forward step by step. When Qin Wentian took a step, he almost spurted blood. It was impossible to resist. Buzz! The red-eyed monster pounced, and this time it had murderous intent. Its sharp claws directly tore everything apart. The red devil halberd appeared in Qin Wentian's hand, and it suddenly blasted forward. It seemed that a dream scene appeared between heaven and earth. However, the red-eyed monster was not moved at all. It was a demon spirit body, and the nightmare could not interfere with it. Bang! The extremely huge force blasted Qin Wentian into the blood pool. At the same time, his palm grabbed the little bastard's body and directly buckled it to the ground. His eyes stared at the little bastard, revealing terrible murderous intent. Too strong to resist. The monster blood in Qin Wentian's body roared, and he fell into the blood pool and madly devoured the power in the blood pool. That power was endless and was the purest demon power. "Let it go!" Qin Wentian shouted, strolling in the blood pool, with a demonic aura lingering around him, staring at the red-eyed demon beast. It seemed that the only way to defeat it was to use the demon god sacrifice or the immortal destroying sword. If he used the demon god sacrifice, he would still need to use the immortal destroying sword if he wanted to defeat it. Otherwise, he would have to walk the world as a demon, which was not what he wanted. But if he used the immortal destroying sword directly, he would not have enough power in his body to burn, and he would die. Blood pool. At this moment, Qin Wentian felt the thirst of his blood, and a terrifying light burst out of his eyes. Suddenly, a terrifying sword power burst out from his body, as if his body was burning, but at the moment of burning, the blood in his body frantically devoured the power of the blood pool. In the past, he borrowed the power of the demon god to burn his own spirit and spirit to activate the immortal destroying sword. Now, the power of the blood pool seems to be able to replace it. Chapter 489 The Strong One Above the Celestial Phenomenon. The red-eyed monster stared at Qin Wentian, roaring furiously, and pressed its claws on the little bastard, causing blood to bloom on the little guy's body. Let go. Qin Wentian's body trembled, and he instantly descended in front of the red-eyed monster, raising his left hand and slashing with a sword. Bang! The sharp sword slashed at the opponent, but it couldn't shake the red-eyed monster at all. It stared at Qin Wentian, suddenly pounced out, and swallowed all the way. Qin Wentian swung his left arm, and with a loud bang, an extremely huge sky hammer swept out and hit the opponent's mouth directly, blocking the opponent's ferocious mouth. Qin Wentian's body fell into the blood pool again, and the thirsty power became stronger and stronger, and his eyes were filled with terrifying demonic light. It is unknown how terrible the demon power contained in this blood pool is, even surpassing the demon power he borrowed when he activated the Demon God Festival. Although his body is hungry, it is impossible to swallow the blood pool. The only way is to activate the immortal destroying sword and swallow it into his body to burn. Let's fight. The sword intent on Qin Wentian's body became more and more terrifying. Suddenly, the world was filled with the power of the sword of annihilation. The blood pool turned into a terrible vortex, madly sucking into Qin Wentian's body. His body was burning madly. I can hold on. Qin Wentian certainly would not seek death. If this method was impossible, he would rather be seriously injured and stop this technique. But at this moment, he clearly felt the power of the blood pool, which was able to support him to send out a sword. The little guy looked at Qin Wentian, and the face of the vermilion bird flashed. Looking at Qin Wentian, that look was full of attachment and emotion. Back then, it was just the ancient luck of purgatory, born because of Qin Wentian. In its world, there was only Qin Wentian. Roar. The red-eyed monster felt a threat, roared madly, and its body rushed out again. The starlight burst out, the stars moved, and Qin Wentian retreated again, but he was still in the huge blood pool. The entire blood pool turned into wisps of blood-colored light and swallowed his body. The whole world seemed to be filled with blood-colored sword power. Qin Wentian's body was trembling slightly. He was ready to endure the pain that this sword would bring. When the red-eyed monster rushed out again, Qin Wentian pressed his finger down. In an instant, the red-eyed monster's body froze there. Endless blood-colored sword power descended, and the entire void seemed to be torn apart. The red-eyed monster trembled madly, roaring to the sky, and the blood pool was spinning wildly, drying up at a very fast speed. The essence of the power in it was all burned in this sword. Qin Wentian's finger fell again and touched the red-eyed monster's body. A sword power that destroyed everything raged in the opponent's body. Destroy. Qin Wentian's body was full of blood. This sword fell completely. With a desperate roar, the red-eyed monster lay on the ground. At this moment, the blood pool had dried up and there was nothing left. There appeared a skeleton, and the light on the skeleton seemed to gradually dim. Puff. Qin Wentian sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. He took out the blood shadow Ganoderma with difficulty, swallowed the two together and chewed them, but he had a smile on his face. He succeeded. The blood pool supported a sword, but after this sword, his body was extremely weak, and his internal organs were twitching violently. However, a terrifying ancient demon blood in his body was still not extinguished, flowing through his body, as if all the remaining power of the blood pool demon was swallowed and absorbed. Wherever the blood flowed, he felt that his body was recovering rapidly. Boom boom. The earth trembled, as if the world was about to collapse. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with a sharp light. The little bastard came to him and stroked his cheek, but Qin Wentian said to it, "Go and swallow that demon spirit body." With a low roar, the little guy turned and went towards the demon spirit body that Qin Wentian deliberately did not tear apart. At the same time, This piece of space began to collapse and collapse. Outside this mineral vein, the world was also crumbling crazily. Many powerful people who were in various places looked up at this space. The whole space was collapsing. What's going on? In the Wangfu camp, Shangqi stared at the sky. Just now, it seemed that a bloodlight had cut through the world, and then the space collapsed. Stone, the space in this mountain, is it really just a mountain? At this time, the mountain collapsed. Everyone looked at this world in shock. The people guarding outside the mountain were also shocked to see the collapse of the mountain. They found that when the mountain collapsed, it seemed to be layer by layer, incomparably neat. Not long after, the whole space had completely collapsed and shattered. The mountain was no longer a mountain, and the water was no longer who it was. The vast and endless space was now visible at a glance. It was really only the width of a mountain. The strong men from various camps stood on the ground and could already see each other's existence. What is that? At this time, everyone looked in a certain direction, and saw there was a huge ancient tree as high as a mountain, with intertwined roots, rooted in the earth, and towering into the sky. Ziyu of Luo Hao sect and Lengtu of Zuian sect are over there. At this time, everyone flashed and turned into lightning and headed towards the giant tree. A moment later, all the strong men from all sides gathered here, looking up at the tall ancient tree like a mountain, their hearts pounding. Above the ancient tree, there was a terrible willpower, and on it, many fruits grew, faintly flashing with the power of the stars. Oh my God, this is a celestial tree! Someone exclaimed. Here, they actually found an ancient celestial tree. Celestial tree. Many people's bodies trembled slightly, and there was a crazy look in their eyes. Here, an ancient celestial tree actually appeared. Go report to the palace immediately. Shangqi looked at the man behind him. The man looked livid and somewhat unwilling, but seeing the cold light in Shangqi's eyes, he still nodded, began to retreat, and left quickly. Of course, they understood what the appearance of an ancient celestial tree meant. Ancient celestial tree produces celestial fruit. If there is the celestial fruit I need, it will be enough for me to comprehend my own martial arts will power faster and step into the second level of martial arts will perfection faster. In the direction of the Yin family, Yin Ting looked up with a crazy light in his eyes. He didn't expect that there would be a celestial tree here, and it was a very mature celestial tree with many celestial fruits on it. Any celestial fruit is priceless, especially for those who need to comprehend and impact the martial arts will. At this time, Jian Jingshan of the Jingxiao sword sect began to sweep with sword intent, madly smashing the stones on the ground, as if looking for something. This scene made the others show their edge. They all knew from ancient books why the celestial tree was born. When they thought of this space in the mountain, their hearts beat violently. They couldn't imagine it. This was actually the burial place of a legendary figure above the celestial realm. It was rumored that people at that level condensed a fairy platform in their bodies and possessed fairy-like abilities. They could kill celestial beings with just a glance and destroy a group of celestial masters with a punch. No matter how many celestial figures there were, they would die in front of such legendary masters. It only took a light tap, just like pinching an ant to death. The masters of this realm were also the unparalleled overlords of this endless region. The leader of the Huangji Shangzong was in this legendary realm. Therefore, the Huangji Shangzong ruled the endless region, and no one could shake the status of the Huangji Shangzong. If one day, such a figure appeared in the Great Shang Dynasty, the status of the Great Shang Dynasty would become unparalleled, undergoing a qualitative change, high above, and beyond the scope of the Great Shang Dynasty. If one day, a country gave birth to this legendary realm, the status of this country would immediately surpass the Great Shang Dynasty and be above the Great Shang Dynasty. It is conceivable that when they saw the celestial tree and realized that there was such a supreme being buried here, the storm in their hearts was surging. Not only Jian Jingshan, but others also swept the ground frantically. According to ancient books, the birth of the celestial tree must be nurtured by the blood of the legendary figure. Although the celestial tree is extremely precious, it is here and cannot escape. They want to see if there is a treasure left by the legendary figure below. At this time, a hand suddenly stretched out from a pair of ruins. The moment this hand appeared, everyone stopped moving and their hearts beat violently. Bang! With a loud bang, the land broke open, and then a figure appeared. When everyone saw the figure clearly, surprised eyes flashed through everyone's eyes, and the corners of their mouths jumped slightly. The nervous heart just now seemed to be played by someone. It's you. Shang Yu showed a strange look when he saw Qin Wentian appear. "You're not dead." Yin Chang's expression was cold. Qin Wentian was still alive and came here, crawling out of the ruins. Not only him, but also a demon beast beside him came out and stood beside Qin Wentian and looked at everyone. Qin Wentian took a deep breath. He didn't expect that he could recover so quickly after using the immortal destroying sword this time. Perhaps it was related to the blood pool he swallowed into his body. At this moment, he looked up in confusion and saw the mountain-like ancient tree above his head. He couldn't help but reveal a strange look in his eyes. Could it be that this star vein nourished this ancient tree before? It made it grow so strong. Moreover, the fruit on this ancient tree is more terrifying than the breath of the earth fruit. What made Qin Wentian even more depressed was that this space seemed to have collapsed. Everyone gathered here. At this time, one after another looked at him, and many of them were not so friendly. "Brother Qin." Jizu's crisp voice came, which seemed a little different in this atmosphere. Qin Wentian nodded slightly at Jizu and asked, "What kind of tree is this?" "The celestial phenomenon tree, nurtured by the blood and soil of the strong above the celestial phenomenon. This is not a star mineral vein. It must be that the mountains of meteorites were sucked up by the celestial phenomenon tree and dried into a mountain by the wind. The red-eyed blood demon might have been born with the blood of that strong man." Jizu explained to Qin Wentian, "The celestial phenomenon fruit of this celestial phenomenon tree is also known as the martial will fruit. Nurtured by the blood and soil of the strong above the celestial phenomenon." Qin Wentian's heart trembled. That blood pool. He suddenly understood why the blood pool could support a sort of destroying the immortal, and recovered so quickly. While Qin Wentian was still in shock, Ziyu looked at him and said with a smile, "Brother Qin, the blood demon that was chasing you was bred by the blood of a legendary figure. Now it has disappeared, so it must have been chased by you. Since you chased into its lair, did you find the relics of the strongest man?" As soon as Ziyu finished speaking, Jizu's beautiful eyes froze, and her expression became very ugly. This Ziyu turned his face so quickly. Everyone's eyes were focused on Qin Wentian at the same moment, and a wave of terrifying coldness came over him. Qin Wentian looked at Ziyu, only to see that the other party looked normal, still with a faint smile, as if he had forgotten how his life was saved. Chapter 490, Fighting for Celestial Fruit. Qin Wentian thought of the skeleton in his bloodline, but apart from that skeleton, there was nothing around. A legendary figure like this must have experienced a world-shaking war to fall here. How could a defeated person keep his belongings? Not all strong people will leave relics before they die. Maybe some are just bones. As for the birth of the celestial tree, it was purely because the bloodline of that strong man was too strong. It has existed here for countless years, giving birth to the celestial ancient tree and the celestial fruit. Ziyu knew the power of the red-eyed monster. He should be surprised that Qin Wentian could save his life. Now he said such a sentence, which undoubtedly drew everyone's attention to Qin Wentian, so that less attention would be focused on the celestial tree. Brother Qin has been chased by that powerful monster for a long time. How could he get anything in just a short while? Ziyu, your words are too vicious. Jizu stared at Ziyu with an angry expression on her face. If Qin Wentian hadn't led the red-eyed monster away, they would have died. Now that Qin Wentian has crawled out of the ruins, no matter how he escaped, it is obvious that he would not feel well. He must have experienced a fierce battle. If they found the treasure according to Ziyu's promise, they should give Qin Wentian a share. Now, let alone sharing the treasure, Ziyu actually put Qin Wentian in a desperate situation. I just asked casually. Besides, there were only two roads just now. The road we took happened to be under this ancient tree. It would not be surprising if Brother Qin took the road that had any adventures. Ziyu said with a smile. Shut up. Su Lan shouted coldly, scolding Ziyu angrily. His spear pointed at Ziyu with a gleaming edge, and the tip of the spear pointed directly at Ziyu. I am ashamed to be associated with you. Brother Su Lan, don't be so presumptuous just because I am polite to you. You are just an outer disciple of King Hu Mountain. It is not difficult for me to obtain this status. Ziyu's eyes were cold, and his words were also true. With Ziyu's strength, he also had the opportunity to obtain the status of an outer disciple of King Hu Mountain. However, the Luohao sect where Ziyu was located was a force in Zhuangwang City and belonged to the Great Shuang Dynasty. The relationship between the Great Shuang Dynasty and King Hu Mountain was not so friendly. In the territory of the Great Shuang Dynasty, the dynasty was obviously more powerful. Moreover, In addition to these two major forces, there were many other forces to choose from, so many Xianjiao characters were not in a hurry to make a choice. No need to argue. Kill this man and we will know whether he has obtained the relics of the strongest. A cold voice came out. The person who spoke was Yin Ting of the Yin family. He already knew that Qin Wentian was the one who bullied Yin Chang. He had already ordered the other party to be killed. It was an accident that the other party did not die, but now that he appeared here, Qin Wentian had to die. Jizu's figure flashed and landed beside Qin Wentian. He looked at everyone and said, "Brother Qin and I are allies. If someone attacks him, I will naturally not stand idly by." Su Lan's spear in his hand spun slightly, and his eyes looked in the direction of Yin Ting. The subtle movement showed his attitude, which was quite surprising. "I owe him a life." A ray of cold light flickered in the corner of Su Lan's eyes. No matter what reason Qin Wentian led the red-eyed monster away, he saved his life after all. "I won't help either of us." Leng Tu expressed his attitude. He couldn't help Qin Wentian, but he wasn't so mean to add insult to injury. He heard that this person had offended Shuangyu, Jin Zan, and Yin Chang, and he was afraid that he would die. Yin Ting heard Leng Tu's words and glanced at Ziyu. The other party's attention didn't seem to be all on Qin Wentian, which made him have a rough guess in his mind. Buzz! The wind blew, and the calm was broken. Feng Yun of Fengpeng family, like a big rock, soared into the sky and rushed to the Xiangxiang fruit in the center of the ancient Xiangxiang tree in the void. Humph! Shangqi snorted coldly, his body trembled, and turned into a stream of light, rushing straight to the Xiangxiang fruit. Seeing this scene, the crowd no longer had time to care about Qin Wentian, and rushed to the Xiangxiang tree. Especially when they saw Ziyu and Leng Tu did the same thing, they were more certain that Qin Wentian definitely didn't get anything, otherwise how could these people let him go so calmly? Regardless of whether there are relics or not, let's put it aside for now. The most important thing now is to fight for the celestial fruit in front of us. The celestial fruits on the celestial tree are of different colors. The celestial fruit on the lowest level is earthy yellow, which is slightly similar to the color of the earth fruit. When everyone approaches it, their bodies stop at the same time. A terrifying gravity presses down, and they can't move forward at all. Of course, there are also people who flash directly from the side towards the celestial fruit of other levels, walking from the outside of the fruit tree to the inside, but they all encounter various resistances. For example, when they approach the blood-red celestial fruit, they will immediately feel that their blood is out of control, as if they are about to explode and die. Even if they walk forward, their bodies will directly bleed, which is very miserable. The celestial tree was born with the blood of a legendary strong man. The celestial fruit it produced contained a terrifying martial arts will. How could it be so easy to get it? This was also the reason why they had not taken action just now. If they could pick the celestial fruit in an instant, these people would not have confronted each other and would have taken it directly. Let's go. Su Lan glanced at Jizu, holding a spear, and rushed straight to the celestial tree in the void. Jizu glanced at Qin Wentian and said, "Brother Qin, you'd better leave first. Don't participate in the fight for the celestial fruit." After saying that, her body also soared into the air. In her opinion, it was very dangerous for Qin Wentian to stay and he would be killed. The people of the 9 forces took action at the same time, each for their own camp. For a while, the ancient celestial tree was full of human figures. Qin Wentian's perception rushed out to feel the martial arts will contained in those celestial fruits. The earthy yellow celestial fruit should contain the martial arts will of the earth. The blood-red celestial fruit should contain the martial arts will of blood. In addition, there are also celestial fruits that contain the power of demons, space, and gold. The celestial fruits on the highest level are crimson in color. When the perception is released, Qin Wentian's heart beats with it, just like the feeling when facing the red-eyed demon beast. The red-eyed demon beast is born from blood, so it naturally contains a lot of extraordinary power in its body, but it can't use it. The celestial tree hovers in the air like a mountain. It is divided into 6 layers, and each layer bears different fruits, but the celestial fruits on any layer are not so easy to pick. At this time, the strong man who went to the highest level and wanted to pick the crimson celestial fruit actually fell directly from the ancient tree, head to the ground, and was obviously dead, which made people feel shocked. Picking fruits can also kill. Qin Wentian rubbed the head of the little bastard next to him and whispered, "Help me pick those fruits of the demon's will." The little guy flashed, broke through the air, and rushed directly to the celestial fruit containing the demon's will. Qin Wentian's blood was roaring crazily, and a terrifying demonic aura was spreading from his body. His whole body seemed to be wrapped in a terrifying blood aura, and the aura emanating from his body was rising crazily. Looking up, Qin Wentian looked at the celestial tree. His blood aura was surging, breaking through the shackles of his realm, and the demonic aura was rising. Qin Wentian's body soared into the sky and landed directly on the branches of the first floor, walking towards the fruit. Yinting, Ziyu, and Jinyan, the three great Xianjiao strongmen, were all on this floor. In addition to them, there were many powerful Xiangang realm figures, but Qin Wentian walked up. "Get out." Yinting slapped his palm, and a thunderous palm print with heavy pressure swept down like a piece of land, oppressing Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian raised his hand, demonic energy rolled, and the divine essence roared. He punched out, and with a loud bang, he directly crushed the palm print. Taking a step forward, Qin Wentian used his tyrannical strength to bear the pressure of the Xiangxiang fruit. He was one step closer to the Xiangxiang fruit. He only needed 5 steps to get it. But Yinting, Ziyu, and Jinyan were only 4 steps away, closer than him. There were several strong men beside Qin Wentian, all 5 steps away. When they saw Qin Wentian coming, their eyes flashed with cold light. "I'll give you a favor once, get out of here." Ziyu's eyes swept across and stared at Qin Wentian. 9 arms appeared on his body, like a monster. Jinyan was a genius of the Jiutian family. He wanted to teach Qin Wentian a lesson because Jinzan was defeated by Qin Wentian before. Now this man dared to fight for the Xiangxiang fruit. His fingers were surrounded by terrible golden flames, and the Wuming Xiangang bloomed. Wisps of brilliant golden flames turned into streams and fell on the beating fingertips. Jinyan pressed his fingers in the direction of Qin Wentian, and the flames rushed towards Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's palm trembled, and suddenly a huge palm print was pressed towards the beating golden flame. However, he found that the beating golden flame seemed to have turned into an illusory fire. The palm print directly penetrated through it, and it continued to stab Qin Wentian as if it did not exist. Puff! The flames directly sank into Qin Wentian's fist, and a destructive force suddenly ravaged Qin Wentian's arm, burning everything in his arm. Boom! A terrible force rushed into his arm, extinguishing the power of the flame. This flame could turn into an illusory object that did not exist, and its attack was invisible. If you were not careful, you would be hit. However, its destructive power was relatively weak and was wiped out by the power in Qin Wentian's body, but his arm was still filled with burning gas. Taking a step forward, Qin Wentian was under the terrifying pressure, and he was only 4 steps away from the cocky celestial fruit. "You don't know whether to live or die." Yinting shouted coldly, and more surging power burst out from him, as if there were rays of thunder light running through him, lighting up his body. He looked down at Qin Wentian like a thunder god, with supreme majesty all over his body. Ziyu also had a cold expression, and his 9 arms roared at the same time, targeting Qin Wentian. However, Qin Wentian seemed not to have seen it at this moment. His eyes were only looking forward. He said coldly, "Qin is here. You have no share of the celestial fruit here." After that, he disregarded everything, regardless of the opponent's attack threat, and ignored everything, and took another step up. Chapter 491, Snatching Food from the Tiger's Mouth. The celestial fruit, which contains the power of the earth, is surrounded by a terrifying pressure. It is heavy and squeezes every part of the human body. There are invisible barriers around it, making it difficult to get close. Qin Wentian is good at the martial arts will of power. The will of power is similar to the will of the earth, and the will is slightly close. At this moment, his blood is roaring, and the demon martial arts will is erupting. The power is naturally very strong, so he is only 3 steps away from picking the celestial fruit. However, there are 3 strong men around him, who are the prides of the 3 major forces. Jinyan, a brilliant man from the Jin Yang family. Yinting, a pride of the Yin family. Ziyu, a pride of the Luo Hao sect. With these 3 people around, how could they let Qin Wentian take the celestial fruit, especially when Qin Wentian was so arrogant? "Qin is here, and you have no share of the celestial fruit here." Even Sulan and Jizu, who were in the sky trying to seize the golden will celestial fruit, looked down at Qin Wentian, who was in the sky below. A trace of worry flashed in their eyes. Jizu wanted to ask Qin Wentian to leave, so as not to be hunted by them after seizing the celestial fruit. However, Qin Wentian not only did not leave, but also personally participated in the fight for the celestial fruit. With these Xianjias here, How could he be allowed to interfere? However, each layer of the celestial fruit had different strong pressures. Sulan and Jizu were facing the oppressive attack of the terrifying golden martial will. They had no time to care about Qin Wentian and could only pray for him. This guy acted impulsively, and he underestimated the evildoers in Zhuangwang City. Jizu said in her heart, sweating for Qin Wentian. The three Xianjias saw Qin Wentian take a step ahead, and all showed a terrible cold light. However, Qin Wentian's step was not in vain. After he took a step, there seemed to be an invisible killing sword intent gathering between heaven and earth. However, how could this shake the three people? Above Yin Ting's head, a terrifying thunder python appeared, with demonic energy surging. It was his Wuming Xiangang. He pointed his palm, and in an instant, a series of illusory thunder pythons pounced on Qin Wentian frantically. The thousands of threads of thunder and lightning, each with terrifying destructive power, at the same time as the attack, he walked forward, also with 3 steps left. Qin Wentian raised his hand and clapped, not caring about the opponent's attack at all. His arm seemed to transform into the scales of a demon dragon, and the dragon seal blasted out, entangled with the roaring thunder python. At the same time, Ziyu's attack arrived. 9 arms blasted out a series of fist shadows. Qin Wentian slapped his palm, and the void wave shattered everything, but the fist shadow filled the sky and buried people. The martial arts will seem to make the fist-light power overlap, constantly becoming stronger, turning into a huge wave of fists, destroying everything. Qin Wentian did not retreat. The divine essence in his body burst out, and he slapped out 9 palm prints in succession, which disintegrated the fist light. But at this time, Jin Yan's attack arrived. A lotus with golden flames attacked. This time, it was no longer an illusion, but a real golden flame, which contained a terrifying fire pressure. Qin Wentian pointed it out, and the sword energy swept through. The lotus remained condensed but did not explode until it approached Qin Wentian. There was a loud bang, and it was going to destroy everything. Qin Wentian took a step back and fell down. The terrible power of the flames was raging. Qin Wentian was surrounded by a monstrous sword power, and he was able to resist it. At this time, Ziyu and Jin Yan, while attacking, also took a strong step forward with the help of the shock force. The 3 of them advanced, but Qin Wentian retreated. The 3 of them were 1 step ahead of Qin Wentian. "Ignorant fellow," Jin Yan said with contempt, glancing at Qin Wentian, his eyes glowing with golden flames. "After this matter is over, I will kill you." After that, the 3 of them all released their own strength frantically, stared at each other, mobilized all their strength, and frantically took a step diagonally upward. With a loud bang, it seemed that the void was trembling. They all released the strongest aura to resist the oppressive force. Now, they were only 2 steps away from picking the celestial fruit. The 3 of them looked at each other and looked at each other. From each other's eyes, they saw a strong will to fight. There were only 2 steps. Whoever took the first step would pick the 2 celestial fruits containing the strong will of the earth. As for Qin Wentian, he was no longer in their consideration. Qin Wentian looked at the 3 people in front of him. At this moment, his body did not advance but retreated, and went diagonally downward. His figure fell on the ground, but the sharpness in his eyes became even stronger. The surging demonic energy burst out crazily, and his body seemed to be covered with a layer of demonic armor. When he stepped on the ground, the terrifying power shook the earth, and his body soared into the sky again. 1 step forward, the sword intent whistled. 2 steps forward, the sword energy swept. 3 steps forward, Qin Wentian's body was surrounded by a terrifying sword aura. Step. Yin Ting in the void shouted. His whole body was full of terrifying thunder power, breaking everything, and his body stepped forward again, only 1 step away from the star fruit. Jin Yan's body was wrapped in the golden lotus light curtain, and the light curtain pierced the space, and his body rushed forward again. Ziyu's 9 arms blasted out in all directions at the same time. With the help of the huge shock force, he also took a step. Their eyes were all fixed on the celestial fruit in front of them, and they were just 1 step away. They all noticed that in addition to this pressure, the world seemed to be filled with a sound of sword chants. Qin Wentian took the 4th step, and his sword Wuming Xiangang was suspended above his head. There were illusory sword shadows around him, and the sword was swaying. The 5th step fell. When this step fell, the whole space was shrouded by the dual forces of sword energy and earth pressure. The eyes of the 3 people in front of him condensed. Yin Ting turned his head and looked at Qin Wentian, only to see that Qin Wentian was one step behind him. He actually dared to come back. The sword energy was so powerful. "This fruit is mine." Yinting took the last step. "How can you enjoy it alone?" Jin Yan also took a step forward. "Roar!" Ziyu roared madly, and took another step without fear of the pressure. The three people walked forward and then stretched out their hands at the same time, picking the same Xiangxiang fruit. This Xiangxiang fruit was in the front position and was easier to pick. But at this moment, the lingering sword power suddenly descended, and Qin Wentian's sixth step fell. The true killing power of the 7 killing swordsmanship penetrated their bodies, as if thousands of swords were piercing through their bodies. Their faces suddenly changed. Puff! The branches of the celestial fruit were directly cut off, and the terrible oppressive force was broken through by the sword energy and fell down. 2 celestial fruits fell with the branches. The three people's expressions changed drastically, and they reached out to pick the falling celestial fruits at the same time, but saw that the endless sword light directly cut through the 2 sides of the celestial fruit, destroying everything. "You dare!" Yinting shouted, retracted his palm, but pressed his body down, and the power of thunder and the earth roared wildly, as if it had gathered into terrifying thunder, and pounced on Qin Wentian frantically. Qin Wentian stretched out his hand and grabbed the celestial fruit. It felt extremely heavy, but he moved his mind and put it away. He pointed his finger upwards, and the mighty sword swept away everything. He resisted the attack and fell straight down, returning to the ground in an instant. "How dare you!" The three people in the void all showed terrible killing intent, and instantly descended above Qin Wentian and surrounded him. "You are looking for death?" Yinting walked down. His anger was overwhelming. The earth seemed to explode directly under the thunder, but Qin Wentian looked into the void, and saw a huge celestial fruit tree, many of which had been picked. The golden celestial fruit contained a powerful golden martial arts will, and was taken away by Jian Jingshan of the Jingxiao sword sect, and Su Lan took one. The celestial fruit containing the demon will was taken by Fen Yun of the Fenpeng family, and the other was taken away from him by the little bastard. The blood-colored celestial fruit containing the blood will was all taken by Shangqi. On the huge celestial fruit tree, only the 4 celestial fruits on the top 2 layers were not picked by anyone, but at this time, the major masters had already rushed there. Only Yinting and others did not pick them. They wanted to kill Qin Wentian, and the killing power swept down crazily. Qin Wentian dared to take their celestial fruit, and he must die, and there was no chance of survival. At this moment, they did not have a single celestial fruit in their hands. Buzz! At this moment, a rope appeared in the void, and rolled towards Yinting and the other 3. Yinting and the others looked at each other and dodged. The rope spread rapidly, and Jizu stood in the air. Su Lan's figure flashed, holding a dazzling spear, and appeared there. "You 3 are geniuses from major forces, but you actually joined forces to deal with one person. What a joke." Jizu looked at the 3 people and said sarcastically. She didn't expect Qin Wentian to be able to snatch the celestial fruit from the tiger's mouth. "Do you 2 want to intervene in this matter?" Yinting said coldly. In the void, a group of strong men descended on this space and sealed the entire space. They were the Yin family and some other strong men from the Jiutian family. The so-called Xianjiao is just like this. 3 people took action, but they couldn't get a celestial fruit. Su Lan's hand and spear rotated, and there was a faint burst of terrible sharpness, and the fighting spirit was filled. "Su Lan, if you intervene in this matter, even if you are an outer disciple of King Hu Mountain, I will kill you." Yinting said coldly. "You don't want the other celestial fruits, I'll get them." Qin Wentian looked calm. Although these Xianjiao characters were strong and their various martial arts wills had reached the 2nd level, he would never be afraid of them. However, he didn't have time to get entangled with them at this moment. The celestial fruit was extremely important to Xiangang realm martial artists. It could speed up their understanding of martial arts wills and even help them comprehend the true meaning of martial arts and gather martial arts celestial phenomena. He wanted to get the remaining 4 celestial fruits. Su Lan, Jizu, grab the celestial fruit. Qin Wentian said in a voice transmission. Then he stepped forward, and the stars moved, and he disappeared directly on the spot. Yinting and others turned around and saw Qin Wentian rushing into the void from the outside, rushing to the top of the celestial fruit tree, where the strong gathered. "Is this guy crazy?" Jizu's expression froze when she saw Qin Wentian's actions. The 4 celestial fruits were the most difficult to obtain. Many people had tried and failed. Besides, All the other experts except them were gathered there. If they rushed to grab them at this time, the chance of success would be too low and extremely dangerous. Yinting and the others saw that Qin Wentian ignored their encirclement and left calmly. Their faces were extremely ugly. They raised their heads and their bodies rushed out at the same time, heading towards the void. They looked at Qin Wentian as if they were looking at a man who was doomed to die. Chapter 492, Recapture. The ancient tree was towering, with countless rings. What Qin Wentian was walking towards at this moment was the Xiangxiang fruit that contained the power of space. He wanted to take this fruit, not for himself, but for Qinger. Since he came from Xianyang City, many people have helped him, including his adoptive father Qin Xuan, teacher Mo Shuang, senior sister Ruahun, and fairy King Mei. Qin Wentian owed many people. He owed the most to Qinger. Qinger was not good at speaking, she didn't talk much, and was always cold. At the beginning, she just followed the orders of fairy King Mei and silently guarded him by his side. This guarding lasted for 7 or 8 years. For 7 or 8 years, every time when he was on the verge of life and death, the person who appeared was always Qinger. Although he was severely injured in the battle at the Danyuan Palace, he vaguely remembered that Qinger's figure fell from the sky at the last moment, when he turned into a big rock. The woman didn't speak, but she still accompanied him silently. In the end, she found the great Nirvana immortal method for him. He didn't know how much Qinger had paid for him, but he at least knew that this love was heavy. Qinger is good at the power of space. This celestial fruit that contains the will of space martial arts will be very helpful to her. I must strive to get this fruit. Qin Wentian's eyes were filled with strong obsession. At this moment, the surrounding area was full of strong people. Most people were moving forward, wanting to pick the space martial arts fruit. However, the celestial fruit that contained the power of space was not that difficult to get. The closer you get, the more you find that the space is slightly disordered. You want to move forward, but you end up going astray. There is also a strong space-cutting force hidden in it. Therefore, at this moment, no one has succeeded, unless there is a strong person who is very good at the will of space martial arts, who may be able to get it easily. Below, Yinting and others who came to chase Qin Wentian rushed over. Qin Wentian had a terrible demonic aura on him. He took a step forward and approached the front. A strong space force isolated him in a certain position. Yinting, who was chasing him, raised his hand to attack. The thunder python swallowed everything, but it seemed to hide a space barrier. Qin Wentian had entered the space around the celestial fruit. When Qin Wentian stepped into the space around the celestial fruit, he found that he had stepped into a staggered space. Waves of terrifying power swept over his body, as if to cut and split his body directly. This space seems to be independent, and the space seems to be disordered. Qin Wentian saw a ray of space-light coming, and his figure dodged and retreated violently, then flashed forward again. Although the space was slightly disordered, his steps were still firmly towards the direction where the celestial fruit was. Qin Wentian had an illusion that he was only one step away from the celestial fruit, but it seemed that there were several spaces between them, as if it was very far away. Strands of space threads tore through, Qin Wentian's blood was rolling, his eyes were tenacious, and he continued to move forward. After a while, several other people appeared in the space where he was. Among them, there was a very beautiful figure, the Princess Xiangyu of Xuanwang City. Qin Wentian could feel that the two were in the same space. "Is it you?" Xiangyu saw Qin Wentian, and there seemed to be a trace of coldness between his eyebrows. Qin Wentian just glanced at the other person casually, and then continued to walk forward. The increasingly powerful tearing force of space crushed his body, and the demonic energy on his body rolled wildly. The power of space is indeed strong. If you practice the true meaning of martial arts and evolve the celestial phenomena, the power will be more powerful than ordinary celestial phenomena. Qin Wentian whispered in his heart. Although cultivation depends on the person, the power of the same martial arts will in different hands is different, but some martial arts wills do have advantages. "Give me the space pen." A voice came from behind Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian turned around suddenly, and the palm print fell. The demon dragon roared out with overwhelming momentum. A casual palm contained an extremely terrifying power. Xiangyu raised her hand to receive it, but her cultivation was the 4th level of Xiangang. How could she compete with Qin Wentian, who was bursting with the power of the 4th level of Xiangang at this moment? The moment the two touched, the dragon seal turned into a round of terrifying invisible wave power, rushing into her body, making her clothes seem to explode. Bang! The violent force shook Xiangyu's body and made her retreat. Her eyes turned cold and she stared at Qin Wentian. The collar on her chest was torn to pieces, revealing her snow-white neck. Do you really think that Space Pen has a chance? Qin Wentian glanced at Xiangyu, and Xiangyu only felt a terrifying force rushing into her mind, making her eyes show an ugly color. At this time, Qin Wentian was indeed more powerful than she had imagined. Buzz! The moment Qin Wentian turned around, Xiangyu's body suddenly erupted with a terrifying blood power. At this moment, she was filled with a murderous coldness, her long hair flying, and she actually gave people a chilling feeling. The sense of oppression made people feel suffocated. Xiangyu is a member of the royal family of the Great Shang dynasty, a direct descendant of the royal palace, and has the power of blood. This blood power is the regeneration of blood. The so-called regenerative blood, when the blood is activated, the power of the blood penetrates every part of the body, making all parts of the body full of powerful vitality, as if there is a regenerative power. This powerful vitality allows the blood owner's body to have a comprehensive improvement in ability, and the vitality will become more vigorous. Everything in the body is activated, and the power mobilized when attacking is naturally more violent. The power in the body flows wildly, the defense is greatly strengthened, and the ability to resist attacks and recovery are terrible. When this blood erupts, even if the blood power is not particularly strong, the combat effectiveness can be doubled. Qin Wentian turned around and saw the changes in Xiangyu and immediately knew that the other party had activated the power of the blood. Seeing the cold light in Xiangyu's dark eyes and the waterfall-like long hair like a sharp sword, he knew that Xiangyu's blood was not weak. The power of blood is innate and very wonderful. Qin Wentian knew that he had a powerful demon blood that could allow him to enter a violent demon state, and even break through the realm. Just like at this moment, his whole body was full of demonic energy, like a demon king. He was in the 3rd level of Xiangang, but he burst out with the momentum of the 4th level. Who said I can't fight? Xiangyu was a genius princess of Zhuan Wang Mansion. Her appearance and strength were both outstanding. How could she tolerate Qin Wentian's contempt? Her martial destiny Xiangang bloomed, and it was a sword. This sword was as cold as winter water, reflecting Xiangyu's temperament at the moment. The killing intent permeated between heaven and earth. The temperature around seemed to drop, making people feel that their bodies were about to solidify and freeze. With Xiangyu as the center, ice phantoms appeared around her, and her footsteps stepped out in the ice. As soon as the sword came out, the surrounding space seemed to be frozen, leaving only her and Qin Wentian. The coldness penetrated Qin Wentian's body. Every inch the sword advanced made Qin Wentian feel even colder. Qin Wentian felt this state of mind, and suddenly understood why Xiangyu must have the space pen. The power she wanted to cultivate in the next realm was probably the space power. She not only wanted to use the space pen to carve the divine pattern scroll, but also wanted to use the space pen to feel the wonderful space power at all times. At this moment, she came to seize the space celestial fruit. But no matter what her purpose was, and what relationship she had with Qin Wentian, no one could stop him from seizing the celestial fruit. As soon as he stepped on the ground, the terrifying momentum rolled endlessly, and the temperament of the demon monarch became stronger, and his long hair flew non-stop. Dong, dong, dong. Qin Wentian took 4 steps in a row, and the sword energy swept the world. The killing sword might seem to rush directly into Xiangyu's body, but Xiangyu's sword also came to kill, and the cold sword might directly pierced into Qin Wentian's body. Get lost. Qin Wentian pressed his finger downwards, and all his strength and sword power were gathered under this finger. The sky-severing finger, one finger severing the sky. After the finger fell, Qin Wentian waved his sleeves, turned around and continued to move forward. Seeing Shangqi, Jian Jingshan and others getting closer to the celestial fruit, his expression darkened. If the celestial fruit fell into their hands, it would be much more difficult to seize it than to fight for it now. Qin Wentian took a step forward regardless of everything. Then he waved his hand, and a page of ancient scroll appeared, which was wrapped around his body. Qin Wentian was filled with the power of space. We are both the power of space. I wonder if I can sense it. Qin Wentian closed his eyes, and a strong sense of perception spread out. He stood there waiting. It was too late to move step by step now. He only had one chance to directly cross this space barrier. He used the power of space on his body to sense the entire space, as if the power of space was flowing, until one moment, the entire space turned into a straight line. At this moment, there was no space barrier between everyone and the Xiangxiang fruit. Only at this moment. Shangqi and Jian Jingshan took a step forward and finally passed the last level. There was excitement in their eyes. Almost at the same moment, Qin Wentian launched Dao's Huanxing Yi. Dao's Huanxing Yi is not teleportation. It is not a magical power at the special level. It is just the explosion of the star power, which makes the speed extremely fast in an instant. Therefore, when there is a special barrier, it is useless for him to use Dao's Huanxing Yi. Only at this moment, Qin Wentian's figure appeared accurately at the place where the star fruit was. The strong special power raged on his body, but he stretched out his hand without any hesitation to grab the celestial fruit. The light in his eyes was dancing with terrible obsession. With a clench of his palm, he grabbed 2 celestial fruits at the same time. The terrifying special power tore his palm apart, and there were traces of blood, as if to tear his palm apart. Behind him, Shangqi looked at the figure who suddenly appeared with a look of astonishment. As if he realized something, a terrible cold light burst out in his eyes. Die? The crazy demon halberd in Shangqi's hand stabbed violently, trying to chase Qin Wentian to death on the spot. Looking for death? Jian Jingshan also looked at the figure who appeared in astonishment, and then a sword was used to shock the sky and exploded. Qin Wentian used both hands to pick the celestial fruit and put it away. The special pressure dissipated into the air. The crazy demon halberd had already pierced his body, and blood was seen. At the same time, the brilliant sword light flew over and pierced his skin. Bang! As time passed, his body soared into the sky. He did not retreat, but rushed into the sky. The hand that put away the celestial fruit touched the waist, and bloody liquid flowed out. There was a sharp pain there. If he was a little slower, the crazy demon halberd would have pierced into his body. There was also blood on his ear, which was the injury caused by the sword energy. As for Shuangyu, who had just fought with him, she had just resisted the finger of the broken sky and spit out a mouthful of blood. She looked up and saw Qin Wentian taking away the celestial fruit. Then the special power dissipated. Her beautiful eyes stared at the figure in front of her. Without the obstruction of the special power, everyone took off and surrounded Qin Wentian at the same time. Qin Wentian had become a thorn in their eyes. This person took the celestial fruit. Isn't he afraid of death? At this moment, Shangyu and Jian Jingshan burst into intense anger. How could Qin Wentian swallow this celestial fruit? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 493, One Strike, Destroying Everything. Qin Wentian's body rushed upwards, and he looked up at the sky. There were the last 2 celestial fruits, all of which were crimson. Qin Wentian had witnessed the death of the man who had taken the 2 celestial fruits not long ago, without a sound or any wounds. This might be the most difficult celestial fruit to obtain. As his body approached, Qin Wentian's heart began to beat violently. He felt that every part of his body was trembling. The frequency of his heartbeat seemed to shatter his heart veins. This made him stop and look at the crimson fruit in the sky, taking a deep breath. At this time, Qin Wentian was standing on the branch. On both sides, Jian Jingshan and Shangqi descended at the same time. Below, many figures stood on the branches of the ancient celestial tree, staring at him. In addition to the 2 earth celestial fruits, he also took 2 space celestial fruits. Now, in the eyes of everyone, he is undoubtedly a treasure, more valuable than the 2 celestial fruits above. He has 4 celestial fruits. You can't keep the celestial fruit. You want the fruit or your life? Shangqi held a terrifying crazy demon halberd, and his blood was boiling. Each of his long hairs was like a sharp blade. The light flowing in his palms was flowing in the space, breathing out a sharp breath. At the same time, a blood-colored light was flowing on his body, which was shocking and frightening. Leave the celestial fruit to me, and I will let you go. Jian Jingshan stood on the other side, staring at Qin Wentian. At this time, Yinting, Ziyu, and Jin Yan also arrived on the branches below. The auras on their bodies were so terrible that they surrounded Qin Wentian in a small space. Madman. Jizu saw Qin Wentian facing the powerful men alone, and there was worry in her beautiful eyes. This guy snatched the celestial fruit without caring about anything else, and was almost hit by the crazy demon halberd and the sword. Now he was surrounded again. Is he really not going to die? If you want the celestial fruit, follow me up. Qin Wentian stepped up into the air, and his heart suddenly trembled, as if every inch of his body was beating violently and could collapse at any time. This rhythmic feeling was all caused by the heart, which was too scary. Shangqi stepped forward, and saw his palm stretched out, and a bloody palm print grabbed Qin Wentian, containing a monstrous blood power, causing Qin Wentian's blood to riot, as if it was about to break out of his body. Qin Wentian snorted coldly, and blood filled his palm. Then he waved his palm, and a bloody curse seal blasted out. With a loud bang, blood power filled the air. However, at the same time, the people below and Jian Jingshan all stepped up and continued to press Qin Wentian. At this moment, the pressure Qin Wentian felt was too terrible, as if a sheep was among wolves, and could perish at any time. Since you want it so badly, then come up again. Qin Wentian continued to step onto the branch, and took another step closer to the crimson celestial fruit. The pulse of his body became even more terrifying, and he could even hear the sound of his heart beating non-stop. No matter what, you can't escape death. Shangqi's voice was cold, and he went up again. The sword halo contained in Jian Jingshan's body wrapped his body in it. The people below were not willing to be outdone, and began to challenge the pressure of the last two celestial fruits. Suddenly, with Qin Wentian as the center, dozens of strong men in the 5th level of the Xiangang realm approached the crimson celestial fruit, or approached Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian alone led all the strong men, all of whom were covered by the celestial tree. Boom, boom. Qin Wentian's heartbeat did not stop. He closed his eyes and quietly felt every tremor of his body, as if he wanted to adapt to this beating. The blood power in his body roared like an ocean. Qin Wentian raised his foot and stepped forward again. The crowd's hearts were beating wildly. Unknowingly, Qin Wentian, who seemed to be using the celestial fruit to avoid being hunted down, was only 2 steps away from the celestial fruit. Could it be that he also wanted the last 2 celestial fruits that were the hardest to get? Shangqi, Jian Jingshan and other evildoers looked gloomy, and seemed to have guessed this idea in their hearts. They stared at Qin Wentian. This man was so bold that he wanted to take almost half of the celestial fruit alone when all the geniuses of various forces gathered. Jizu and Sulan were also in the crowd. Looking at Qin Wentian, who is closest to the crimson celestial fruit, they also felt a little absurd. This man was doing something crazy. Even if it was Shangqi, if he said he wanted half of the celestial fruit, he would have to consider whether he could withstand the pressure. But the young man in white seemed fearless, or he didn't know how to write the word fear. At this time, Qin Wentian was under unprecedented pressure, but it was not from those evildoers, but from the celestial fruit. These 2 celestial fruits could really kill people. His heartbeat had already reached a terrifying frequency. Taking a deep breath, Qin Wentian calmed his mind and tried to make himself as stable as possible. Everything in his body moved along with his heartbeat, reaching a certain harmony. His steps, however, once again walked forward. At this time, it was not just Qin Wentian. Everyone who came with him had no time to care about anything else. They could only stabilize their heartbeats and did not even dare to attack randomly. Puff. Qin Wentian spat out a mouthful of blood, but he was firmly rooted there, his eyes fixed on the fruit in front of him. What kind of willpower is this? Qin Wentian had never seen anything like this before, but he had a desire to get the celestial fruit. Only the last step. Shangyu below looked at the young man in white on the branch, and was slightly shocked. This man was a madman. Qin Wentian wanted to steady his breathing and balance his body again, but below him, he saw that Ziyu's 9 arms simultaneously had terrifying arrows, pointing at Qin Wentian above him. At the same time, arrows from 2 arms even locked onto Shangqi and Jian Jingshan. At this moment, Qin Wentian was afraid that if he was attacked by an external force, his heart would burst and he would die. As for his death, he must get his divine pattern ring. Be careful. Jizu below shouted at Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's perception was so sharp that he naturally noticed that there was a powerful killing force behind him, locking onto him. Not only him, but Shangqi and Jian Jingshan also felt it. They were filled with the momentum and were ready to strike in this tense state. They had the same idea as Ziyu. If Qin Wentian fell, then he must get his divine pattern ring. Bang, bang, bang. A group of strong figures walked out and surrounded Qin Wentian, not hesitating to bear the huge pressure, but also to fight for this chance. Qin Wentian's body did not move. In everyone's opinion, Qin Wentian's whole body strength was tense at this time, dealing with a beating heart, and he could not move at all. Ziyu's move was really insidious. No wonder he was the farthest away from the celestial fruit among those geniuses. It seemed that he had this idea long ago and was ready to shoot an arrow at this most critical moment. This young man in white is really looking for death? He dared to get so close. The closer he is to this celestial fruit, the weaker his resistance will be. Some people with slightly weaker strength below looked at the people in the void and thought to themselves. He sees a lot of celestial fruits, but he was afraid that he would make wedding clothes for others. This person will definitely die. Ziyu's arrow will definitely penetrate through when it is shot. He has no way to stop it and can only wait for death. But at this moment, the crowd saw Qin Wentian's palms move, and both palms slapped towards the air below at the same time. Dong, dong. The bell rang, and the bell that rang at this moment was like a death bell. In the void, it seemed that ancient bells appeared and trembled in the void. This was the ancient heart-killing bell. At this moment, Shangqi and others turned pale. They were very close to the celestial fruit, and their heartbeats were very fast. At this time, Qin Wentian's magical attack was actually a heart-killing one. Puff. Shangqi felt that his heart was about to burst, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body fell towards the sky. He mobilized all his strength to protect his heart from breaking. Puff, puff, puff. At this moment, not only Shangqi, but everyone was falling, and they all vomited blood. The lingering bell sound was like a death warrant. The fallen bodies blocked Qin Wentian from the attack range of the arrows. Unless Ziyu's arrows could be deflected, otherwise, they would have to pierce those bodies and kill Qin Wentian. Ziyu, he obviously didn't dare to do this, and at this moment he also spat out a mouthful of blood and his face was pale. The scene at this moment was spectacular. The people who were waiting for Qin Wentian to fall were stunned and looked at the scene in front of them in shock. No matter whether they were the prodigies or the geniuses, they all fell down at the same time, including Shangqi, Jian Jingxian, Yin Ting and other characters. No one could escape. At the moment when Qin Wentian slapped his palm, the geniuses fell sideways, as if all this was just to set off the white figure standing proudly there. He was not avoiding being hunted down, but for the Xiangxiang fruit. When he took the last step, he destroyed all his opponents with one palm. He wanted to be the enemy of all the prodigies, so what? He dared to take half of the Xiangxiang fruit. What else could he not do? Shang Yu's beautiful eyes froze there. This scene deeply stimulated her heart, making her breath seem to be held, as if she couldn't believe that the scene she was seeing at this moment was real. It was too dreamy. On her very beautiful face, the expression revealed was only shock. Jizu and Su Lan's hearts twitched slightly, and they were deeply shocked by the scene in front of them. This. Jizu opened his lips slightly. He dared to do this. It turned out that he had always had such confidence. He waited for everyone to chase him up, close to the celestial fruit, waiting for the blow that decided everything. At this time, no one disturbed him. The young man in white turned his back to everyone. He didn't even look back. When he felt the pressure brought to him by the celestial fruit, he knew that when everyone approached the celestial fruit, the power of the ancient heart-piercing bell would be devastating, destroying everything. The young man in white took the last step and put the crimson celestial fruit into his pocket. All the power disappeared at this moment, but the shocking scene just now left a deep impression on everyone. Even Shang Yu, when that person became a legend many years later, she would still remember this day, the first time the young man in white brought her heartbeat. P.S. The outbreak broke out. Please support. Chapter 494 Invincible. Without the Xiangxiang fruit that contained the will of martial arts, the pressure from the Xiangxiang fruit tree could hardly affect anyone. Now, there were only lush branches and leaves on this towering ancient tree, and no fruit. All of them were picked, and Qin Wentian got 6 of them, and the little guy who had already sneaked to the side to wait for him also got one, which meant that Qin Wentian alone had taken 7 Xiangxiang fruits. As for this Xiangxiang fruit tree, naturally no one was willing to destroy it. It might be able to produce Xiangxiang fruit again, but that would probably be many years later. But I don't know how many years later, but I think the major forces will not give up the fight for it, but that is not a problem to consider now. Puff, puff. Several figures fell to the ground. They were people with weak heart meridian defenses. Under Qin Wentian's ancient heart-breaking bell, their heart meridians were directly shattered and their lives were cut off. Just now, when they approached the Xiangxiang fruit, their hearts were too tight, like a taut arrow string, and at this time a knife passed by and broke it easily. Let alone them, even Shangqi, who had a strong bloodline, was injured in the heart. He fell to the ground with weak steps and almost fell to his knees. He swallowed another pill to stabilize his heart, but the killing intent in his eyes was incomparably terrifying. Looking up at the celestial tree in the sky, he saw Qin Wentian's figure flying away like a big rock. One person took 6 celestial fruits, how could he not leave? Anyone here, even if they took 2 or 3 celestial fruits, must leave. Stop him. Intercept him. Voices rang out almost at the same time. Shangqi, Jiutian and other Xianjiao figures all shouted. Those who were not injured flashed quickly and rushed towards Qin Wentian in the void. The one who chased the closest was Ziyu. He was the farthest away from the celestial fruit just now, so he was the least affected. Seeing that Qin Wentian wanted to leave, the arrows of his 9 arms were aimed at Qin Wentian at the same time, and he was killed instantly. Qin Wentian felt the terrifying arrow coming from behind him, flashing like a rock, and the arrow just passed over his head. The little guy rushed over and appeared beside him. The man and the beast ran wildly towards the mountains. Now, there was no need to stay. Where are you going? A harsh voice came, and the wind was howling. Qin Wentian only felt that there seemed to be a shadow above his head. He looked up and saw a figure appearing there. This person was Feng Yun, the Xianjiao of the Fengpang family. At this moment, he seemed to have wings on his body. His wings spread out like a rock. The wind wrapped his body, making him faster than everyone here. Feng Yun swooped down and stretched out his hand, like a golden claw, indestructible, and grabbed Qin Wentian directly, and the sharp whistle cut through the air. What a strong attack! Qin Wentian felt the terrible attack power of the claws. The divine essence in his body roared, and his blood rolled. A seal was blasted out, and the breath of curse was filled. It was the blood curse seal. Bang! The strong attack collided. Feng Yun seemed to feel the power of the curse, his figure flashed, and suddenly disappeared from the original place. Qin Wentian stared at the front, and saw a figure floating there. It was Feng Yun's figure. Qin Wentian looked at Feng Yun who was blocking the road in front. The other party had a slightly demonic look, with wings, and there seemed to be a blood power roaring in his body. Fengpeng family, which means the rock in the wind, flows with the blood of Fengpeng. In Zhuanwang City, the people of Fengpeng family, in terms of speed, no force can match them. Even the palace of Zhuanwang City is not as fast as them. Feng Yun is the pride of Fengpeng family. He is naturally far beyond the ordinary Xiangang 5th level strong man. His strength is too much. Qin Wentian can kill many Xiangang 5th level people alone. Feng Yun, if he is given some time, he can also. Ordinary people in the same realm, the speed is far inferior to him. The attack is also inferior to him. How can they fight? Feng Yun is not just fast, otherwise, he would not have become a genius. Spit out the celestial fruit. Feng Yun intercepted Qin Wentian, and the people behind him rushed over. Qin Wentian could not afford to fight. His figure flashed and landed on the little bastard. The little bastard had golden wings on his back, which cut through the void and turned away. Humph! Feng Yun snorted coldly, and his body suddenly became like a real rock in the wind. His palm trembled, and golden spears appeared on his claws. The wind roared, and Feng Yun locked onto Qin Wentian tightly. The golden spears burst out, blocking Qin Wentian's way forward, and at the same time, there were spears stabbing Qin Wentian's body. The little bastard fell rapidly into the air and landed directly on the ground. He dodged the golden spears, and Feng Yun's figure flashed and landed in front of Qin Wentian again, intercepting Qin Wentian tightly. Qin Wentian had no chance of leaving alive. The wind flickered, and figures were suspended in the air. During this short delay, many strong men from the Fengpeng family came to chase after them, all holding golden spears, suspended in the air, staring coldly at Qin Wentian below. In the back, strong men from all sides rushed over quickly, including Shangqi, Jiutian and other geniuses. Their eyes were filled with terrible killing coldness, and they locked Qin Wentian firmly even though they were far away. Jizu's body rushed forward, but Sulan pulled her. Jizu looked back, but Sulan didn't look at her, but looked at the mighty army in front of him, shook his head and said, "Like you, I also owe him a life, but if we go to fight now, it's no different from sending ourselves to die. It doesn't make any sense." Sulan was obviously rational. Emotionally, they should help, but rationally, dying in this way would be a waste of life. This voice was very cruel. Jizu opened her mouth slightly and looked at the vast breadth in front of her. She felt deeply powerless. Although her strength was good, she had no way to survive in the face of so many powerful people. The red-eyed monster disappeared. Perhaps it died in his hands. Since he dared to take the celestial fruit, perhaps he would have a way to save his life. Su Lan said in a low voice. Although he himself had some doubts, after all, there was absolutely no way to survive in such a situation, but his words made Jisu's eyes light up. Maybe he really had a way. Xiangyu's figure flashed, her body slightly backward, looking at the powerful people in front of her, as if they were a group of hungry wolves hunting. How could the young man in white survive in such a desperate situation? Qin Wentian stood on the ground, his steps stopped, his eyes staring at the murderous figures in the void, plus the martial arts practitioners who kept gathering behind him. I am afraid that a one-time collective attack would turn him into dust. Hand over the celestial fruit. I won't kill you. You may still have a chance of survival. Feng Yun shouted at Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian glanced at the other party, his blood boiling, his eyes were extremely strange, his long hair flying straight, and as he stepped, the sword intent filled the air, sweeping between heaven and earth. Dong, dong, dong. Qin Wentian stepped continuously, and with each step, the sword energy became stronger. When the fourth step fell, it seemed that endless sword energy appeared in the void. You are looking for death? Feng Yun shouted, and the golden spear broke through the air and killed. The moment he made a move, the figure in the void also attacked violently, and endless golden spears cut through everything and rushed towards Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian seemed not to see it. He only saw him take the fifth step, and one step fell. In an instant, the people around him trembled violently, as if there was a sword energy running through their bodies. On Qin Wentian's body, the Wuming Xiangang sword shone, and the Xiangang sword was shaking wildly. It seemed that there was a forest of swords between heaven and earth. But the golden spears all attacked violently. Bang! Starlight burst out, his figure disappeared, and appeared directly in the void, as if at the moment just now, he passed through the gap between the spears, soared into the air, and then took the sixth step. The sound of swords lingered in the world. The expressions of the people around them changed drastically. They quickly retreated and raised their hands to attack at the same time. The Wuming Xiangang in their bodies seemed to be trembling. It seemed that there were sword intentions that penetrated their bodies directly into the Wuming Xiangang. Blood bloomed. Their arms seemed to be torn apart by the sword intentions. There was endless sword power raging in their bodies. Even Feng Yun's body was shocked to feel the sword power that was permeating the world at this moment, and there was a terrible edge in his eyes. Qin Wentian's body seemed to be tense, and it was difficult to bloom the last sword. 7 killing sword technique, 1 step and 1 sword. Each sword gathers the power of the previous swords, and each sword needs to be stronger. At this time, 6 swords, he sensed the world, let the power of the world turn into swords, and gather into sword power. It has reached his limit. This 7-step momentum is difficult to gather. Shangqi and others roared and came, feeling the terrifying sword power, and they all burst into terrible auras, as if the sword power was flowing around everyone. However, after the sword fell, they wanted to see how Qin Wentian would die. Jian Jingshan took a step forward, and his body was full of endless sword power. He raised his palm, and the Xiangang sword suddenly spun wildly and hummed, whistling in front of him. 1 sword gave birth to 2 swords, 2 swords gave birth to 4 swords. In front of him, a row of swords appeared, and each sword exhaled terrible sword energy. Kill! Jian Jingshan waved his palm, and suddenly the swords in front of him broke through the air at the same time, as if they had penetrated everything and instantly descended in front of Qin Wentian. However, at this moment, Qin Wentian's body seemed to have an unparalleled attraction to the swords. The swords descended in front of him and were about to break into his body, but they stopped abruptly, and the whistling continued. Kill! Jian Jingshan roared, and the row of swords continued to kill and destroy Qin Wentian. Bang! Qin Wentian's body suddenly erupted with a terrifying sword power, as if this piece of heaven and earth space had all turned into killing sword energy. Lifting his foot, Qin Wentian stepped down with difficulty. Finally, his foot landed. With a step, the row of sharp swords that shocked the world were out of control and rolled out. At the same time, countless sword beams bloomed in this space, killing and killing. For a while, blood kept flying out. I don't know how many strong men fell, or even turned directly into ashes and dissipated under the sword intent. This time, it was no longer a wounding, but a thorough killing. Feng Yun, Shangqi and others retreated, and their Wuming Xiangang in their bodies trembled, as if under this sword power, Their Wuming Xiangang would be shattered. At this time, they were horrified in their hearts. This magical power Qin Wentian used to kill a group of people. If it was aimed at one person, how terrifying would it be? This sword almost emptied Qin Wentian's sword Yuanfu. It was too terrible to trigger the seventh sword of the seven killing sword technique, but the effect was also amazing. At least half of the people were seriously injured or died on the spot. Kill anyone who stands in my way. Qin Wentian shouted coldly, and starlight burst out. His figure disappeared again. He ignored the consumption of star energy and appeared directly in front of a person. The terrifying blood-colored palm print slammed down. The person resisted with his flesh palm, but was hit by the blood-colored curse print. His arm turned directly into dry bones, and then spread to his body. With a scream, he fell to the sky below. Boom! After Qin Wentian killed this person, he disappeared again and appeared in front of another person. His palm trembled, and the ancient bell hummed, shaking into the heart, causing the person to spit blood. He sensed that Qin Wentian's body would explode in the future, but it was still too late. After the ancient bell of killing the heart, the stars moved again. Qin Wentian's palm swept across, the sword hummed, and the sword sealed the throat. Killing people and taking lives, as if entering an unmanned place. Chapter 495, Battle of Heroes. Qin Wentian's figure, like a killing god, fiercely impacted everyone's hearts. In a blink of an eye, dozens of powerful beings in the Xiangang realm fell. These strong men, in any force, are the backbone of the people. Staring forward, Qin Wentian stood proudly in the air after killing, handsome as a demon, and dominated the world. His eyes made people feel terrified, as if he was the monarch of demons. The celestial fruit, the capable one will take it. Since I have taken it, how can I let you touch it? Qin Wentian's figure flashed and left again. The body of the little bastard who had shrunk in the air below enlarged again and turned into a golden ancient demon. He caught Qin Wentian's body and flew away. At this moment, the shocked crowd actually paused for a moment and did not dare to chase immediately. Where are you going? A person behind him shouted, but Qin Wentian's eyes flashed, as if he had a third eye. This glance swept past, and the man only felt that endless demons were fighting towards him. His expression suddenly changed drastically, and he fell into a dream state. Puff! A red devil halberd was inserted into his head. It was Qin Wentian who used Dao's Huan Xingyi to return and kill him with one halberd. Qin Wentian pulled out the red devil halberd and swept his eyes over everyone. Few people dared to look him in the eye. Too powerful, a strong man of the 5th level of Biangang, killed him in seconds, without any resistance, and died before he could even release his own Wuming Biangang attack. Red Devil Halberd. Shangqi and others all looked condensed, and Yinting also stared at the Fangyan Huaji in Qin Wentian's hand. It was clearly the Red Devil Halberd made by Qi Yizi. No wonder the Red Devil Halberd disappeared, it turned out that it was in this person's hands. Whoever dares to chase will be killed without mercy. Qin Wentian continued to move forward. This time, no one spoke again. Many people were scared by Qin Wentian's strength and trembled with fear. Those who were wiped out were all strong. If they chased forward, Qin Wentian would launch a fatal attack on them, and they would not be able to resist. Moreover, this person possessed a strange magical power similar to teleportation, which was extremely fast, as if he could move his position in an instant, which made it impossible for them to attack in groups. Otherwise, with their strength, a one-time group attack would be enough to destroy Qin Wentian. But now, they were shocked by Qin Wentian's ruthless and decisive killing. The Qin Wentian who had just exploded was too terrifying, and his strength was too amazing. However, they were shocked, but those Xianjiao characters would never stop. Feng Yan's figure flashed, like a rock in the wind, and the wind roared, and he instantly descended on the sky above Qin Wentian. With such a disparate killing, I'm afraid the star energy in his body is almost exhausted. Ziyu said coldly, and his figure also chased forward, and his words made many people's eyes flash. Indeed, they were shocked by Qin Wentian's fierce power, but in fact, the consumption of that level of battle just now was absolutely super terrible. Qin Wentian's cultivation was only the 3rd level of Xiangang, and his unique bloodline raised his aura to the 4th level, which burned the power in his body. I'm afraid that Qin Wentian's violent state can't last long, so he deliberately used this to scare them. Shangqi, Jian Jingshan, Yinting, and Jinyan, 6 Xianjiao characters, chased after them one after another, and the others followed them one after another, but they were a little behind them and didn't dare to go too far forward. The Xianjiao characters were powerful, and they could block Qin Wentian's sudden attack. Qin Wentian and the little bastard kept stepping forward, feeling the Feng'an in the void and the people following behind. Qin Wentian's dark pupils burst out with a strong cold light, which was really lingering. These people would not stop until they killed him and got the Xiangxiang fruit. He stopped, and in an instant, the 6 Xianjiao characters surrounded him, and the Wuming Xiangang and Wudao will burst out at the same time, pressing on Qin Wentian, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Buzz! The third eye between the eyebrows swept past, and the power of will rushed to the 6 people around at the same time. His dream Wuming Xiangang bloomed, and it seemed that a dreamy feeling enveloped this space, making people feel drowsy, and there were illusions in the dream floating in front of their eyes. The will of the dream. Those Xianjiao gritted their teeth slightly, keeping their minds tightly to prevent themselves from being affected. No matter how powerful you are, you will fall here today. Jian Jingshan's expression was like a sword, and the monstrous sword power burst out from his body. One Wuming Xiangang after another floated in front of him. He clapped his palms, and the sword whistled in the air, killing Qin Wentian. The power of this sword was not strong. Qin Wentian immediately trembled the red demon halberd, and the sword energy dissipated. However, Jian Jingshan kept slapping his palms, and suddenly the swords gathered into a river of swords, cutting through the sky and rolling towards Qin Wentian. At the same time, he walked forward, and with each step, the river of swords rolled more terrifyingly. The sword intent on his body was still gathering, and the space made a terrible rumbling sound. This was one of his unique magical powers, the Jingxiao sword, and the mountains and rivers moved when the sword came out. The red demon halberd in Qin Wentian's hand rotated slightly. The red demon halberd was a 5th-level primary magic weapon refined by Qi, but this 5th-level magic weapon was quite special. It was not directly offensive, but before death, it used his life and soul as a sacrifice and turned into the thought of the dream demon, wanting to make Yin Chang, who went to get the halberd, lose his life. The red demon halberd was good at the power of the dream demon, and Qin Wentian was not familiar with it yet, so he could not really exert its power. But even so, with the red demon halberd in hand, it is easier for people to fall into the barrier of the dream demon. Moreover, even if it is not a divine weapon that attacks directly, it is sharper and more domineering than ordinary 4th-level divine weapons. With a tremor, the red demon halberd in Qin Wentian's hand burst out and slammed into the sword river. A terrifying force penetrated into it. The sword intent on Qin Wentian's body was also strong, and the sword river roared wildly. Yin Ting stood in the sky. At this moment, he shouted coldly, and his body was surrounded by the power of millions of thunders, like a thunder god. He stretched out his palm, and endless thunder power entangled there. Finally, there was thunder and lightning in the void, and his palm was printed downward. In an instant, a thunder god's palm print came down with a monstrous pressure, covering the sky and the earth, and slammed towards Qin Wentian. Jin Yan swung out a golden flame lotus compressed to the extreme. Shangqi and Feng Yun also launched their own attacks. After Ziyu saw that everyone's attacks had all exploded, his arrows broke through the air, and the 9 arrows merged into one, killing Qin Wentian. At this moment, all of Qin Wentian's retreat routes were blocked. Although his Daozuan Xingyi could move instantly, it was not a real space shift, but fast. When all the retreat routes were blocked, no matter how fast, he had to be able to step over the magical power that attacked him. The actions of a Xianjiao person are extraordinary. This Qin Wentian may not be able to escape. The people on the periphery thought to themselves. However, at this time, Qin Wentian's sword Wu Mingdian in front of him furiously rushed towards the sword river in front, and the endless sword power swept over to counter the sword river. At the same time, he waved his palm, and suddenly the Xianchu Wu Mingdian blasted towards the arrows shot by Ziyu. With a step, the starlight burst out, and Dao's Huanzing Yi was heading in the direction where Ziyu was. Bang! A series of powerful attacks exploded where Qin Wentian was, the ground was broken, and deep pits appeared. The Skyhammer Star Soul swept past with terrifying power, shattering the arrows, and continued to pounce on Ziyu. After the Skyhammer Star Soul, Qin Wentian appeared. There was blood on his back, and his long hair was a little messy. Although he activated the Dao's Huanzing Yi in the previous attack, he was still hit by the aftermath. His Wu Mingdian is so strong. Everyone thought that Qin Wentian's first 3 star souls were all from the 5th heaven, And the first star soul was also condensed from the divine essence, so the natural attack was domineering. For ordinary people, the first star soul is generally the second or third heaven, and the power is much weaker than the Wu Mingdian gang behind them. Qin Wentian saw the huge sky hammer smashing over, and his 9 arms simultaneously blasted out terrifying fists, golden fists. Bang! The sky hammer star soul was shaken back. Qin Wentian waved his hand and launched an attack directly to the back. At the same time, his third eye swept across Ziyu madly, causing Ziyu's mind to tremble wildly, as if many demons appeared and tore towards him, and there were also terrible shock forces. Buzz! Qin Wentian's red demon halberd slashed out, and the power of the dream demon seemed to become even more terrifying. Ziyu stepped forward, and the Wuming Xiangang above his head burst out at the same time. A terrifying fist swept together, and at the same time, a palm print of the earth blasted out. Get out! Ziyu roared, but he only saw the starlight burst out, and Qin Wentian's figure disappear directly. Ziyu's expression changed drastically, and suddenly 9 arms rolled behind him and blasted behind his body. At the same time, other strong men came over one after another. Feng Yun was the fastest, and the golden claws smashed down and grabbed Qin Wentian's head. Die! Qin Wentian's martial arts will rushed into Ziyu's mind frantically, and the red demon halberd went straight to the opponent's head. The 9 arms grabbed the red demon halberd alive, and the terrifying heavy pressure held it tightly. Bang! The terrible power of the dream demon burst out from the red demon halberd. Ziyu was already a little unconscious at this time, but he was still fighting madly by instinct, and would never let the red demon halberd hit him. The power of the earth and gold, the defense is really terrible. Qin Wentian sighed in his heart, and the red demon halberd was retracted, and it struck at the Feng Yun in the sky. The two of them trembled violently at the same time. Shang Qi's bloody palm print came and Qin Wentian felt that he was about to be drowned in this attack. Little bastard! Qin Wentian shouted, and the little guy who had not participated in the battle jumped into Qin Wentian's body, and at the same time, Wu Mingdian gang returned to his position. With a pull of his palm, the ancient scroll wrapped around Qin Wentian suddenly flashed with a strong special force. Not good. Those people looked shocked. This was a special scroll. Jian Jingshan Wu Mingdian gang's sword stabbed directly and instantly descended in front of Qin Wentian, but saw Qin Wentian's red demon halberd blasted forward, with a loud bang, shaking his internal organs. Almost at the same time, the violent attack came like a rain curtain, and the spatial power also spread to the extreme. The light shone, and Qin Wentian's figure disappeared directly on the spot. Boom! The ground exploded where Qin Wentian was standing, but the 6 great geniuses just stood there in a daze. Qin Wentian disappeared, right under their noses, and left, taking away 7 celestial fruits. Chapter 496, Not Letting Go. The celestial fruit tree has been nurtured for who knows how many years, and there are only a dozen celestial fruits in total. The strongest forces in Xuanwang City came to compete for it, including the Xianjiao figures of various forces. But in the end, half of the dozen celestial fruits were taken away by a white-clothed young man in the 3rd level of Xiangang. Moreover, he took them away in a dignified manner. He fought fiercely with all the powerful men and killed half of them. Even when facing the 6 Xianjiao figures, he still had the power to resist. This matter will soon be spread to Xuanwang City, and then these Xianjiao figures will lose face. It's too embarrassing. Several people didn't get a single celestial fruit. This is simply a shame for them. Their eyes stared blankly at the deep pit in front of them, and Shang Qi and others burst into a strong murderous aura. Escaped, that is the space scroll. Shuangyu. Shang Qi called out, and saw Shuangyu flashing from behind. This battle had a strong impact on her. The young man in white was so terrifying. When she saw the space scroll, she immediately understood why Qin Wentian would compete with her for the space pen. He himself was a master of divine runes, and he was a master of divine runes who could carve divine rune scrolls. For him, the space pen was equivalent to a space scroll. Of course he wanted it. Moreover, with Qin Wentian's character, under such circumstances, he dared to take 7 celestial fruits. What was the point of competing with her for the space pen? Compared with the two, competing with her for the space pen was simply not worth mentioning. Su Lan and Ji Zhu behind were also shocked and speechless. It turned out that he could have left long ago, but he didn't want to waste the space scroll, so he killed everyone before leaving, and even wanted to kill Ziyu at the last moment. He saved Ziyu's life, But Ziyu wanted his life. When he was leaving, he wanted to take back Ziyu's life. He was just one step away. Sulan and Jizu thought that if the 6 great geniuses had not surrounded him at that time, Ziyu, a genius, would have died on the spot. Shangyu, that space scroll was made by him taking the space pen, right? Shangqi asked Shangyu, who was walking over. It should be. He is a master of divine runes. Shangyu nodded, and the people around him were even more shocked. His combat power was so strong, and he was also a master of divine runes who could carve divine rune scrolls by himself. So, he probably has more than 1 page of scrolls. Shangqi's expression was a little cold. Obviously, he had no intention of letting Qin Wentian go. The value of those celestial fruits was self-evident. Besides, he had suffered such a big loss, so how could he stop there? However, if Qin Wentian had many space scrolls, even if he was found again, there was still no way to keep him. At this time, Shangqi and others suddenly looked up at the sky behind them, and saw a huge figure running over there. The masters from various forces finally arrived, but it was too late. They didn't get much of the celestial fruit, and all of it was on Qin Wentian. What's going on? The masters who arrived looked puzzled when they saw the situation here. Shouldn't they have fought and robbed it? Why are they standing here in a daze? Uncle. Shangyu looked at the person who asked the question, and then explained what happened here. Immediately, the masters who came immediately understood what was going on. Doesn't the Fengpeng family have a one-ly tracking mirror? The master of the palace looked at a master of the Fengpeng family and said. The man from the Fengpeng family nodded slightly. If he has the space scroll, he will escape immediately even if he is tracked down. This requires the help of the forbidden magic weapon of the Yin family. That's right. If the Fengpeng family and the Yin family are willing to take out treasures, he will not be able to escape as long as he is in the Xianshan Mountains. The one-ly tracking ancient mirror can at least lock an area of several thousand miles. And with this strength, even if he carves a space scroll, the distance he can move in an instant will definitely not exceed 1,000 miles. The strong man from the Jingxiao sword sect nodded and said. The eyes of the strong men from the Fengpeng family and the Yin family flickered, and then the strong man from the Fengpeng family said, It's easy to say, but these 2 treasures are extraordinary. They must be reported to the family before they can be taken. Then, if we take the celestial fruit, can't our major forces share it? Then why should I want you to participate? It's enough for my Fengpeng family and the Yin family. The Fengpeng family and the Yin family each get 2, and the remaining 3 are our business. How about it? Said the strong man from the royal palace. The people of Fengpeng family and Yin family thought for a moment, not daring to offend the Wang mansion too much, so they nodded. As for the other forces, they cursed in their hearts. The Wang mansion was strong, and Fengpeng family and Yin family took 2, so he would definitely take the same number, so there would be almost nothing left for them to fight for. Okay, please go back and get the treasures. The strong man of the Wang mansion said, and the people of Fengpeng family and Yin family nodded, and then they flashed and left quickly. Their cultivation reached the 3rd level of Xiangang realm. The existence of Xiangxiang fruit can enable them to impact the perfection of martial arts and even comprehend the true meaning of martial arts. It is very useful, so they take it so seriously. Uncle, there is another one here. At this moment, Shangqi's figure flashed and pointed to the distance. Sulan and Jizu were walking away there, but the strong man in the palace shouted, You 2 should stay. Sulan's body trembled, knowing that he could not leave. He turned around and looked at the strong men who were whistling over, but his eyes were looking directly at them. Junior King Hu Mountain Sulan and junior sister Jizu. The only Xiangxiang fruit was obtained by relying on strength. If the senior takes it by force, it will not be good. King Hu Mountain outer sect disciple, dare to talk to me like this, hand it over. Shuangzhen, the strong man in the palace, he cultivated to the 7th level of Xiangang, the grandson of the old prince, but the position of the prince did not inherit him now, but with his identity, how could he care about an outer sect disciple of King Hu Mountain? Sulan looked ugly, and then raised his palm and handed over the Xiangxiang fruit unwillingly. Humph! Shuangzhen waved his palm, put it away, and glanced at Sulan coldly. Senior, we'll meet again. Sulan bowed his hands and said coldly, then turned around and left with Jizu, with strong hatred in his heart. Brother, what is the one-ly tracking realm they are talking about? Jizu asked Sulan. This thing can track a person's breath and lock a person's position. Qin Wentian left a breath when he fought, and they can track him through this treasure. Su Lan responded, making Jizu's face condensed. Isn't Brother Qin in danger? It depends on his luck. This time he took away 7 celestial fruits under the eyes of the Xianjiao, and killed so many people. How could the major forces in Xuanwang City not be furious and never let him go? Su Lan's words made Jizu feel a little worried. Can the extremely talented young man in white escape this disaster? Just as those people expected, although Qin Wentian's divine pattern scroll can be used for space transfer, he is only a 4th level divine pattern master after all, and it is still very difficult to carve the divine pattern scroll. The distance of one-time transfer is only a few hundred miles, and it is not directional, but this is enough to throw those people off. On a hillside 400 miles away from those people, there was a sudden fluctuation of spatial power, and then a figure in white appeared. It was Qin Wentian. At this time, his breath was floating, and his white clothes were stained with a lot of blood. He looked a little weak, but his eyes were bright, but he still had a flying spirit. His strange and dark eyes were as bright as stars. This place is only a few hundred miles away. We must continue to move forward, otherwise it will be easy to be tracked. Qin Wentian said in his heart, and his figure continued to flash. He moved hundreds of miles in an instant, which was a long way off. But with the speed of a Xiangang 5th level warrior, it wouldn't take long to track him down over 500 miles. However, Qin Wentian himself didn't know where he was, so it was difficult for them to track him. But for the sake of caution, he chose a direction and continued to walk. A few hours later, Qin Wentian came to a barren mountain and sat cross-legged. The little guy squatted beside him and spit out a celestial fruit, which was the celestial fruit that contained a powerful demon's will. If it's useful to you, eat it. Qin Wentian felt a strong demon's will and said to the little guy. Yes. The little guy nodded, and then he actually took a bite, crushing the celestial fruit and eating it directly. Qin Wentian also took out 6 celestial fruits. Because they had been picked, the celestial fruits left the celestial tree. Although they still contained a strong willpower, they would not spread out to attack. 2 space celestial fruits, these are Kingers. I teleported them here. I'm afraid she can't find this place for a while. Qin Wentian put away the space celestial fruit and looked at the other 4, which contained the will of the earth and the celestial fruit that made people's hearts beat wildly. Such a strong willpower is contained in it. Although it is not the will of my practice, I can often comprehend it. Qin Wentian put it away. After continuous violent battles, he was weak inside and it was not the time to comprehend the celestial fruit. You swallowed a red-eyed monster, purgatory, can it come back? Qin Wentian gently stroked the little bastard's head. The little guy nodded and made a babbling sound, which made Qin Wentian's deep eyes flash a gentle smile. Purgatory, will it appear? He took out a pile of meteorites and placed them on the ground. He also lay there casually, entering the dream to practice, and the speed of absorbing star energy would be faster. As night fell, there was a dampness in the Xianjian mountains. On the hillside, the stars shone. There seemed to be several beams of starlight falling from the sky and were absorbed by a figure lying there. In the blink of an eye, a night passed, and the hillside was so quiet that it was a little scary. When Qin Wentian opened his eyes, he saw 2 figures beside him. In addition to the little guy, there was also a purgatory vermilion bird that appeared there, looking at him. When he saw him open his eyes, the purgatory vermilion bird raised its head and let out a long cry, then soared up and rushed to the sky above Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian raised his head and saw the purgatory vermilion bird hovering over his head, chirping non-stop, as if it was particularly excited. After a long time, it landed on his shoulder, flapping its huge wings, making Qin Wentian's body unstable, making him smile bitterly. Little guy, you did a good job. Qin Wentian looked at the little bastard in front of him. The other party jumped into his legs, wagging his tail and holding his little head high. The proud look seemed to be asking for credit. Buzz! But at this moment, the purgatory vermilion bird suddenly burst into fierce power. Its body flew into the air, looking into the distance, and chirping non-stop. Qin Wentian frowned slightly, and his perception suddenly spread out. Then many figures appeared in his perception. The ghosts are still there. Qin Wentian's eyes burst out with a cold light. He didn't expect these people to find this place. He saw his figure tremble, like an arrow from a string, and instantly descended to the distance. In front, 6 Xianjiao figures with many strong men came one after another and looked up at him. Do you think you can survive? Shangqi snorted coldly, and their bodies dispersed. Qin Wentian's sword intent rolled endlessly, but at this moment, a middle-aged man suddenly burst out with a terrifying forbidden power, and this vast space seemed to have a layer of light curtain. Not good. Qin Wentian's eyes suddenly turned and swept towards the middle-aged man. The other party actually concealed his breath. At this moment, he was perceived as a strong man of the 7th level of Xiangang, and this forbidden power seemed to isolate this space. Chapter 497, Forced into a Desperate Situation. Qin Wentian looked grim, staring at the middle-aged man in front of him. He naturally knew that the other party had a treasure that could seal this space, which was specially prepared for him. His figure quickly retreated. Qin Wentian could already sense the existence of the sealing power. He waved his palm and the sword light suddenly slashed over. A wave of space ripples emerged. The sword light seemed to be slashing on a layer of light curtain, which could not be shaken at all. It's useless. Yin Ting said coldly. This is a very powerful treasure of their Yin family. This time, it was taken out to deal with him. How could he let him escape again? I said, you can't escape. Shangqi walked forward and said coldly. All the geniuses of the 6 major forces were there, not one less. They approached step by step, staring at Qin Wentian. In their eyes, Qin Wentian could sense the clear killing intent. Obviously, they all wanted Qin Wentian to die. Qin Wentian didn't expect that the other party could find him, and he prepared such a powerful treasure for him. Obviously, tracking him down was not accidental, but a well-planned thing. The Purgatory Vermilion bird roared fiercely, and it seemed that the fire of Purgatory was burning on its body. The strong men looked at the Purgatory Vermilion bird seriously, and were quite shocked. The monsters on this person were also strange. The snow dog could change size at a very fast speed. At this moment, a vermilion bird appeared, and the breath was terrifying. Qin Wentian glanced at the Purgatory Vermilion bird and felt the powerful breath of the other party. He was also quite shocked. It seemed that after the little guy swallowed a red-eyed monster, Purgatory became very strong. The little guy's body slipped to the back. It was very smart, and of course it understood the situation Qin Wentian was facing at this time. It opened its mouth and spit out starlight into the void. Suddenly, the starlight floated towards the void and turned into a nebula. Seeing this, the middle-aged man flashed a cold look and said, "Kill that little demon." Yes. In the back, many people walked towards the direction of the little guy. Qin Wentian stepped back and blocked the way in front. Those people stopped and showed fear in their eyes. The scene of Qin Wentian's killing was still vivid in their minds. They dared not provoke this evil god. You are quite leisurely. Then a strong man of the 7th level of the Xiangang realm walked out, but the figure of Purgatory Vermilion bird flashed and blocked Qin Wentian's way. The fierce light in his eyes made people feel trembling. The 6 Xianjiao strongmen also walked towards Qin Wentian's direction. This time, they all burst out whooming Xiangang at the same time, with a strong aura, and would never give Qin Wentian a chance. In the battle yesterday, Ziyu was almost killed by Qin Wentian. Fighting with this man, you can't be careless. If you had handed it over yesterday, you might have been able to avoid death, but now, there is only one way in front of you, a dead end. Feng Yun spoke indifferently. This situation seemed to be a desperate situation. There was no blood pool here, so Qin Wentian certainly could not burst out with this sort of exterminating immortals. The only way he had left was to transform into Dapan again and kill all the people here with the body of Dapan. The nebulae in the void gathered, as if there was a faint celestial phenomenon condensing and forming. This scene made Qin Wentian's expression flash with a strange light. The little guy swallowed the ancient Suzaku formation, and now the Purgatory formation spirit has revived. Could it be that it can spit out the ancient formation and let Purgatory take charge? I must buy time for the little guy. Qin Wentian thought in his heart, and the power of his bloodline roared again. Yesterday, he had not fully recovered from using the power of his bloodline. Today, he burned his bloodline again with all his strength. Qin Wentian suddenly felt that he was overloaded, but he had no choice but to fight. The nebula formed by the gathering of the void turned into starlight and sprinkled on the body of the Purgatory Vermilion bird, making the flames burning on it even more terrifying. This scene made the strong man look more serious, and whispered, "Quickly kill that evil beast." As soon as the voice fell, his body pounced towards the Purgatory Vermilion bird, and with a grab of his palm, a terrifying thunder palm print appeared in the void. This palm print was able to wrap up the huge body of the Purgatory Vermilion bird, and the thunder power contained in it burst out directly. Purgatory roared, and the fire of purgatory appeared on his body. He rushed towards the palm print, and collided with each other in an instant. The terrifying power swept the world crazily. Almost at the same time, the 6 great geniuses attacked Qin Wentian, while the others stared at the little bastard and launched a surprise attack. Qin Wentian's Wuming Xiangang burst out at the same time, the demon blood boiled, and he was wearing demon armor, like a demon king. Whoever dares to come forward, kill him. Qin Wentian shouted, stomping his feet on the ground. The sword energy roared, and the killing fell. Why not? Jian Jingshan shouted, the sword energy Jinxiao, and the Wuming Xiangang also burst out. His palm slapped continuously, and suddenly rows of sharp swords whistled out. At the same time, the Jinxiao sword came out, and the sword shocked the mountains and rivers, killing Qin Wentian. Boom! Qin Wentian stepped continuously, and the power of the 7 killing swords was crazy and climbed to the extreme. Do it! Shang Qi shouted coldly, and immediately the other strong men rushed to attack the little bastard. Qin Wentian stepped on the ground again, and the sword energy climbed to a terrifying level. His figure disappeared directly and appeared in the middle of the group of strong men. He took the 5th step directly, and the endless sword intent swept around. His Wuming Xiangang sword was swung, and blood bloomed in an instant. Others retreated in all directions. Boom! The ancient heart-piercing bell shook people's hearts. At the same time, he took the 6th step. The strong men only felt that they were suppressed by the sword. A light sound of puffing was heard, and one person turned into a bloody rain. At the same time, there were continuous groans, and the figures of strong men fell one after another. On the other side, Shang Qi and others killed the little bastard. Feng Yun was the fastest. His sharp claws smashed down directly. The little guy still spit out starlight and his body turned golden. Bang! The sharp claws hit his body. It rolled a few times and climbed up again. It continued to spit out the power of the stars. The power of the stars permeated the void and then enveloped the body of purgatory. This little guy can really bear it, Ziyu said coldly. His 9 arms turned into a monstrous fist power and shook the little bastard's body at the same time. The terrible rumbling power shook wildly. The little guy's body flashed, but he was still swept by the endless fist light, and flew out and spit out a mouthful of blood. Its eyes were fierce, and it raised its head, continuing to spit out starlight, as if it also had a strong obsession like Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian saw this scene, and his murderous aura was extremely strong. He took a step forward, which was the 7th step. The Wuming Xiangang sword in his hand was swung and moved, as if all the endless anger was released under this sword. The people who were still alive around were all pierced by the sword energy, and the sword sound cut their throats and fell madly. However, those Xianjiao characters did not feel heartbroken at all, as if these were not their subordinates. The threat of the 7-kill sword technique was extremely strong. At this moment, it had already bloomed once, and he could not use the 7th kill of the 7-kill sword technique for the 2nd time. Are you going to die? Ziyu was relentless, and once again blasted the little guy with a monstrous fist light. Each punch contained the vibration of the earth and the sharp energy of gold, and the punches were repeated. How could Qin Wentian bear it? After killing the people here, he immediately activated the Daozuan Xingyi magic and appeared beside Ziyu. The light between his eyebrows shone and rushed into the opponent's mind. His Wuming Tiangang flew out directly and rushed straight to Ziyu's head. However, at this time, Shang Qi's figure appeared in front of him. A large palm print with the golden light in the blood color grabbed out. The regenerated blood roared and slammed on the Tiangang sword. His body was repelled, but the little bastard was hit by Ziyu's fist and rolled non-stop. At this time, many powerful figures appeared outside this space. Those people had extraordinary temperaments and had not appeared before. They had been keeping a distance from the group of people in front of them, so as not to alarm Qin Wentian to use the scroll to escape directly. At this time, they caught up. Buzz! A round of spatial fluctuations was heard, and the forbidden power seemed to be opened. The figures of those people flashed and came directly. Qin Wentian just realized what happened, and the forbidden power reappeared and sealed the space again. The other party took advantage of the fact that he could not distract himself to activate the spatial scroll and let other strong men in. Qin Wentian glanced at the cultivation of those strong men, and his face suddenly turned pale. This was a desperate situation. The weakest of these people were at the 6th level of Xiangang, and there was no hope at all. The demonic energy on their bodies exploded crazily. Guanyin Tongshan said that only the demon god sacrifice could resolve this crisis. However, the next moment, Qin Wentian's face turned pale, and the demon god sacrifice could not be activated. The power of the ban in this space is not just a simple space power, but a space ban, which bans all connections with the outside world. The ban power in the magic weapon prevents him from communicating with the stars and borrowing the power of the demon gods from all directions. Knowing that it would not work, Qin Wentian immediately gave up, and his figure flashed in front of the little guy. The Xianjiao figures were no longer in a hurry to take action. Their eyes were full of teasing, staring at Qin Wentian, and those strong men who strolled and stood at random in various directions. Qin Wentian was already in a desperate situation. "Little guy, if I die here, you take purgatory back to Daksha," Qin Wentian said in a low voice. If he activated the immortal destroying sword in this state, he would definitely die. But now, he has no choice. Roar. The little guy let out a low roar and shook his head frantically. It still spit out the power of stars frantically. "You're dead, and you still want them to leave? These two monsters are good pet mounts, and there's even a Suzaku." Shangqi's sharp eyes flashed. Qin Wentian, could it be that he still wants to keep this monster? It's too ridiculous. Deal with this Suzaku first, its aura is getting stronger. At this time, the strong man who was fighting with Suzaku spoke, and several strong men immediately ran towards the purgatory Suzaku. The Suzaku's body was burning more and more terribly, as if it wanted to burn everything to exhaustion. With a sharp whistle, it suddenly turned around and spit out the fire of purgatory towards Shangqi and others. "Be careful!" The others shouted one after another. Shangqi and others quickly retreated, but Suzaku rushed straight to Qin Wentian and knocked Qin Wentian, who was filled with sword energy, down. Qin Wentian was about to burst out the immortal sword, but was interrupted by Purgatory. Purgatory did not allow him to send out this sword. "Purgatory!" Qin Wentian shouted angrily, but he saw the wings of the Purgatory vermilion bird wrapping his body underneath, and the fierce eyes showed a gentle look, with a strong sense of tenderness. It was bored because of Qin Wentian. How could it see Qin Wentian fall just after it appeared in the world? It, Purgatory, would not agree. Chapter 498, I will not let you down in this life. The reason why Qin Wentian dared to use the immortal destroying sword regardless of the consequences was because he practiced a great nirvana immortal method and had another body that was still practicing and comprehending in the imperial mausoleum of Daksha. The comprehending of that body was equivalent to the comprehending of Qin Wentian's body. He practiced all the time, training here and comprehending there. Therefore, even if he really lost one body, he still did not die. Of course, Qin Wentian valued his own body very much. If it was not a last resort, why would he want to fall? It was just because he was surrounded by the strong men of various forces and the space was sealed. It was already a desperate situation. Either die together, or he died and saved the little bastard in purgatory. In this case, of course, he would rather choose to die himself. But he was willing to sacrifice, but purgatory would not agree. For purgatory, Qin Wentian was everything to it. Therefore, after learning what Qin Wentian wanted to do, Purgatory directly pressed him under his body, and pressed the little bastard under him, and then spread his wings to wrap him up, firmly protecting the man and the beast. Its eyes were still fierce, staring at everyone. "Purgatory, let me out!" Qin Wentian shouted inside, but Purgatory seemed not to hear it, and tightly protected him under his body. The powerful force made Qin Wentian unable to break free. "What a loyal monster, why don't you follow me?" I saw a strong man walking over and staring at Purgatory. Purgatory opened his mouth and spit out a Purgatory lotus, strangling it madly. The strong man snorted coldly, stretched out his palm, and the icy power froze the void, colliding wildly with the Purgatory lotus, and then shattered together. Other strong men walked forward and stared at Purgatory Suzaku indifferently. In this desperate situation, you still want to protect your master. As the vermilion bird, you are one of the 8 demon gods. Come with me and I will not treat you unfairly. Another person stepped forward and wanted to subdue Purgatory, but what greeted him was still the raging fire of Purgatory. You don't know what's good for you. The man snorted coldly and launched an attack. Since this demon cannot be tamed, then kill it. Its flame is useful to me. A powerful figure from the Golden Flame family said coldly, holding the flame forward, and then suddenly pointed and blasted towards Purgatory. At the same time, the strong man who was good at ice power stepped forward and directly dropped a palm print, freezing everything and blasting on Purgatory's body. Purgatory's body trembled suddenly, but still did not move. This evil beast is really persistent. I really want to tame it, but it is so loyal. Another attack fell, as if it was a boundless force weighing tens of millions of pounds, which made Purgatory's body shake violently and spit out blood. Even Qin Wentian, who was below, felt the power of this shock wave, but it was all removed by Purgatory, and only a trace of the power of the wave was transmitted to him. Purgatory. Qin Wentian's eyes were red and he roared angrily, but Purgatory turned a deaf ear to him, as if he didn't hear it. He had only one thought: Qin Wentian must not die. As long as he was there, Qin Wentian would be there. Although the little guy was protected below, he still spit out the power of the stars crazily, breathing very fast, and his eyes were also red, with a fierce light. Bang! A thunder crashed down, and the earth turned into scorched earth. Purgatory coughed, spit out blood, and cracks appeared faintly on his body. Stupid, you are worthy of being a beast, and you still refuse to get out of the way. A sarcastic voice fell, and then another powerful attack fell down. Purgatory always silently endured it, and the trauma of his body became more and more serious. Go away. Qin Wentian tried to push Purgatory's body open with a powerful force, but he found that Purgatory was guarding him tightly and did not move at all. The people outside looked at the huge body, which had more and more scars on it, but it still coiled there, guarding tightly, as if telling everyone that to kill Qin Wentian, they had to step over its corpse first. Roar. Qin Wentian's roar came from the air below, and a terrifying demonic energy rolled wildly. Qin Wentian's blood seemed to be running wild, and a terrifying demonic power permeated out, as if his demonic will became stronger, as if he had entered the second realm of transformation. But at this time, Qin Wentian could not feel any excitement. He just wanted to push Purgatory away, but even if his power increased again, it was still useless. Purgatory would not leave even if he died. The strong men outside stood there and did not continue to attack. They were also shocked by Purgatory's loyalty at this time. If it were an ordinary demon beast, it would have died countless times under such waves of attacks, but Purgatory Suzaku still guarded it. This was its belief. Qin Wentian was more important than its life. Looking at the Purgatory vermilion bird whose aura was gradually becoming weaker, the masters looked grim and said, "This monster's defense is really strong, and even that little beast is the same, it can't be killed." They were even a little jealous of Qin Wentian for having two such monster companions. Powerful and loyal. Keep attacking, since it can't be tamed, you can only kill it. A cold voice came out, and these masters were also very depressed. They couldn't kill a monster. Yes. A master nodded, then walked forward and descended in front of Purgatory. He raised his palm, and a terrible power spread out. It seemed that his fingers contained a terrible golden sword that could penetrate everything. He pressed down with one finger and killed Purgatory, but at this moment, suddenly, Purgatory, who had been silent and weak, suddenly burst into terrifying fierce power. Buzz! The huge body of the Purgatory vermilion bird moved, and it rushed out in an instant, spitting out a Purgatory fire lotus, which directly submerged the master. Ah! With a scream, the strong man's whole body was burning with the fire of Purgatory, which made the others horrified. They all retreated and watched the scene in shock. In the blink of an eye, the strong man's body was directly burned to ashes. Under Purgatory's body, a shocking scene appeared. The little guy had no idea how many starlights he had spit out. Purgatory had been swallowing them, just accumulating strength. It did not use its strength to resist, but accumulated strength for attack, and did not waste any strength. These starlights were suspended in the air at this time, all falling on Purgatory. In addition, Qin Wentian's wrists seemed to be cut, and his fingers pierced into Purgatory's body. The blood flowing from his wrists penetrated into Purgatory's body crazily. He just fed Purgatory his blood power. Qin Wentian's eyes were filled with coldness, and the demonic eyes deeply stung people's eyes. That kind of indifference seemed to be able to freeze people's bodies. One glance could make people feel desperate. Purgatory let out a long cry towards the sky, and then spit out the fire of Purgatory crazily, sweeping across the entire space. Another person was burned, and his body instantly burned up, and it could not be extinguished at all. Go! With a loud shout, everyone's bodies quickly retreated, but they saw Purgatory's body rushing out, and Purgatory's fire swept everything. Qin Wentian followed it and walked out, and blood was still injected into its body. Purgatory was fierce, and the strong men of various forces retreated with their Xianjiao. Unlock the ban. A loud shout came out, and the strong men of the Yin family unlocked the Ben, and Purgatory Suzaku still rushed forward. Go quickly. The roar came out, and those people's faces were extremely ugly, and they all flashed and fled here. They didn't expect Purgatory Suzaku to suddenly become so violent. Purgatory Suzaku did not chase, and its aura was beginning to weaken rapidly, but it was still suspended in the air, staring at those people going away. Qin Wentian stood under Purgatory, the blood in his body roared crazily. Not long ago, when he fell into a state of madness, he faintly felt another terrible power of the demon blood, but it had not yet been stimulated, so he injected the blood power into Purgatory's body. However, in order to protect Qin Wentian, Purgatory did not use its strength to attack, not a single bit. All of it was hard resistance, regardless of life and death, just to accumulate strength, so that after Qin Wentian injected blood into it, coupled with the joint efforts of it and the little bastard, it instantly burned itself and burst out such combat power. But Qin Wentian understood that this was only a flash in the pan. Purgatory had almost exhausted itself. Puff. Purgatory's body fell down, extremely weak, without any strength. Qin Wentian hugged its body, and the huge body pressed on him. Purgatory's eyes were still open, looking at Qin Wentian, as if with a gentle smile. It did it, protecting Qin Wentian from death, so everything it did was valuable. Seeing the smile in Purgatory's eyes, Qin Wentian felt a little pain in his heart. Purgatory was a demon spirit, and protecting him was Purgatory's strongest obsession. He lived, and it lived. If he wanted to die, it would die first. This was the love of a demon spirit, and how many people in the mortal world could compare to it? Just because it was born because of him, then, it will also die for him. The little guy flew over, his eyes were also red and filled with tears. He was psychic and had strong emotions. He had always depended on Qin Wentian for his life. Later, he swallowed Purgatory and developed feelings for him, but Qin Wentian was their only protector. Purgatory, like him, was willing to sacrifice his life to protect him. Qin Wentian looked at the two monsters and felt warm in his heart, but when he thought of what had just happened, he felt heartbroken. I will not let you down in this life. Qin Wentian looked at the two monsters, with a gentle smile in his moist eyes. He said to Purgatory, my blood seems to be able to conceive monsters. Purgatory, you enter my blood first. After that, his hand fell on Purgatory, and in an instant, Purgatory's body was directly absorbed into his blood. Purgatory's body entered his blood and flowed in his body. The little guy's eyes lit up slightly, and his heart was also moved. I will not let you down in this life. Yaa, with a light sound, the little guy's body soared into the sky, wings grew, and he floated in the air. He looked down at the distance and uttered, Qin Wentian. The voice was a little childish and unclear, but Qin Wentian's eyes burst into a brilliant light. He looked up at the figure in the void, and the smile in his eyes became even more intense. This was the little guy's first sentence, Qin Wentian. His eyes slowly turned and looked in the direction of Xuanwang City. The smile dissipated and turned into cold light. This revenge must be paid with blood. P.S. 10 more explosions. Brothers and sisters, where are the monthly tickets and recommendation tickets? Exclamation mark. Chapter 499 Smile. On the barren mountain, the white-clothed youth's clothes were stained with blood, and the cold light flashing in his deep pupils made the temperature of the space suddenly cool down. Xuanwang City, all the prides, wait. With a flash of his figure, Qin Wentian held the little guy in his arms, stepped out, and left like the wind. This place obviously cannot stay any longer. Now that Purgatory has been absorbed into his blood, he can cultivate in his blood. Qin Wentian didn't know why his ancient demon blood suddenly had another ability, but it might be related to the blood pool he swallowed when he launched the immortal destroying sword. A lot of the blood in the blood pool burned in the immortal destroying sword, and some were swallowed by his blood, as if it stimulated his demon blood, making it more violent, which was also the reason why he could step into the second realm of demon transformation faster. He lowered his head and looked at the injured little guy in his arms. He saw that guy slightly raised his head, looked at him, and said in a baby voice, "Little bastard." Yes, little bastard. Qin Wentian heard this voice, and the dark clouds in his heart seemed to be dispelled. He smiled softly and stroked the little guy's head. I don't like it. The little guy pouted and shook his head. For the first time, he expressed his dissatisfaction with the name Qin Wentian gave him in a human voice. Haha, I've been called for so long, I'm used to it. Qin Wentian gently flicked the little guy's head, and the little guy's brows frowned immediately. His bright eyes seemed to show a very aggrieved look. After learning to speak, he became more humane. The figures of the man and the beast gradually faded away, leaving this barren mountain land and heading deeper into the Xianshan Mountains. In Zhuangwang City, there were many rumors. It was said that a young man in white appeared at the Xianshan treasure hunting meeting. He claimed to be surnamed Qin. He took Shuangyu's space pen, humiliated Yin Cheng and Jin Zan, and was extremely arrogant. Later, he carved a divine pattern and killed Master Chu. Not only that, it was rumored that a strange land appeared. In this strange land, the Xianjiao figures of various forces led the strong to explore the strange land. They found that the strange land was the burial place of a legendary strong man, and the Xiangxiang fruit tree was born. All forces fought for it. However, this man surnamed Qin turned out again, fought all the strong men, killed half of them, fought against the 6 Xianjias, and then took half of the Xiangxiang fruit and retreated. What was even more shocking was that it was rumored that this young man's cultivation was only at the 3rd level of Xiangang. For him, the Xiangpeng family asked for the Wanli tracking mirror, and the Yin family took out the forbidden magic weapon. The strong men found the young man in white again, but they still returned in defeat, with heavy casualties, and even 2 powerful beings of the 3rd level of the Xiangang realm fell. No one knew what happened in this battle, but the young man in white who had never appeared in Zhuangwang City was said to be magical, as if he had 3 heads and 6 arms. As for the young man in white at this time, he was still practicing hard in the Xianshan Mountains. Deep in the Xianshan Mountains, there was a strange scene. Qin Wentian sat on the peak and looked at the land in front of him. There were vast snowflakes floating there. The endless mountains were all ice and snow mountains, with extremely coldness. This piece of heaven and earth seemed to be divided into 2 sections. That section was full of ice and snow, but Qin Wentian's side, there was no snow at all. Qin Wentian sat cross-legged there, holding 2 celestial fruits in his hands. One was a deep red celestial fruit that could make people's hearts beat, and the other was a celestial fruit that contained the power of the earth's will. He did not swallow it directly. This fruit contains a strong martial arts will, which can make people feel it continuously. If swallowed directly, it may have a miraculous effect once, but after that, there will be nothing left. It is best to swallow it at a critical moment. Qin Wentian just held the celestial fruit quietly. His heart was beating fast, but very rhythmically. With every beat, every vein in his body seemed to move with it. And the earth fruit even made him feel the pulse of the earth, as if the earth was beating like his heart. Qin Wentian entered a state of ecstasy, feeling this pulse with his whole body and mind, forgetting the beating of his heart, entering an ethereal state, and his perception continued to extend with the pulse of the earth. Gradually, the beating of his heart slowed down, and slowly, the area was stable, no longer beating so violently, as if it was entering the same rhythm as the pulse of the earth. This feeling was as if he was a part of this land, and his body was integrated with this land. As his cultivation level becomes stronger, Qin Wentian can even comprehend the will of the earth's martial arts, but because he does not have this kind of star soul, he cannot condense this kind of martial destiny. Even if he comprehends it, the effect will be worse than his own martial arts will, and it will take more time to practice. After all, at this moment, he can enter this state with the help of the celestial fruit. After a long time, Qin Wentian's heartbeat almost calmed down to stop. He exhaled, opened his eyes, stretched his waist, and felt comfortable all over. It feels so wonderful to enter this state every day, as if this piece of land is his muscles, bones, blood and flesh, pulsating with the beating of his heart. The will of the martial arts of power, it's time to break through. Qin Wentian stood up and walked to the mountain wall. His perception was diffused, and his fist blasted out. The seemingly calm punch, the moment it blasted on the mountain wall, a terrifying wave quickly spread and diffused into the mountain wall, and the whole mountain wall pulsated more strongly. Then a cracking sound came out, and cracks appeared like a spider web. Break. Qin Wentian's palm trembled, and he uttered a sound. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and a space on the mountain wall in front of him turned into dust. Qin Wentian smiled and whispered, "The martial arts will of power and the martial arts will of the earth are indeed connected. The second level of the martial arts will of power that I comprehended is the shock wave of nothingness. Isn't it a kind of pulsation, spreading and spreading, destroying everything? Now, the second level of the martial arts will of power has also entered the realm of transformation. Now, the 4 martial arts wills, the martial arts will of power, The martial arts will of demons, and the martial arts will of swords have all entered the realm of transformation of the second level. The martial arts will of sleep. Emperor Yuan of the Imperial Mausoleum is practicing the Great Dream immortal art. He can vaguely feel that the martial arts will of sleep is also about to break through. I am afraid that it will not take long before his four martial arts wills can all enter the realm of transformation of the second level. The light flashed, and the red demon halberd appeared in Qin Wentian's hand. He saw his figure flash and step into the white snow. As the snow and ice fell from the sky, Qin Wentian thrust out his halberd, as if he was looking for the strongest power of each halberd. When he first began to practice martial arts, Qin Wentian knew the method of refining by hammering. Any magical power can cause qualitative change through quantitative change. Now, he has many methods, but it is difficult to integrate them into one and reach that perfect fit. For example, his halberd method. The halberd methods he created before are obviously not suitable for now. They are too weak. However, what if he integrates his current understanding in martial arts will into it? It can definitely exert 10 times or 100 times the power. But this kind of fit is not easy to achieve. This is creation. He needs a continuous tempering process to know whether there is a possibility of success. The vast snowflakes are biting cold, but the young man in white seems not to notice it. He always wears a thin white coat, as if he wants to merge with the snowflakes. Only the halberd method seems to be constantly improving. 1 day passed. 7 days passed. In the blink of an eye, it was 9 days. The young man in white was still there. He didn't know how many times he had sent out the halberd, but now he could do it silently. It's not that there was really no sound, but because the speed of the halberd was too fast, the halberd had fallen when the sound burst out. The young man in white flashed, his eyes looked at the snow-capped mountains in front of him, and he took a step and sent out the halberd, like a long dragon, and the snowflakes floating around seemed to be solidified. The halberd fell, but there was still no sound. However, the snowy mountain collapsed bit by bit, and penetrated into it bit by bit. A rumbling sound of terror was heard, and the entire small snowy mountain collapsed. As for the place where the halberd fell, everything turned into dust. It's not strong enough. The strongest void array wave will cover the pulse of the mountain with one strike and annihilate it. Qin Wentian frowned, as if he was still not satisfied, and then waved his red devil halberd again and again. In a blink of an eye, another 7 days passed. Snowflakes were still falling. On the snow, the little bastard lay in the snow, as if he had merged with the snow. Behind them, on a snowy mountain, a beautiful figure like an iceberg snow lotus appeared there at some point, quietly watching the young man in white practicing the halberd. A few hours later, the young man in white stopped again, and a faint smile appeared in his eyes. The will of the sleeping martial arts has reached the second realm, the realm of transformation. Qin Wentian smiled. Now, the four martial arts wills have all entered the realm of transformation of the second realm. If he meets the 6 great geniuses again, Qin Wentian can kill them all, even if 6 people are besieging them. You know, when he fought the 6 great geniuses a few days ago, his biggest reliance was the sword, the 7 killing swordsmanship. He only had the sword martial arts will, which was in the realm of transformation. Now, it is the 4 martial arts wills. As if he felt something, Qin Wentian turned around and saw the figure on the snow mountain. His eyes, as bright as stars, couldn't help but light up. Kinger. Qin Wentian's figure flashed and landed on the snow mountain in a moment. The cold figure just looked at him, his eyes full of agility, but he still didn't like to talk. These 2 celestial fruits are the celestial fruits of the space martial arts will, which should be useful to you. Qin Wentian handed the celestial fruit to Kinger. Kinger took a look and didn't reach out. Kinger, take it. Qin Wentian said. Oh. Kinger responded crisply, and stretched out her hand to take the celestial fruit, but she still had the same expression, and no one knew what she was thinking. I'm going. Qin Wentian turned around, his figure flashed, and he once again stepped into the vast ice and snow. Looking at his back, the lines on Kinger's face moved slightly, and at the corner of her mouth, a smile seemed to slowly outline. This smile seemed to melt the ice and snow between heaven and earth. P.S. Thanks to Yao Yao, Gujiu, Mu Fang Wei Fang and many other brothers and sisters for their support. The God-King has welcomed the 2 leaders Xiao Jing and Xiao Jia and several masters. Thank you to all the friends who support the God-King. Chapter 500, Strange Old Man. Qin Wentian returned to the land of ice and snow, holding the red devil halberd, and swung it continuously. Sometimes, even with only one move, he would swing it hundreds of times, even thousands of times, constantly adjusting and making progress. The little bastard kept lying there watching. Qinger, also standing on the snowy peak, was very quiet. She did not experience that battle, and only found Qin Wentian later, but she faintly felt that Qin Wentian might have experienced something. His love and his hatred would turn into his actions and become his obsession, making him use all means to improve himself. Qin Wentian is such a person. In this world, except for the time when he could not practice at the age of 16, Qin Chuan and Qin Yao were the ones who accompanied Qin Wentian the most. Since he started practicing, the person who spent the longest time with him must be Qinger. Although Qinger did not appear by Qin Wentian's side many times, he actually knew his every move. Qinger did not understand many things because no one taught her, but she knew Qin Wentian very well, his habits, and his obsession. Looking down, she glanced at the celestial fruit in her hand. Her beautiful eyes, like water, had a slight fluctuation, and her heart seemed to be swept by a warm current. She rarely had such a feeling, but this time, she did, as if many of the things she did were worth it. After thousands of tempering, Qin Wentian's halberd method continued to improve, and its power became stronger and stronger. If someone fought with him, they would even see him halberd out, and even make people have illusions. A few days later, Qin Wentian finally stopped practicing halberd method, but sat on the snow and took out the deep red celestial fruit. This celestial fruit could make people's hearts beat non-stop, and even seemed to allow him to better perceive the trembling of every part of the human body. The willpower it contained seemed to be the will of the heart. If this kind of power is used in the ancient bell of killing the heart, the killing power of the ancient bell of killing the heart will be even more terrible. Qin Wentian whispered in his heart, then closed his eyes and quietly felt it. In the imperial mausoleum, Emperor Yan's body was also practicing and comprehending at the same time. The two bodies were practicing and comprehending at the same time. Qin Wentian was making progress in becoming stronger every day. At night, the white snowflakes seemed to never stop. A figure in white was lying quietly in the snow. Above the sky, there was a brilliant light falling down, as if there were 4 martial stars, emitting 4 rays of light, falling on Qin Wentian's body. The power of the stars continued to flow into his body. In the Yuanfu, his martial Xiangang was solidifying little by little. During the day, he would get up to practice again. He spent so many nights like this, as if he would never know fatigue. In a place far away from Qin Wentian, there were several figures walking in the void, as if they were on the road. The leader was an old man who looked very ordinary, about 50 years old. There was no trace of aura on him, but his eyes were very bright, and his snow-white hair made him fit in better with this piece of iceberg and snow. "There is actually a kid practicing here," the old man murmured. His eyes seemed to be able to penetrate space, and he saw Qin Wentian practicing on the snow. With a casual smile, the old man continued to walk, but after a moment, his footsteps stopped again, as if his eyes showed some serious emotions. Interesting, the second level of martial arts has entered the realm of transformation, but his cultivation is only the third level of Xiangang. The old man seemed to see through Qin Wentian at a glance. Although he was spying on Qin Wentian did not notice his existence at all. Judging from his age, he should be around 25 years old. It is very rare for him to reach this level of cultivation. The martial arts will is so powerful, much better than the disciples selected by those useless guys. The old man shook his head slightly, seemed a little depressed, and continued to raise his feet to hurry on. His figure was like a gust of wind, and he swept past the people beside him, and actually passed by Qin Wentian not far away. At this moment, Qin Wentian, who was practicing, suddenly frowned slightly, stopped, held the red demon halberd, and looked in the direction of the old man, and said coldly, "Who is spying?" "Huh?" The old man's body suddenly stopped, his eyes penetrated the void, and a smile appeared on his face. "Interesting, a little guy of the third level of Xianwu can actually find me." With a step, his figure instantly appeared in front of Qin Wentian, looking at Qin Wentian with interest. Qin Wentian's expression flashed. With a lesson from the last time, he became particularly vigilant at this time. However, when he glanced at it, he was shocked in his heart. He couldn't see how strong this old man's cultivation was. At first glance, he looked like an ordinary old man. There were 2 boy-like followers beside him, and their strength was also very strong. He couldn't resist a strong man of this level at all. He hoped that it wouldn't be someone from the force of the 6 great geniuses. In Qin Wentian's hand, a page of scroll had appeared. What a vigilant fellow. Are you afraid that I will eat you? The old man smiled at Qin Wentian, but Qin Wentian did not dare to relax his vigilance. The little bastard had quietly come to his side, and Kinger was also approaching. The younger generation has enemies chasing him, so I have to be more vigilant. Who are you, senior? Qin Wentian asked. Haha, interesting little kid, if I were your enemy, would you still want to have a chance to use the space scroll? The old man smiled playfully, and then he saw his palm grabbing the void. In an instant, Qin Wentian's body was frozen, and the whole person could not move. His body was directly lifted up. Let him go. Kinger stepped forward, staring at the old man with a smart look, and said coldly, with a strong sense of coldness emanating from her body. Asshole. The little guy flashed and also appeared in front of Qin Wentian, staring at the old man with a fierce look, but it was really inconsistent with its childish voice. Qin Wentian was shocked. Such strength was too strong. Indeed, if the opponent was from one of the 6 major forces, he would have killed him directly. He would not even have the chance to use the space scroll. You called me a bastard. The old man stared at the little guy with a fierce expression. It has been many years since anyone dared to scold me. I didn't expect to be scolded by a little demon today. You stand in front of me, aren't you afraid that I will kill you all? Let him go. Kinger said coldly, as if she didn't know how powerful the old man was. The old man looked at Kinger carefully and laughed softly. It's really interesting. Girl, you are so beautiful, and you are good at the power of space. The power hidden in your body is also strong. Do you want to be my nominal disciple? You don't deserve it. Qin Wentian said coldly, making the old man look at him and said with a smile, I don't deserve it. How can I not deserve it? You are disrespectful to the elderly and bully the younger generation. How can you be a teacher? Qin Wentian said coldly. He was also depressed. He was practicing here, but he suddenly met an old man, and his strength was so strong that it was abnormal. Don't you know that strength is respected in this world? Having strength is enough. The old man looked at Qin Wentian and said with a smile. If you only look at strength and talent when you become a disciple, regardless of character, then how can a narrow-minded teacher be willing to see his disciple surpass him? If a disciple does not remember the teacher's kindness, but only remembers the teacher's criticism, how can he not bear a grudge? It is only a matter of time before the master and the disciple turn against each other. Why bother to become a disciple? Qin Wentian said coldly, I am a junior, practicing quietly here. If I have offended the seniors, I can tell you. Why do you have to humiliate me like this, just because you are stronger than us? You sharp-tongued guy, you want to provoke me to let you go. The old man looked at Qin Wentian and smiled, which made Qin Wentian look ugly. The old man didn't seem to buy it. Well, then, I will let you go. The old man said again, and with a wave of his hand, the pressure on Qin Wentian disappeared immediately. The little guy and Kinger retreated to Qin Wentian's side, still looking at the old man vigilantly. This old man has a very strange personality. He knew that Qin Wentian provoked him, but he actually let him go. You can make a demon and a beautiful woman do this for you, so your character must be good. I will give you a chance to become my disciple. How about that? The old man looked at Qin Wentian and said with a smile. If I refuse, will the senior embarrass me? Qin Wentian asked with a flash of his eyes. No, I will leave without saying a word, but you should know that many people can't get such an opportunity. The old man narrowed his eyes. Although he had a bit of immortal temperament, he looked like an old naughty boy. No. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Wentian directly uttered 2 words, which made the old man look stunned. Looking at Qin Wentian, his smile disappeared and his face gradually darkened. This was really embarrassing. He wanted to accept a disciple, but was rejected. If this got out, he would have no place to put his old face. He opened his mouth but didn't say anything. He just said that if Qin Wentian refused, he would leave without saying a word. Turning around, the old man actually walked forward, but not long after he walked, he suddenly stopped. The man behind him turned around, looked at Qin Wentian, and asked, I still want to know the reason. Although the boy said this, Qin Wentian certainly understood that he was speaking for the old man. The old man was very face-saving. He promised not to say anything, but he really didn't say anything. However, he still couldn't help asking, so he sent a message to the boy beside him, asking him to ask on his behalf. There is no reason. I don't want to become a disciple. I can still practice on my own and grow through experience. Qin Wentian responded lightly. Is this a reason? How many people would love such an opportunity? The old man seemed very depressed and continued to speak through the boy. Senior, you are really only thinking about yourself. I don't even know your identity. Just because you are powerful, should I become your disciple and follow you? Qin Wentian said coldly. If so, you are underestimating the people in the world. Even if you are really strong, I have only practiced for less than 10 years. I have reached my current level of cultivation. All 4 major martial arts wills have entered the second realm. I dare not say that I am outstanding, but I don't underestimate myself. If I practice to your age, I will have more than your cultivation. Arrogant. This time, the old man himself uttered a voice, staring at Qin Wentian, but after he finished speaking, he swung his sleeves and left. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.